Let the doors be opened. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. J'ai l'honneur de déposer.
I have the honor to lay upon the table, pursuant to subsection 23.5 of the Auditor General Act, the spring 2018 reports of the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development to the House of Commons. These reports are permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development.
Merci. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement. Déclaration de ministre.
Introduction of government bills, statements by ministers, reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Sudbury. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to 34.1 of the Standing Order, I have the honour to present in both official languages the report of the Canadian Parliamentary Delegation respecting its participation at the meeting of the Political Committee of the Assemblée Parlementaire de la Francophonie, Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, April 10th to 11th, 2017.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Honorable député Hochelaga.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to present a petition signed by a number of people throughout Quebec that requests the following: that employment insurance funds be used strictly for unemployment and that they be free of all partisan interference, that eligibility criteria be eased for employment insurance so that precarious and seasonal workers benefit from fair and equitable coverage, and that the EI program include better training opportunities and facilitate job search. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to table a petition that was initiated by Tanner Bergsma in my riding of Perth Wellington, a student at Stratford Central School in Stratford. And the petitioners call on the government to increase environmental protections in the resource industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions to table. The first is a petition signed online by hundreds of people in Quebec, among others, that asks Canada that imports seafood from Vietnam, with only 3 to 5% being analyzed by the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, and given that there were a lot of toxic garbage leading to the death of fish and the ecosystem damage near Vietnam, and that despite these environmental damages, $7 billion in seafood imports have left Vietnam, and it asks Vietnam to pay careful attention to inspecting fish and seafood from Vietnam to ensure that they are safe for Canadians to eat. The second petition was signed by about 100 people from Soulanges in particular, that says that over 80% of wetlands have disappeared in Canada and that climate change is increasing. So it is important to protect wetlands, and municipalities must follow this environmental trend. So it calls on Canada to take a strong position to ensure the respect of the federal policy on the protection of wetlands from 1996 to protect the environment and prevent natural disasters by saying that wetlands near the Lac Saint-François should be protected areas. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Ordre du jour.
Government orders, business of supply, consideration of an opposition motion concerning illegal border crossings, standing in the name of Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel, seconded by Mr. Paulus, moves that, given the government's failure to address the crisis created by the influx of thousands of illegal border crossers traveling across our southern border between ports of entry, that the agencies responsible for dealing with this crisis have found gaps in security screening for newly arrived refugee claimants, as well as a backlog in both scheduled hearings and carrying out deportation orders, and that this trend is expected to increase over the summer months. The House call on the government to A, ensure the agencies responsible for our borders are properly equipped so that they can continue to do their jobs effectively, and that those arriving at Canadian borders go through the appropriate processes. B, admit the Prime Minister's irresponsibility of tweeting #WelcomeToCanada to those seeking to enter Canada through illegal means. C, take responsibility for the massive social services costs burdening the provincial governments. And D, table in the House no later than May 11, 2018, a plan to, 1, stop the influx of people illegally entering Canada from the United States, 2, take appropriate measures to handle those who have already claimed asylum. Debate. The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I want to lay out what exactly this problem is, why this is a problem, how the Liberals got Canada into this situation, the failure of the Liberals to manage the problem, and potential fixes that the Liberals could undertake to stop the flow, but have elected not to do so. So what is the problem, Mr. Speaker? First of all, we have seen a massive, and by massive I mean tens of thousands of person influx of people illegally crossing the border from the United States into Canada and then claiming asylum in the last year. This is, of course, precipitated because Canada has an agreement with the United States called the Safe Third Country Agreement, which I am going to speak to later in my speech. What this agreement says is essentially that if somebody claims asylum in one of our countries, that if they try to enter our country, they should be not making an asylum claim in the other country, because we respect the fact that our asylum claim systems are mutually generous, they're run free of political interference, and they're regarded as some of the strongest in the world. The problem is, Mr. Speaker, is that agreement is silent on what happens when somebody illegally enters the country. So because the agreement is silent on that, this loophole allows people to illegally enter the country and claim asylum. And of course, when somebody claims asylum in Canada, they are automatically entitled to all of the generous social benefits that Canada has, including our healthcare system, social programs and welfare, and many other things that are designed as a social safety net in Canada, but of course are also extended to those that we are bringing in as humanitarian immigrants. But the point being that what is happening, this massive influx, is not planned and it's not orderly. Therefore, the government has been scrambling to throw hundreds of millions of dollars at this, rather than looking at a way to solve the issue and once again bring Canada's immigration system back to order. Just briefly, the statistics. So last year there were 20,593 persons that illegally entered Canada and claimed asylum. This year, these months alone in 2018, and this includes the winter months, there are 6,373, and government documents have shown that they project to have over 400 persons a day this summer. So certainly, based on those projections, we could be anywhere between the 50 to 70,000 persons range. This amount of people, we now have more people illegally entering the country and claiming asylum than those legally entering the country and claiming asylum. There is no plan to deal with this. Very briefly, why this is a problem. Canadians are compassionate, but they want a planned and orderly immigration system. These numbers are not accounted for in the government's immigration levels plan. They're not. So what this means is because the government hasn't accounted or planned for this, they are unable to budget, provincial governments are unable to budget for the impact on social services. The government is unable to understand the cohort who is coming through illegally and claiming asylum and adequately budget for integration services. They don't understand the impact that this might have on the Canadian economy one way or the other. They don't understand because they don't understand the cohort. They don't understand how people might or might not be able to contribute to the Canadian economy. This makes integration support much more difficult, and certainly we're seeing provincial governments say, look, this is impacting us. In fact, the government of Quebec went on a major push over the last couple of months saying you owe us, federal government, because of your inability to manage the borders. And certainly the federal government did capitulate and had to spend hundreds of millions of dollars more of Canadian tax dollars to give a transfer to Quebec to manage the flow rather than trying to stop the problem. It also renders us less able to help the world's most vulnerable. There is an immigration plan for a reason. The government should stipulate how many people we allow to enter the country through humanitarian means so that we can do all those things that I just talked about, plan for integration. We certainly see that because the government has had to redirect resources to processing illegal migrants, that we see massive wait times in other streams. The private sponsorship refugee stream has over 45,000 case backlog. We all, across party lines, have cases where people are waiting. I've seen cases of people who are trying to get privately sponsored people in from Eritrea. There's an 89-month wait now for that. So think about that. A privately sponsored refugee from Eritrea has to wait over 7 years. Don't you think that that kind of defeats the purpose of a refugee program? Furthermore, the Immigration Refugee Board, government documents, and again, because the government likes to refute that this is the case, Globe and Mail article published last year, so this was June 2017, showed a government report that said that based on the current track that we have for the increase year over year for the number of illegal migrants, that the IRB is on track for an 11-year wait time for processing asylum claims. So if my colleague could shut off his phone, that would be lovely. It's quite distracting. Thank you. The 11-year wait time means that people who are making asylum claims after they've illegally entered the country can then stay in Canada, claim social assistance benefits, they have expedited work permits, they can do all of these things which are unplanned and unbudgeted while we don't even know if their claim is valid. And to me, that's not fair. And many people who are trying to legally enter the country think it's not fair. Because of the demand and the burden that the Liberals' failure to manage our border has placed on the Immigration Refugee Board, there's also been cases. I have the head of the Catholic Immigration Society. He's quoted in a Calgary Herald article a few months ago talking about how it's actually unfair to people who have come into the country, legally made asylum claims, and then they're forced to wait for years to understand whether or not they can stay in Canada. So, you know, well, he didn't say this to me. That could also create disincentive to work, to put down roots, to get to establish any sort of commitment to integration over time, because you don't know if you're going to be able to stay here, Mr. Speaker. And to me, that is absolutely ridiculous. So there's a burden on the system, on the IRB. My colleague, who is our Shadow Minister for Public Safety, the member from Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Jean, is going to talk later today about the impact that this massive influx of illegal migrants coming into the country has had on screening and border security. He has statistics that he's going to speak to today about how the CBSA has said that I believe it's 400%. They've actually reduced the amount of time that they spend screening people entering the country by 400%. I don't think any Canadian would be satisfied with the fact that the government is accommodating people illegally entering the country by reducing the amount of time that our border agents spend on screening them for security. Certainly this is a burden on the system. We've heard the CBSA, this is the Canadian Border Services Agency, talk about how it's placed a great strain on their resources, that they don't feel that they have enough. But again, the government's response has been, let's throw hundreds of millions of dollars at the problem, but all that has done is make things worse and make our border services, the IRB, less effective because of the demand that's being put on the system. You see, Mr. Speaker, a Liberal response to a crisis like this is throw money at the problem, not look at ways to stop the problem. And in fact, what I think the government has done here by doing things like creating a refugee camp at the U.S.-Canada border, they actually paid for heated tent trailers, has actually incented more people to come into the country through this mechanism, and that is very irresponsible. Also, I am concerned about the fact that the government has basically said, come hither through this mechanism, that might incent people in terms of human smuggling and crime. We've certainly seen cases in the media. Child pornography ring was busted up. We need to put more control on this situation. As well, my colleague is going to talk about the fact that while we've seen a great increase in people illegally entering the country, we've also seen removal orders steadily increase, but the ability of the government to actually execute those removal orders have diminished. So what I'm trying to say is that when people have been found to have no reason to be in the country and a removal order has been issued for them, that the government actually lacks the capacity to remove them. So you can come into the country illegally, you can make an asylum claim and claim social benefits for a long period of time without having your claim heard, and then after that time passes and after you've claimed all of these benefits, even if you're found to not have a legal reason to be in the country, you will have to wait a long period of time to be removed. That is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. Placing more demand on the system this way is unacceptable. And frankly, it's not fair. Canada is a country where everyone in this place will proudly say we support immigration. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of how. We want to be compassionate. But because the government has turned a blind eye to this, and people who have legally come to this country, other Canadian taxpayers are sitting here looking, going, you know, the Prime Minister stood in Edmonton, you know, only a few short months ago and looked at a Canadian veteran and said, you are asking for more than we can give. Then we have the immigration minister stand up in the House of Commons and talk about the hundreds of millions of dollars that they've proudly thrown at people illegally entering the country. That is not fair. And what I worry about as someone who supports compassionate migration, who supports planned, orderly migration, who sees migration as a key to sustaining the Canadian economy over time when done properly, legally, orderly and safely, that by abdicating the responsibility to do this, it's actually the Liberal Party that is creating divisiveness in the country, because people are starting to talk about if, then how. And people start talking about if when the government abdicates its responsibility to get the how right, which is why we've put this motion forward today to, again, think about this, Mr. Speaker. This has been going on for over 18 months. We're going into another summer. There is report after report after report that has been issued by government officials saying there's a problem, it's happening, here it is. And all the government has done is the following. Throw hundreds of millions of dollars at the problem. It's gotten worse. You know, the analogy I used in the House yesterday is that's like having a big hole in your roof during a rainstorm, and your plan is to replace the hardwoods every day. Doesn't make sense to me. But also, you know, the fact that they've actually done nothing to structurally close the problem is irresponsible, and it's taking away that social license. And I really think that that is irresponsible, not just from the expenditure of money and the prioritization of tax dollars, but also in terms of sustaining Canada's hope in immigration over time. So why do they need to table this plan? They knew that this was happening. We're projecting 400 persons a day starting now. They need to table a plan that doesn't say we're going to spend hundreds of millions of dollars. We're going to spend hundreds of millions of dollars. They need to table a plan that does one of two things, or both. Close the loophole in the Safe Third Country Agreement that I mentioned earlier, or designate the entire Canadian border as a technical official point of entry in order to stop the flow of people illegally entering the country to claim asylum. So I want to spend the last few minutes of my speech talking about the Safe Third Country Agreement and some of the things that the Liberals should be including. I hope they support this motion today when they table their plan as this motion requests by May 11th. I should note as well, Mr. Speaker, that I did try to raise this issue in the Citizenship and Immigration Committee last week. I did ask committee members to study this at the Citizenship and Immigration Committee in terms of developing a plan. The committee members did vote that down, which I think is very irresponsible, and I encourage anyone watching today to write or phone the members of the Immigration Committee that voted against that particular motion. So I want to talk about the Safe Third Country Agreement very briefly. I gave an outline of what it was, but I want to read an excerpt from an article called The Meaning of Borders, Lessons from the Last World War. It was written by a man named Howard Anglin. It was published on March 12, 2017 in iPolitics. So briefly, one of the most contentious debates during the drafting of the 1951 Convention, this is on refugees, was between the United Kingdom and France over the scope of what would become Article 31, the provision that deals with the circumvention of national borders. Recognizing that a refugee who departs from his country of origin is usually a flight, is rarely in a position to comply with the requirements for legal entry into the country of refuge. Article 31 exempts persons who enters a country seeking refuge in violation of that country's law from normal consequences of their illegal entry and presence. Worried about the large numbers of refugees in the countries bordering France, the French delegate in the drafting convention sought assurances that if those refugees crossed the border from a country where their lives were not in danger, France would be able to return them to the frontier. According to one account of the deliberations, the French delegate observed that to admit a refugee who had settled temporarily in a reception country was free to enter another would be to grant him a right of immigration which might be exercised for reasons of a more personal convenience, which frankly is what I see happening in the situation that we're seeing at the Lacoule border right now, because we certainly know with even the few cases that have been processed by the IRB, and they're very few, Mr. Speaker, that certainly not a majority of them are being found to be valid. So this argument did prevail in the drafting of Article 31. So there is an argument saying that we have international obligations. In fact, legally, the Safe Third Country Agreement is based on this exact provision that I just mentioned. So I'm going to quote some Liberals, Mr. Speaker. So after the Safe Third Country Agreement was negotiated, to preempt American talk of increasing security at the U.S.-Canada border, Prime Minister Jean Chrétien dispatched then Deputy Prime Minister John Manley to Washington to ensure that the legal flow of goods and people between the two countries was not interrupted in the resulting agreement, the Safe Third Country Agreement. Then Immigration Minister Denis Coderre signed an agreement, and he predicted personally that it would allow Canada to turn back 15,000 people a year to the United States. John Manley, at the time, Deputy Prime Minister, explained that it's not a matter of shopping for the country that you want, it's a matter of escaping the oppression that you face. So to build on this quote, I think anybody here would be hard-pressed to say that people are freeing oppression from the United States of America. In fact, I would be fairly offended if somebody said that, and I think our Foreign Affairs Minister would have a great deal of difficulty trying to explain that statement in her negotiations with NAFTA. So certainly if that's the spirit of the Safe Third Country Agreement, and certainly I know the Immigration Minister and the Prime Minister have said that they support the application of the Safe Third Country Agreement, the question must be begged, why they haven't, A, broached with the Americans to close the loophole that I mentioned earlier. I've asked the Immigration Minister this many times in committee. He says they simply haven't raised this with the Americans. So is it a lack of character, a lack of conviction, fright, something else? I don't know, Mr. Speaker. But the fact that they haven't raised this with the Americans begs why they would support the application of the agreement in the first place. You can't suck and blow, Mr. Speaker. You can't say that you support the application of the Safe Third Country Agreement and then say we're going to do nothing to close the loophole and let thousands of people enter the country. My former colleague, Jason Kenney, did try to do this. He is on the record saying that he feels that the Americans under the previous administration saw this as a way for people to self-deport into Canada. So what can we do here in Canada? What we could do in terms of having this, I'll read very quickly. The Immigration Refugee Protection Regulations define ports of entry as A place set out in Schedule 1, and B, a place designated by the Minister under Section 26 as a port of entry. Schedule 1 identifies more than 70 land ports. Section 26 refers to the authority to designate points of entry by the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. And the Minister may, on the basis of the following factors, designate a place as a port of entry as well as the port of entry's dates and hours of operation. And it lists a series of criteria. There is no reason, there might be some legal requirements around putting infrastructure in place. That could easily be changed so that the entire Canadian land border could be defined as for a technical application for the Safe Third Country Agreement so that it would apply. Then we don't need to set up tent trailers. Then we don't need to add hundreds of millions of dollars to the RCMP and CBSA for the purpose of solely managing illegal immigrants. The spirit of the agreement would apply, and frankly, as we see needs in legislation, that's what we do here. We should be seeking to solve problems. If we are going to see this agreement apply, then we should be looking to a solution like that. I would love to say we would do that if we were in government. However, it is the government's responsibility to table a plan, and that is what the spirit of this motion is today. I want to close by saying again how we got here. You'll remember that when the Americans issued an executive order around immigration, the Prime Minister tweeted, #welcome to Canada. And Mr. Speaker, of course, we saw an article in the National Post dated April the 3rd, 2018, where it outlines the confusion that was obtained through access to information, the confusion of embassies, citizenship and immigration, because all of a sudden they were inundated with requests for people saying, well, I can just come in, right? And this is when we started seeing the spike in people illegally entering the country. So certainly, Mr. Speaker, we know that this tweet, the Prime Minister has never taken responsibility for it, and certainly he's done nothing to rectify the problem that it caused. So it is incumbent upon him before the summer, before we have another 45 to 55,000 people enter the country illegally, that creates all of these issues, to solve it. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to support this motion, and I call upon the government to table a concrete plan that doesn't just replace the hardwood, but actually solves the issue that we have and get back to the principle of compassionate, planned, orderly migration. Thank you.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député d'Acadie-Bathurst.
The honourable member for Acadie-Bathurst. Well, here we see again the Conservative strategy, which is about fear-mongering. Mr. Speaker, I took some notes from the honourable member's speech. Canadians, all people are checked with respect to their identity, in terms of security, their documents are checked, and if we can't prove that these people do not meet our criteria, they're sent back. Mr. Speaker, we inherited an immigration system from the previous government. Now, in her speech, the honourable member said that we'd been throwing money, wasting money left and right. Mr. Speaker, what we did do, $140 million was invested to process these asylum seekers as quickly as possible, and more than $400 million to the immigration budget. Now, the honourable member said on several occasions that we should be investing more. We should have invested more in 2018. We did. Over $100 million. So does she want us to invest more money, yes or no? Yes or no, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, for those who might be listening to the floor feed and couldn't understand my colleague, what my colleague started off his speech by saying was that I was fear-mongering. So you have a Liberal Prime Minister who stood in Halifax last weekend and talked about divisive politics, yet the number one thing that the Liberals put when any person in this place says, we would like to have a planned, orderly, compassionate immigration system. We encourage immigration. It should be done orderly, fair, and safely. They say that we're fear-mongering. Now, think about how irresponsible that is. Think about bringing up the concept of fear-mongering, and I'm not going to go into what that means, but anybody listening knows what that means, as opposed to coming up with a plan. And that's such a liberal leftist tactic, is rather than deal with the problem, they go fear-mongering. So I think Canadians are rejecting that en masse. Canadians are rejecting that sort of divisive politics. My colleague also once again tried to, talk about, he defended this by saying we're spending, what, $1 billion, $2 billion, I don't know. I would just push back and say, look at your metrics, Mr. Speaker. What is it, 100% increase over the last 3 months last year, tens of thousands more people coming in. The problem is not being solved. And Mr. Speaker, Canadians who understand that tax dollars have a prioritization don't think that this is the best expenditure of money. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her comments. Let me first say this very clearly. I absolutely agree that there needs to be a study on this issue so that we can work on a plan, that the Conservative claims that they want it to be compassionate and orderly. Yet at this motion, with this motion, they insist on misrepresenting the situation using words like illegal. Now, the member sits on the Committee for Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship, and she knows the file. And so from that perspective, she ought to know that in the Immigration Refugee Protection Act, sections 117 and 133 specifically specifically indicates that a person could cross to Canada irregularly, and that by crossing over irregularly, that they are not, and I emphasize the word not, committing a crime, that they're not committing the crime under the criminal code. Given that that is the fact of the case, given that Canada accepts people who come over irregularly within the Immigration Refugee Protection Act, why would the member and the Conservatives insist on fear-mongering with the term illegal?
Honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, so if you come to the United States border, you will see a large sign that says, "Do not cross, you will be arrested." And then when people do that, including people that are entering the country to claim asylum, what happens to them? They are arrested. So therefore, it is illegal. So we are sitting here arguing semantics over the fact that people are illegally entering our country instead of coming up with a plan to encourage orderly, planned migration. And why does the NDP want to do this? Because they, with the Liberals, don't want to see a plan in place where we encourage people to enter the country through planned, orderly migration. That is the fact here. And you know what? News outlets have used this term. I'm not going to sit here and argue semantics. What I'm asking for is action, Mr. Speaker. Action on the fact.
Order. I'm not far from the member who's speaking, but I'm having a hard time hearing her with all the shouting. I'll let the member proceed, please.
Here, Mr. Speaker. It's because, for some reason, the Liberals will not table a plan to stop this problem. If the policy of the Liberal government is now to encourage people to illegally enter the country and claim asylum, then just say that. People will hold them to account in the next election. That is not the immigration system that I envision for our country. I want to ensure that the world's most vulnerable have priority access into our country and that we have planned, orderly migration that meets the needs of the Canadian economy, not billions of dollars of unaccounted federal money that we don't have that makes the problem worse.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for, I'm sorry, I was going to go somewhere, but Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for her amazing speech. I know that she worked long and hard on that one. Mr. Speaker, in my riding, and particularly my hometown, there is a church community that has been waiting for 4 years for a Syrian refugee family for which they've been trying to settle them. I know that each time the backlog gets longer and longer, groups like the church community in my community that have been waiting for the Syrian refugee are continually told that it's going to be a longer and longer wait. I was wondering if my colleague has any comments about that.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, I think we should celebrate as a country the fact that we have so many families, so many groups across this country that privately raise money to sponsor people to this country, to start new lives, to contribute to the Canadian economy, that are fleeing areas of persecution. That is something that we should be promoting, we should be encouraging more of, and we should be supporting more robustly. Think about the hundreds of millions of dollars that the government is spending to accommodate illegal migrants into this country. If that could go into, ESL programs in small communities or processing of privately sponsored refugees. I know, Mr. Speaker, there are 45,000 cases where people have raised money to bring people into the country legally, and what the government has been doing is redirecting processing resources from those streams to Montreal to process illegal border crossers. What kind of message does that send to people who are trying to support this wonderful process that we have in our country? What kind of a message does it send to somebody who's trying to reunify with one of their family members? Mr. Speaker, the priorities here of this government are backwards. We're arguing semantics. We are arguing about spending hundreds of millions of dollars when there are technical, very easy legal fixes that could restore order to our immigration system, and yet the government just doesn't even want to talk about them. They don't even acknowledge that they exist. And to me, Mr. Speaker, that is divisive. That is what is going to cause loss of social license in this country for immigration. That is what is really irresponsible. They should table a plan. It should be concrete. It should have legal actions to stop the flow, not just accommodate people coming here. And that's what our focus should be. And certainly, Mr. Speaker, that is what a Conservative government did and would do in the future.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Three brief comments. First of all, in response, in terms of the context of a robust debate, in response to the member for Peace River Westlock, it is precisely because of people like his constituents who are trying to privately sponsor Syrian refugees that we have quadrupled the amount of private sponsorship that is available in this country as compared to the number that was put forward by the previous government under their tenure at the head of this file. Second point, I actually find it quite astounding that the member who raised this motion, the member from Calgary Nose Hill, has raised Minister Jason Kenney as some sort of paragon of proper stewardship or administration of the immigration portfolio. A man under whose watch health care for refugees was cut, a man under whose watch refugee selection from the Middle East during the height of the Syrian refugee crisis was done on selective minority religious grounds only, and a man under whose watch processing times ballooned to the point where waiting times were 2 to 3 years. But my question is specifically for the member for Calgary Nose Hill is with respect to the myth that her and her party continue to propagate in this House and outside of this House, which is that somehow inland asylum seekers are queue jumping. Mr. Speaker, clearly there is a humanitarian category, and there are separate categories for people who come here for permanent residence status under family reunification or economic migration. The two categories are distinct and disparate. After 2.5 years as the opposition critic, I would have thought the member for Calgary Nose Hill would have an understanding of that specific differentiation.
Well, member for Calgary Nose Hill in 45 seconds or less,
I think that the Liberal Party is in for a big wake-up call because everything that the member just said, people are going to be like aghast at. Very quickly on healthcare, I think many Canadians would say that those who legally enter the country should have priority access to our generous social programs, and that we actually have to talk about the sustainability of our social programs in terms of our immigration system through the concept of planned orderly migration. With regard to the selection of refugees, it took me over a year to convince this government to bring in Yazidi genocide survivors through their Syrian refugee initiative, and it was that member opposite that sat in a committee meeting with me and disgustingly for an entire summer tried to argue why they shouldn't come here. That's the principles of the Liberal government. We will always stand proudly and support planned orderly migration as opposed to the disaster that this government has shamefully turned our immigration system.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to begin by pointing out that I'll be sharing my time with the member from Ajax. I appreciate this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to have an important debate on Canada's approach to addressing irregular migration. The world is facing an unprecedented movement of people, with 65 million children, women and men on the move. Canada, of course, is not immune to the challenges presented by a rise in displaced people, nor must we turn our backs on our humanitarian tradition. I'm proud of our government's record and leadership on this file. Most of all, I'm proud of Canadians' kindness, generosity, and commitment to human rights both at home and abroad. At the same time, our government believes in an orderly, rules-based and efficient immigration system. Make no mistake, we are steadfast in our commitment to protecting the safety and security of Canadians and of our border. That is precisely why we're investing the appropriate resources into our border security agencies with a further investment of $173.2 million announced in Budget 2018. While the Conservatives like to talk a good game on border security, their record is abysmal, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the Harper Conservatives cut nearly $400 million from the Canada Border Services Agency. They devastated the asylum system and left asylum claimants waiting for years to get a hearing and a decision on their cases. They callously cut off refugee health care. People who, refugees including pregnant women, victims of torture, were told, thank you, but you have no access to health care. This is a practice that Canadian courts ruled as cruel and unusual treatment. All of these policies failed to provide timely protection to vulnerable people. Their policies failed to ensure well-supported border operations. Their policies failed to minimize the impact on provincial health and social services. And they failed to live up to what Canadians expect of their government, which is courage, strength, leadership, and compassion. Now the Conservatives are arguing against our investments in border security. They're arguing against our investments in making faster decision-making processes in our asylum claims. Instead, they have at various times proposed to deploy the military against families fleeing conflict and persecution. They have suggested that we break international law by preventing people from making asylum claims. And they've incredulously suggested that we turn the entire 9,000-kilometer stretch of the border into one continuous official border crossing. I'm eager to hear my colleague from across the way explain how she intends to have enough border agents stationed continuously along 9,000 kilometers, while at the same time eliminating the additional funding that we've invested into the border security agencies. Designating the entire border as an official border crossing would also mean that all legitimate travel, business travelers, tourists, trucks carrying goods, would be allowed at any point along the border. They can't decide if they want to close down our borders completely or open a 9,000-kilometer border. These are not real solutions, Mr. Speaker. This is throwing everything against the wall and hoping something sticks. Even more irresponsibly, Conservatives are now trying to pit immigrants against refugees. The asylum system, as they should know, is fundamentally different than all other areas of our immigration system. And there is a completely separate process in place for asylum claims, one that has absolutely no bearing on wait times for immigrants. This is especially rich, again, coming from a party whose failed immigration policies kept families apart for years, forced vulnerable women to stay in abusive relationships, refused to act in the face of the world's largest refugee crisis, and failed to secure and rescue Yazidi women and girls. Our government is laser-focused on protecting the safety and security of Canadians, securing our border, upholding our humanitarian obligations, treating people with dignity and compassion, and following the law. And here's how our government is doing just that. Our paramount priority, as I said, is the safety and security of Canadians, and we're making investments into strengthening border security. Let me be clear, every individual is carefully screened and no one is released into our community until they have cleared security checks. Canada is a signatory to international conventions, and we have legal as well as moral obligations to assess asylum claims and not turn people away who have legitimate fears of persecution, violence, and risk to their lives. However, irregular crossings do not provide a free ticket to Canada, and we have gone to great lengths to ensure that asylum seekers are well informed about the robust assessment process in place. We've undertaken an extensive outreach program to reach potential migrant communities to ensure that they understand Canadian immigration laws and the consequences of crossing the border irregularly. We also know that quick decision-making on asylum claims is vital for minimizing pressure on social services, while ensuring that asylum claims are not in limbo for years. That is why we're investing an additional $74 million into the Immigration and Refugee Board to speed up asylum claims. We've worked with provinces and other partners to take what we learned last summer and develop a national operations plan to manage possible scenarios and any fluctuations at the border. We've established an intergovernmental working group of federal and provincial ministers to address emerging issues quickly and ensure a coordinated approach. We've reviewed our operations and developed more flexible and nimble procedures that can adapt to shifting movements. This includes cutting processing times for work permits from 3 months to 3 weeks, deploying mobile processing teams to the border, expanding our footprint in locations such as Montreal, and working with our partners in Quebec and Ontario on innovative solutions. Finally, we have continuously engaged with our U.S. colleagues, including a meeting just yesterday between my colleague, the Minister of Public Safety, and the U.S. Secretary for Homeland Security to ensure seamless cooperation in managing our common border. This includes working together to understand movements, share information, and address issues such as visa granting in source countries. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to emphasize that all of our actions to date underscore our commitment to a well-functioning process that protects Canadians. Independent observers such as the UN refugee agencies have praised Canada's handling of the situation. Just last week, the head of the UNHCR in Canada said that, quote, Canada's border is secure. Canada is very well equipped to respond to any increased number of asylum seekers in Canada, and that the Government of Canada adapted to the increase with measures that reduced congestions at land ports of entry and strengthened asylum processing capacity. Our government is unwavering in our commitment to protect Canadians while supporting a strong asylum system and meeting our obligations to provide due process to persons seeking protection. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate having an opportunity to participate in this important debate. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have been trying to get this information from the minister for months and months, so I would love the opportunity today. I know many Canadians are watching and would like this simple piece of information. Between the increases in demand at the IRB, processing, demand on the social programs of provinces, including healthcare, affordable housing, how much per year is the government forecasting that the increase in illegal asylum claimants, or people who are entering the country illegally to claim asylum from the United States, how much is that going to cost? Is this included in the federal budget? And how much is this going to add to the federal deficit? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for her question. We have made investments in Budget 2018 to address precisely what the honourable member is addressing. Budget 2018 contained an investment of $173.2 million for border security operations, as well as an investment of $74 million in the Immigration Refugee Board. In addition to that, to minimize pressures on the provincial social services, we have invested heavily as a department to fast-track the issuing of work permits. And this is important, Mr. Speaker, because when you issue a work permit to an asylum seeker, they are less likely to rely on provincial social services. They will rely on themselves by getting a job and supporting themselves while they wait for asylum claims, while they wait for their case to make it through the Immigration Refugee Board, which we have also invested in, as I said, so that asylum claims can go through faster. This is precisely something that the province of Quebec had asked us to do last year, because they said they were concerned about the numbers, and therefore they wanted us to equip asylum seekers faster with work permits. We listened, we responded, and that is how we're addressing this situation, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the minister for his comments. I know that in today's speech, the minister is now using the word irregular, to which I'm glad to see and to hear. Now, on March the 19th at committee, the minister, under aggressive questioning from the Conservatives, conceded to the word illegal. And in fact, he said he was, quote, happy to use the term illegal to describe these asylum seekers. Perhaps the minister has now had a chance to review the Immigration Refugee Protection Act, sections 117 and 133, and realize that under the Act, that those individuals who cross over through irregular crossings are doing it within the law. So if that's the case, will the minister please apologize to the asylum seekers for using the word illegal? And second to this question, on the investment to the IRB, the government's providing $74 million to the processing of the claims. The minister must know that there are some 46,000 cases in the backlog, and that there are some 2,100 cases in increases every month. That the $74 million will not even reduce half of the backlog that is existing in our system. So will the minister also commit to increasing dollars to the IRB so that they can do their jobs effectively to protect the integrity of our immigration system?
Minister of Immigration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for her questions. On the IRB, we have made that initial investment of $74 million for faster processing of refugee claims. We feel that this is an important investment because when you have a refugee claimant, when they have a legitimate claim for refugee protection, the faster that they can get their decision, the faster and better it is for them not to have their life in limbo, and they can integrate faster into the community and move on with their lives. For those who do not have a legitimate claim for asylum, then they can be removed faster from Canada, which is something that we would like to do. In addition to that, the honourable member should know that the IRB, prior to this investment, has achieved a productivity growth of 40% in its ability to finalize cases. That is very encouraging news, and it shows that the IRB's efforts to find efficiencies, to improve processing internally before even we made the budget investment was working, is working. We have an independent review of the IRB that was launched by this government. That report is coming up soon. We will see what further recommendations that are contained in that report so that we can see what additional resources that the IRB may require in addition to the internal efficiencies that they were able to achieve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I recently had the opportunity to visit Lacal and to have an opportunity to speak to the men and women who serve at the Canadian Border Services Agency in immigration with the RCMP, who do a remarkable job every single day, not only keeping our border safe, but making sure that we are fair and that we uphold Canadian values. I had an opportunity to speak with the people who live on the border, to speak with the local officials and either municipal or local leaders about their experience of what is happening in Lacal and how we can do better and what we're doing right. But let's be very clear on the process first. Canada is a signatory to a UN convention that guarantees that when people land on our soil, that we will ensure the veracity of their refugee claim. That is something that should be baked into the DNA of our country, because the experience globally of people arriving on another country's land, when their lives are in peril, when they are the most vulnerable people in the world, we have an obligation to assure the veracity of that claim. Now, if that claim is not valid, if they are an economic migrant or if they are somebody whose life is not in peril as a result of being sent back to their country of origin, then obviously they're going to be turned away. There are no free tickets. But the idea that we would not attest to the veracity of that claim is abhorrent and frankly is an aberration from all-party consensus that has existed on this issue for a great length of time. Because while Canada has done great and proud things when it comes to refugees and people who've landed on our shores, so too have we made mistakes. While we've done well dealing with situations with Vietnamese boat people, or in the Congo, or in Sri Lanka, or most recently in Syria, there have been other examples. For example, Jewish individuals who were sent away that were abhorrent. So we have to separate out those two things. It seems that the picture that's being painted by the Conservatives is that people walk onto Canadian soil and somehow evade the rest of the system. There's even talk that it's going to slow down the rest of the system when across the board, and the immigration minister was just speaking, we've reduced those waiting times. And the result of the investments that we put in were able to be seen firsthand in Lacal to make sure that we're able to process those volumes, that we can go in and target the communities that are coming in large numbers. So last year it was Haitians. We saw a huge number of Haitians coming. This year it's a large number of individuals coming from Nigeria, looking at what are the specific reasons that large migrations of people from those communities are happening, and specifically target them, because frankly it is an enormous waste of their time and our resources to just send them back. But when we take a look at some of the proposals that have been proposed by the Conservatives in alternative to how we're dealing with this issue, this makes no sense. In fact, I would say the numbers of illegal migrants, of migrants that come across our border, the number of refugee and asylum claimants in any given year do vary greatly from year to year. We have fluctuations in different periods in the 2000s that were very high, in some points even higher than we have now. And then we have years that are lighter. But the MP for Beauce suggesting we should militarize the border, I think is something that makes no sense, and I don't see how it would in any way improve the situation. Cutting transit funding for municipalities who try to help asylum seekers, to me, makes absolutely no sense. And maybe the one that makes the least sense of all of them is from Calgary Nose Hill, the MP suggesting, well, let's just declare the entire border a port of entry. The only way that that could be effective is across every thousands of kilometers of our border. We would have to have border agents standing shoulder to shoulder, effectively turning people back. And the net effect of that, of course, Mr. Speaker, was that some of the most vulnerable peoples will be pushed into even more vulnerable, dangerous circumstances. If we have any doubt of that, we only need to take a look at actions that were taken on the American border, where when they created a situation where it was harder and harder to cross, we saw spikes in deaths in perhaps the 10,000, it's estimated. And they have an enormous problem there. So the solution is not pushing people deep into forests and crossing lakes in the middle of the night with their children. If that's the suggestion of the Conservatives, then it's one that I wholeheartedly reject. When they talk about a hole in our system, the hole that was cut into the Canadian fabric was the $390 million they cut from the Canadian Border Services Agency, was the cut that they made to IRB, the cuts that they made to immigration. The hole that they talk about being cut in the fabric of our system was when they said that they were going to deny refugees health care. The hole that was cut in our fabric was when we all watched the crisis unfolding in Syria and we saw absolutely no action from our government, a complete departure from historical norms of what our country would do. We have more than doubled the number of refugees that we've taken into this country. We've more than quadrupled the number of private individuals or number of private sponsorships, because we understand, as I think and I know Canadians do, that we have an obligation to protect our most vulnerable peoples. That when people think of Canada, they see us as a nation that ensures we protect and assist those most in need. And the reality is most of those crossing at Lacal don't fit into that category. But where they don't, they're turned back. And what we need to be doing is dispensing information collaboratively in a bipartisan way to help folks understand that that futile journey isn't going to work for them, that there is a process that exists where they can make application. And that's something that I think we should be doing together. So while there is no magic solution, we know that the answer lies in working within the context of the existing process. Mr. Speaker, personally, I think this is an issue that is one that deserves a lot more than talking points. There's no question that when people see people crossing at the border, there becomes a concern around the abusive process and how it might work. And distorting the facts, trying to propagate false information about what that system is and how it works and how different categories of refugees or different categories of immigrants move through different processes. That distortion creates confusion that can be exploited politically. But I would say that this is far too important for that. That making sure that we do the right thing to protect the world's most vulnerable people, making sure that we do the right thing to uphold the international conventions that we've signed, making sure that we do turn back effectively those individuals do not have legitimate claims, should be a goal that we all share. And solutions that are fantastical and are surface, and where the members must know, absolutely must know that they would not work in any practical sense, must be rejected. And on that basis, I find it unfortunate that this motion is in front of us, but I also find it fortunate because it gives us a chance to illuminate the facts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member, I think, outlined the government's position on this issue. I just have a question. If he doesn't agree with the member for Calgary-Nose Hills' suggestion that the government work with the United States to amend the Safe Third Party Agreement to declare the entire 9,000-kilometre border a port of entry, then why doesn't the government simply declare Lacal in Quebec, which he has visited, and talked to local officials there? Why not declare that a port of entry? If people are coming through that point irregularly, why not just declare that point at other points in the country where people are coming through a port of entry so that these claimants will be treated, these persons will be treated the same as every other person who tries to enter Canada through an official port of entry.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, and I appreciate the member's question. My concern is based on international experience on this issue. If we were to turn Lacal into a legal port of entry, then very simply they would go elsewhere. These are people who are seeking to cross irregularly. They're seeking to evade the current system. And the example, and I bring us back to the example of the United States, because in the United States, when in El Paso, when the decision was made to create effectively the entire border, a blockage on the entire border, and there were border agents literally lined up for miles and miles in every direction to block people. What ended up happening is those people moved into the desert. And they still have the same movement of people. Okay, it hasn't fixed the problem at all. In fact, the number of illegal migrants is just as large. The difference is that there's been about 10,000 who've died in the desert. They've simply been forced into more dangerous, more vulnerable positions. Where women and children are dying in dangerous places. Canada is no different than this in the sense that we have a very formidable wilderness. And what we need to do instead is to be able to get into the places where misinformation is being disseminated in these communities to stop them from making this futile journey. Because if their claim is not legitimate, they will be turned back. And secondly, we need to work with our American counterparts to ensure that people who are coming into the United States aren't just coming with the intention of trying to jump to Canada. And obviously that is something that we're working with the United States as well. This is a complicated situation, but there is firm international evidence that if we take inappropriate action, that it will lead to a continuation of the problem and loss of life.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech that really focused on Lacal through Roxham, which is in my riding, where people have gathered a number of times to ask questions to find out what exactly is happening, what's the Safe Third Country Agreement, and we know that this situation is due to the fact that there are a number of declarations from Mr. Trump in the United States, and it may increase because there are some temporary permits that will be revoked. They won't be extended. There will be no extension of those temporary permits. So a number of groups in the United States, groups of immigrants, would like to come into Canada in an irregular manner, which is not a crime, as my colleague said. So there are a number of groups like Amnesty International, Bridges Not Borders locally, and about 200 law professors who say that the Safe Third Country Agreement should be suspended, as the NDP has been calling for a year and a half. And my colleague, in addition, said a number of times that everything was going well in the best of all worlds, that services were going well, but we see that there are over 20 months for waiting times, and there's a backlog of nearly 46,000 cases at the IRB. So things aren't going in an ideal way. We need a structured plan. We need investments to be made in the right places, CBSA and at the IRB, and I hope the government has an answer to this, because otherwise things will continue to accentuate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, 45 seconds or less, please. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I mentioned Lacal because I recently visited it, but the same situation exists throughout Canada at the border. And second, the situation is certainly not perfect. We need to continue to work on this issue, put money into it, and certainly this is why we've offered significant sums of money. So I hope we'll work with the member on this issue. Resuming debate.
Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. For 15 months now, I've been raising the issue around irregular border crossings in this House, at committee, and in the public. As you may remember, it started with you granting my request for an emergency debate on this very subject in January 2017. Since that time, we have seen the influx in irregular border crossings and asylum claims. And back on April 10, 2017, at the Immigration and Citizenship Committee, I moved a motion for the committee to study the issue of irregular crossings. Unfortunately, the Liberal members of the committee saw fit to adjourn debate on my motion repeatedly. Not only did they not want to study the issue, they refused to even have a debate on the need to study the situation. Fast forward to 2017, fast forward to April 17, 2018. I once again tried to advance the need to study the issue at committee. Again, I was impeded from doing so. It wasn't until last Tuesday that I was, despite attempts to shut me down, able to make mention of a motion that I would like to see pass at committee. And that motion was for the committee to look at the impact of the increase of asylum claims on the RCMP, on CBSA, the IRCC, the provinces, and the NGOs that provided settlement services in areas where these crossings are more frequent, and for the study to hear from both the Minister of Immigration and the Minister of Public Safety. You know that, Mr. Speaker, that my motion to study the issue differs from that of the Conservatives. It does not aim to misrepresent a situation, to create fear, and to further inflame anti-refugee sentiments. Since the Trump administration took office, I've called for the Canadian government to condemn Trump's discriminatory, anti-immigrant policies and to work with the international community to devise a plan to address the fact that we now have a powerful leader in the free world, our next-door neighbor no less, openly targeting the immigrant and refugee community, striking fear in their hearts and minds, and creating an unstable environment for their well-being. It is truly a shame that many developed nations, including the United States, have seen a significant rise in anti-immigrant and anti-refugee rhetoric and policy implementation. As a result, despite unprecedented need for refugee resettlement, many of the world's wealthiest nations are turning their backs on people in desperate need. I am proud to say that Canadians have gone against this trend. But their compassion and humanitarianism cannot be taken for granted. That is why I first brought this issue up in this place over a year ago. We must ensure that the integrity of our system is world-class and that Canadians trust it. That is why provinces must not be left to fend for themselves. And in 2017, we saw 20,593 individuals make an inland asylum claim through an irregular crossing. And in 2017, we also saw 22,140 individuals make an asylum claim through a regular border crossing. That is a total of 42,733. Now, in 2018 so far, we have seen 6,373 irregular crossings. The vast majority of them, to be exact, 5,609 crossed over in Quebec. Even though about 40% of them say that they are planning to settle elsewhere in Canada, there is no denying that the impact is significant for the province to manage. That is why we need to have leadership from the federal government. Globally, the United Nations estimates that there are over 65 million people forcibly displaced. And of those, 22.5 million are refugees, and 50% of the refugees are under the age of 18. These levels are unprecedented. And just to put everything into perspective, including the Syrian Refugee Initiative, Canada's resettlement efforts, its contribution to the global stage is only 0.1%, Mr. Speaker. So before anyone jumps up and down and shouts for us to close the borders, we should keep these figures in mind. That does not mean to say that Canada should not seriously study the issue and devise a plan. New Democrats have been calling on the Liberals to develop a comprehensive, durable solution that will protect the rights of asylum seekers, to maintain the integrity of our system, and to ensure that this influx does not result in a strain on border communities. I am sad to say that instead of a proactive approach, the Liberals has resorted to a reactionary approach, taking action only when absolutely forced to. This failure to lead is giving oxygen to those who want to misrepresent and fan fears of division. In fact, the Conservatives' motion before us today positions themselves as champions for exactly that kind of an approach. To be clear, I support the call for a study, but the deliberate words chosen to misrepresent the situation in this Conservative motion is not an approach that I support. Mr. Speaker, at the right time, I will move an amendment for this motion, but before I do that, let's fully examine the Conservative motion. First, on the use of the word illegal in this motion. There is no question that the Conservatives are intentionally labeling irregular crossings as, quote, illegal crossings. That's plain wrong. To be clear, asylum seekers crossing an official border crossings are making irregular crossings, not illegal crossings. Crossing the border at a point not designated as a port of entry is not an offense under the criminal code. On the contrary, the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act states specifically in Section 113 that, and I quote, "A person who has claimed refugee protection, who came to Canada directly or indirectly from the country in respect of which the claim is made, may not be charged with an offense under 122, paragraph 124, 1A, or Section 127 of this Act, or under Section 57, 340C, or Section 354, 366, 368, 374, or 403 of the Criminal Code," end quote. The IRPA also states in Section 117, subsection 2, that, and I quote, "A person who seeks to enter Canada at a place other than a port of entry must appear without delay for examination at the port of entry that is nearest to the place," end quote. And, Mr. Speaker, that is exactly what is happening. Just so everyone is clear on the process, after crossing irregularly, individuals are taken into custody, they are questioned, and their identity is checked. Once cleared by the RCMP, they'll be handed over to the CBSA for processing. They are interviewed about their personal history, how they got to Canada, fingerprinted, photographed, and asked to fill out paperwork, and a background check is done. If the person is deemed admissible, their case is transferred to the IRB to adjudicate their refugee claim. No one is jumping the queue, and individuals found not to have met what is prescribed to be a refugee under Canadian law, his or her claim would be rejected by the IRB. That's how the system works and how it should work. These asylum seekers are following Canadian laws. I was deeply troubled by how quickly the Minister of Immigration himself capitulated to aggressive questioning from the Conservatives at committee on March 19th about the use of the word illegal to describe irregular crossers. In fact, he said he was, quote, happy to use that term. It's like as if the Minister of Immigration is ignorant of Sections 117 and 133 of the Immigration Refugee Protection Act. What the heck? He is only the minister responsible for the act. If the issues weren't so serious, it would make for a good joke. Second, the motion raises the issue of gaps in screening. The way in which it is worded in the motion, you think that every illegal border crosser has failed the security screening. To be clear, with the influx in irregular crossings, the government should address gaps in screening where they may exist. However, we should take care not to smear all asylum seekers with the same brush. Currently, only 1% of all asylum seekers, regular and irregular, are detained for security reasons. Officials will use extensive information sharing networks with allies around the world to determine an individual's admissibility to Canada. Individuals could be inadmissible for security reasons if they committed serious crimes or other financial or health reasons. If a person is deemed inadmissible, they must leave Canada and may be detained pending removal. That is the current process right now. Everything is done by the book, and to suggest otherwise is simply wrong. And third, on the point of the Prime Minister's #Welcome to Canada tweet, well, I saw that tweet, and you know, when I saw it, I was proud to be a Canadian. The issue here is not the sentiment behind the tweet, but the fact that the Prime Minister's rhetoric does not match his actions. The Liberals have failed to ensure adequate resources are provided to the provinces and agencies working on the ground to deal with the influx with irregular crossings. In fact, the federal government provides no resources to NGOs in support of inland refugee claimants. Provinces and agencies should not be abandoned by the federal government when it comes to inland asylum seekers. The federal government needs to take a leadership role and be a true partner with them. The NDP is therefore calling for the government to match their words with action. Let's talk the talk, and you must walk the walk. The vast majority of Canadians take pride in Canada's compassionate stance in welcoming refugees to Canada. We saw that through the Syrian Refugee Initiative, when overwhelmingly Canadians stepped up to volunteer and to privately sponsor refugees to Canada. Even today, Canadians continue to call on the government to lift the cap on the privately sponsored refugees to Canada. The failure of the Liberals to match action with words will only give oxygen to those who want to instill division and fear in the hearts and minds of Canadians, and this needs to stop. Fourth, the Conservative suggests that this is somehow a loophole in the Safe Third Country Agreement. They are wrong. The Conservatives are taking a page out of the Trump discriminatory anti-refugee rhetoric by advocating for Canada to apply the Safe Third Country Agreement to the entire border, thereby effectively erecting an invisible wall on Canada's border. At a time when there's an unprecedented number of people in the world that have been forcibly displaced, Canada must continue to do our part. And again, to put things in perspective, even with the Syrian Refugee Initiative, Canada's resettlement effort to this global crisis is only 0.1% of the total need. Instead of pandering to the alt-right, the Liberals need to stand strong and reaffirm that Canada is a fair and compassionate country that respects and celebrates our diversity. Canada can afford to continue to be a beacon of hope on the international stage. For those who are wondering where the money will come from, if Canada closes the stock option loopholes for the ultra-rich, shut down access to tax havens, we can reinvest those lost revenues to the most vulnerable. To show leadership, the Liberals should not allow this hateful and divisive approach of pitting the vulnerable against the vulnerable win the day. Canada needs to show leadership and to live up to its obligations under the international law as signatories to the 1951 UN Refugee Convention and its 1967 protocol. That's why when the Prime Minister on November 23rd took a dramatic departure from his original #Welcome to Canada tweet and started to parrot anti-refugee rhetoric by stating, and I quote, "Would-be Canadians need more than just a desire for a better economic future if they expect to be granted refugee status in this country," end quote. I was truly ashamed to see this. by insinuating that refugees are trying to cheat the system and jumping the queue is the textbook far-right anti-refugee rhetoric, and a level that I did not expect the Prime Minister would stoop to. If the Prime Minister can reduce himself to that level of rhetoric, no wonder the Conservatives are now suggesting we close our border to irregular crossings with an invisible wall by declaring the entire border an authorized port of entry. No doubt the Conservatives are inspired by the Trump's overblown obsession to build a wall. And when the Conservatives suggest that irregular border crossings are a loophole in the Safe Third Country Agreement, they are deliberately misleading Canadians. Section 117 and 113 of IRPA clearly shows that assertion is false. The Democrats and experts agree that the problem itself on orderly crossings is the Safe Third Country Agreement. For over a year now, I've been calling for this government to invoke Article 10 of the Safe Third Country Agreement and to provide written notice to the United States that we are suspending the agreement. If the Safe Third Country Agreement is suspended, asylum seekers can make safe, orderly crossings at designated ports of entry. This will protect the rights of the asylum seekers, provide safety and stability to Canada's border communities most impacted by this influx, and allow for the government agencies such as the RCMP, CBSA, IRCC, and the IRB to strategically deploy personnel and resources necessary to establish border infrastructure instead of this ad hoc approach. This is the rational, reasonable response to this situation. And furthermore, immigration is in the federal jurisdiction. The federal government has a responsibility to provide leadership on this issue and to ensure that the situation does not negatively impact provincial governments and services. Quebec has seen the overwhelming majority of irregular border crossings. The situation is having an impact on their budgets and service provision. That is not right. And when the Quebec government reached out for assistance, the Minister of Immigration opted to chastise them instead, and that is not acceptable. In addition to suspending the Safe Third Country Agreement, the NDP has long been calling on the government to provide the needed resources to provincial governments impacted government agencies such as the CBSA, RCMP, IRCC, and IRB, and resettlement agencies on the ground. It is unacceptable to pit vulnerable groups against vulnerable groups and to allow for asylum claim influx to negatively impact Canada's access to vital social and health services. Quebec should not have to fight the federal government for resources they need to help with the influx. Their requests should have been met immediately. And aside from the support for the provinces, the government also needs to show leadership and to ensure that the IRB has the appropriate resources. Mr. Speaker, I wholeheartedly agree that the government has mishandled the situation, but I cannot support this motion. The Liberals is ignoring the situation, and the Conservatives is engaging in fear-mongering, hyperbole to stroke anti-refugee sentiment. Neither party is approaching this situation responsibly. Suspend the Safe Third Country. That's the way to go forward. Mr. Speaker, at this point, I would like to move a motion seconded by the member from Laurier-Sainte-Marie, an amendment that the motion be amended. A, replacing the words, quote, crisis created by the influx of thousands of illegal border crossers traveling across our southern border between ports of entry, that the agencies responsible for dealing with this crisis have found gaps in security screening for newly arrived refugee claimants, quote, with the words, quote, situation created by the influx of thousands of irregular border crossers traveling across our southern border between ports of entry, that the agencies responsible for dealing with this influx should address gaps in screening where they may be found, end quote. B, replacing the words, quote, irresponsibility of tweeting hashtag welcome to Canada to those seeking to enter Canada through illegal means, end quote, with the words, quote, irresponsibility of tweeting hashtag welcome to Canada to those seeking to enter Canada through irregular means without following the rhetoric with action to maintain the integrity of Canada's asylum system, end quote. And C, deleting all of the words in subparagraph D1 and substituting the following, quote, addressing the influx of people irregularly entering Canada from the United States through the suspension of the Safe Third Country Agreement, end quote. I hope my amendments will be accepted so that we can have a rational debate about the impact of irregular crossings without fear-mongering and determine what actions should be taken to address the issues without violating Canada's international commitments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It is my duty to inform honourable members that an amendment to an opposition motion may be moved only when the consent of the sponsor of the motion, or with the consent of the sponsor of the motion. Therefore, I ask the honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill if she consents to this amendment being moved. No, unfortunately, we don't have a consent. Therefore, there is no consent. Therefore, pursuant to Standing Order 85, the amendment cannot be moved at this time. Questions and comments, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think that most Canadians would agree that this government in particular has built a Canada or improved upon our country in a way that we demonstrate that we are open and welcoming to those in need of protection. And I can't help but think that we have it right when the Conservatives are accusing us of doing not enough in terms of security, and then the NDP are accusing us of doing not enough in terms of affording those protection who are in need of it. But I take issue particularly with the comment that was made by my colleague from the NDP when she said that this government is demonstrating what it's willing to do in only a reactionary measure. When the reality of the situation is we've invested $173 million into security to strengthen security operations. We've worked with provinces and territories to develop operational plans. We have extensive outreach into potential migrant communities. We've expanded the processing capacity in Montreal, and we're continuously working with our U.S. colleagues on how we can make sure that this happens in a proper fashion and that everything is dealt with appropriately. How can she actually say that we are reacting instead of proactively taking forward measures, which we are doing, and I have illustrated in the few ways that we're doing that.
Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his comments. You know, it's interesting. The Liberals always take this perspective to say, well, the Liberals are adopting the right position because the Conservatives are leaning to the far right, and that the NDP, when we put forward reasonable suggestions and solutions to the issue, they're saying, oh, but they are actually going too far left. The reality is this to the member. The reality is that when people are forced to cross over through irregular crossings, they're risking life and limb to do so. When they're being forced to do that, they're actually putting border communities under enormous pressure and stress. And that's exactly what we're seeing play out right now before our eyes. And what could alleviate that is to stop forcing people go through irregular crossings. Suspend the Safe Third Country Agreement, and then you will have orderly crossings through the borders, and that you will alleviate these problems that are being created. Now, the member liked to say that the government is doing everything that they can. If they're doing everything that they can, then why is the IRB only just this year receiving $74 million to their budget? And that $74 million does not even address half of the backlog that's already in the system, to which there are some 46,000 people that is in the backlog. And by the way, at the rate in which new claims are being made at 2,100 cases a month, that budget will not address the issue. How does that actually ensure that the government and for the public to have confidence in the government in addressing this issue? All that the government is doing, frankly, is creating Legacy 2.0, creating an environment where people's lives are stuck in limbo, and that's not good for Canada, it's not good for the asylum seekers, and we need to fix that.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague spent the majority of her speech talking about how she would suspend the Safe Third Country Agreement, which is essentially take away any ability for the CBSA to control the border. She talked about the hundreds of millions of extra dollars that she would spend rather than trying to encourage people to enter the country through planned and orderly migration. And she also used an amendment to talk about the word illegal rather than really offering anything substantive to the debate of the motion. So I'm just wondering, because I know there's a lot of folks across the country, but certainly in Quebec right now, where this is a very acute issue, and certainly there's a lot of representation both in the Liberal Party, who have already failed on this matter, but certainly within the NDP. If the Liberal, just to clarify for the people who are watching there, what she would do as Immigration Minister to address this particular issue.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her questions. If the member actually listened to my speech, you'll note that I spend the majority of the time actually criticizing and stating my reasons why I would not support the Conservatives' motion. The way in which that they put forward misrepresentation in advancing an issue, that is not helpful to the situation, and frankly, not helpful to all of us as Canadians who pride ourselves on the fact that we welcome the vast diversity to which make up the demographics of Canada. On the issue around addressing this issue, just to be clear, the member earlier, in response to my question, said using the word illegal versus irregular is just semantics. It is not just semantics. For us as elected officials, we do our job for living by talking. And you need to choose the right words. When you deliberately choose a word that inflames an issue that is not accurate and is factually false, that is not just semantics. The word illegal versus irregular make a substantive difference, and under IRPA, under the Immigration Refugee Protection Act, it clearly states that there are provisions for people to cross irregularly and that it is not against the criminal code. Now, on the issue about how to address this issue, suspending the Safe Third Country Agreement would, in fact, address the issue to which the member herself indicated is key here, and that is orderly crossings. Stop making people cross irregularly, creating the disorder that exists today. Let's start with that, suspend it temporarily, engage with the international community on how to deal with Trump's discriminatory policies that's striking fear in the hearts and minds of the people from America, and so that we can move forward and provide the level of leadership that is required and that I think people want to see from Canada.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate my colleague for her speech, which was passionate and also fact-based. She raised the fact that we're not talking about suspending the Third Country Agreement, and that this is an important issue because in the United States, immigrants at the present time are not welcome, and with President Trump, all these agreements which are going to expire will not be renewed. And 90% of irregular immigration, to Canada comes through Quebec. And the National Assembly voted unanimously to ask for over $140 million from the federal government to deal with the costs this has incurred. There is an organization, along with Amnesty International, who have organized various citizen meetings on this subject, and my colleague, I think in answering a question, anyway, I'd like to know if it might be relevant that the federal government help, given that all the immigrants coming from the United States and who are trying to come in irregularly, they do have documents. So these are people who have already prepared their files, so to speak. They have all the documents that they need. They're acting in good faith. So it's not really entering illegally. They do have their documents. And I think that we should be able to get the proper resources to border agents who've seen cuts in staff. We should reinvest in the CSBA people, and also the IRB in order to help deal with this situation. Usually processing takes 60 days, but now it's up to 20 months. This is unacceptable. I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about this huge backlog, especially with respect to Quebec.
Gilles, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her comments. And indeed, the impact of the irregular crossings in Quebec is impacting her and her community in a very significant way. And the government needs to step up to ensure that the resources are there for all of the agencies in providing them the kind of support that they need and to be a true partner with them and to resource them accordingly. On the question around processing claims, it is absolutely critical that resources are put in place. Now, the Conservatives, when they were in government, they did not provide the adequate resources to the IRB so that these cases can be processed in a timely fashion. Now, the Liberals, when they came into office, they also didn't do that. $74 million will not do the job, and you need to increase the funding if you want to ensure that the integrity of the system is protected, Mr. Chair.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles.
The honourable member for Charlesbourg-Saint-Charles. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to speak to the important motion put forth by my colleague, the honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill. From the outset, Mr. Speaker, the issue here is one of sovereignty. Our country's sovereignty, control of our borders. There are many speeches that have been made on this subject. The opinions vary and diverge, but as our critic for public safety, I believe that the top priority is control of our borders. And the government doesn't seem to be able to get a handle on the situation of people who are illegally crossing the border. And there are a number of flaws, and we have seen that there is a backlog in the number of hearings and removal orders. This trend will worsen over the summer. In our motion, we call on the government to take action to ensure that the agencies responsible for our borders are properly equipped so that they can continue to do their jobs effectively, and that those arriving at Canadian borders go through the appropriate processes. We want the government to admit the Prime Minister's irresponsibility of tweeting "Welcome to Canada" to those seeking to enter Canada through illegal means. We are calling for the government, the Liberal government, to take responsible for the massive social services costs, burdening the provincial governments, and that the government table in the House no later than May 11th, 2018, a plan to stop the influx of people illegally entering Canada from the United States and take appropriate measures to handle those who have already claimed asylum. Now that the weather has improved, people at the Border Services Office are seeing an increase at the arrival of people in Saint-Bernard-Lacolle, Quebec. These illegal entries increased since the Prime Minister had tweeted irresponsibly in January, and I quote, "To those fleeing persecution, terror, and war, Canada welcomes you, regardless of your faith. Diversity is our strength. Welcome to Canada." So, Mr. Speaker, regardless of what the Liberals say or others say, that is what triggered the problem we're currently dealing with today. These words were heard abroad by people attempting to enter illegally from the United States, knowing that the temporary protection status will be ended by the Americans, 4,000 of them, in fact. And what's worse is that the tweet from the Prime Minister was heard across the world by people who are not refugees, simply people who are looking for a host country where they can seek out a better life. People from the CBSA have stated to my office that many illegal immigrants crossing the unofficial crossings in the United States, from the United States to Canada, are from Nigeria. And it is a country that isn't one of the poorest in Africa. The Prime Minister has stated that all illegal immigrants are refugees, and anyone who disagrees with that shows a lack of compassion. But the problem, Mr. Speaker, is that with their ideology, the Liberals are stating that as Conservatives we want to defend our borders, and the government is accusing us of being heartless. Because that is not the case, they must stop. This crisis, Mr. Speaker, it was created by the Prime Minister. He's the one with the greatest authority in this country, and he caused this problem. He has submerged the border operations because there are some 20,000 clandestine people who entered in 2017. And this is important. These facts are important because the CBSA is under pressure by senior management to drastically reduce security operations. And those security operations normally take 8 hours, normally. The process is now being completed in under 2 hours. The Liberal government is giving work permits, accelerated permits, health care and housing to these people at no cost. People who are seeking to immigrate to Canada legally have to wait a longer period of time and pay immigration fees. At present, Mr. Speaker, there are no measures put in place by the government to stem the tide of these illegal immigrants. In 2018, the number of illegal people entering a non-designated border crossing is estimated at 400 per day. That's what it's estimated to be in the summer. 400 per day. That means 12,000 people per month, multiplied by the 3 or 4 months where it's going to be nice. We're at 50,000 people, Mr. Speaker. The numbers will climb rapidly. And the money set aside by the government to refund Quebec for processing these illegal entrants is simply a drop in the bucket when we look at what is expected for 2018. The Liberals are also guilty of playing with words because the some $75 million announced for the Border Services Agency for this processing isn't enough to cover the accumulated overtime for workers as a result of this crisis. And what's happening in the meantime? Problems at the border, disorder, and it's getting worse. And unfortunately, it shows that the Prime Minister doesn't take security for Canadians seriously. Not a single party is responsible for putting in place our immigration policies. Over the years, ideas have been put forth by successive Liberal and Conservative governments. Immigration in Canada has always been managed by the parties in power for over 150 years. The same is true of public safety. Each party that was in power worked to develop rules for public safety, and they must be enforced, Mr. Speaker. That is in the best interest of Canadians, because when Canadians wake up in the morning, they need to know that the government is working to keep them safe and to ensure that we live in a country that's free of these types of problems. But at present, Mr. Speaker, in Quebec, especially in Quebec, on the weekends when I'm in my riding, everybody talks about the fiasco, the huge fiasco created by the Prime Minister with the tweet. People are coming in through Laval. People are very concerned, and rightly so, Mr. Speaker. I receive a great deal of information from the Border Services officers who say, look, I want to talk to you. I'm not allowed to. I've been prohibited from speaking to you. But I want to speak to you in camera. The situation is serious. And they want someone in the opposition to be aware of the situation. They've raised their concerns with the government, but we're not getting a sense that the government understands or accepts comments and claims being made by the Border Services officers. Now, Mr. Speaker, when I was in the armed forces, we had a duty to serve our country as effectively as possible, professionally. We were sworn in. Border Services, it's the same for them. Members of the RCMP, they are there to enforce the law. And when they are being asked to do less, they're being told, well, just let them in. They don't understand because it's not in their nature. It's not part of why they decided to do the jobs that they do. Those people are concerned and can't accept that. Now, look, it's always delicate, sensitive, but I can explain the situation to you, Mr. Speaker. There's an officer who contacted me, and he said, look, I don't understand. I'm not entitled to tell you this, but you need to know. So I'll tell you a part of what I was told in writing about the situation. And so the officer wrote to me and talking about illegal immigrants. They land in JFK, and they head north. It's all planned out. And the government says that there are controls in place, but that's not the case. We're under pressure to minimize detention. We're letting people in from Sudan without ID, without a passport, with nothing except for a library card, and they're not being detained. We had a murderer from Senegal, and we're having trouble detaining him. All of the other options need to be examined before detention, but he is a murderer. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a serious situation. Our Border Services officers are questioning people, interrogating them, know that there is someone who can't prove his or her identity, someone they know who's committed crimes in their home country, but they're facing pressure from the government to not detain the person, not to bear the burden of having detained someone. Well, you know what Canadians want, Mr. Speaker? Do you think they accept that kind of situation? No, they don't. And Border Services officers are fed up with the situation. So this is a chaotic situation, Mr. Speaker. Border Services officers are being asked to take steps that don't reflect why they wanted to do their job and why they were sworn in, what they were sworn in to do. Now, there's also the costs and the social impact that must be taken into account for Quebec. What Prime Minister would enable foreign countries not to respect their immigration officers? And these people are being compensated with better service than services being provided for immigrants. Now, a lot of people talk about George Soros. Will the Prime Minister challenge what he has said? Is he not aware of the chaos where lax policies at the border have left a problem? And what's more important, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is imposing his view of Canada on the Quebec nation. Quebec has signed an agreement on immigration with the federal government. By allowing these illegal immigrants to enter Quebec, it's clear that the Prime Minister has found a very creative way to sidestep the jurisdictional responsibility Quebec has over immigration. The immigration agreements that exist between the federal government and the province of Quebec are no longer in force. Real immigrants and real refugees who are seeking to enter Quebec through legal means are forced to wait longer because the Prime Minister has decided to compensate illegal entrants. And that is very unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. What's more, as we know, resources are already stretched. We have to consider other costs being borne by Quebec and other provinces. Enabling illegal immigrants to enter is, in fact, creating a huge pressure on social services in the province. The services being provided to these immigrants are under provincial jurisdiction. Basic services, food banks, housing, schooling, health services. All of those services, Mr. Speaker, represent a burden being borne by the provinces, and Quebec has had a great deal to cope with. And now it's difficult to have a good idea of the cost of all of this for Quebec. And I'm referring to Quebec, but soon other regions of Canada will also face this type of chaos. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is currently putting in place a committee that will be set up and ask these illegal entrants where they want to settle in Canada. Now, Quebec, rightly so, has said we've done our share. Enough is enough. Now, instead of resolving the problem and putting an end to illegal immigration, we're going to have like a bus stop and say, okay, well, Quebec's had enough. Now, where did you want to go? Ontario's that way. Alberta's a little further down the road. Now, what is it? What is this? It doesn't work that way, Mr. Speaker. It's just incredible. I've got a couple of minutes left. And then what happens? The illegal immigrants, well, colleagues from all parties, hear about immigrants, or have immigrants, in fact, that show up at our riding offices because there are problems. Some of them have arrived 3 or 4 years ago. They put it in an application. They've got papers on their files that seem to have gotten lost in the public service, and now they're being threatened with deportation or removal. And there are many people in my riding alone who have problems or facing problems like that. They're living with fears of being removed and deported because of administrative mistakes. And then we have these people who are entering illegally, and the province are giving them a check, giving them everything they need. And for the people who are listening, I'll point out that there is an NDP member objecting to my remarks further down in the chamber. So, Mr. Speaker, Quebec has done enough. We acknowledge that. Now we need to protect the other provinces and put an immediate end to this problem. So we have a choice. A societal choice to make, Mr. Speaker, to enforce our sovereignty, as people expect us to do, the sovereignty of our borders. We have a choice, and this is where we're asking the government to put forth a plan, because all we're hearing is about millions of dollars being sent in, but the problem isn't going to stop. We could hire thousands of border services officers, hundreds of immigration officers, but until we resolve the problem, the management problem at the border, by not changing the third safe country provisions, people are going to continue to flow into Canada because they can enter by the door on the side without a problem. The government needs to come forth with a plan, take up its responsibilities, ask the United States to change the provisions of the third safe party to remove this hole that exists. And the Prime Minister will be able to retweet intelligently to the planet and say to everyone, we will welcome you in Canada, we're a welcoming country, but come in legally and stop taking other measures to try to enter the country. It doesn't work. On top of that, Mr. Speaker, this is causing a crisis. People who come here are coming in as refugees. 8 out of 10 aren't satisfying or meeting the criteria for refugee. They're going to have to be removed. They'll be deported. Then we'll have another crisis to manage of families that will have to return to their countries of origin. And that, too, will be another problem. There will be costs associated with that, human costs as well, because we're being accused of not showing compassion. It's false. We're thinking about those things, Mr. Speaker. That's why we want to stop the problem, because we see the problem farther down the road. We just see a government by just distributing money, more money and more money, instead of saying we've got a problem here that needs to be dealt with and resolved. Action needs to be taken. That's simply what's at stake here. The government needs to take action, and if not, we're going to be back here a year from now. Things will have changed. People will have continued to arrive, but without a change, if we do have a change, we'll have people arriving legally in this country, and we'll welcome them.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I wanted to thank my colleague for his remarks, although I don't agree with them necessarily. I wanted to make this debate a little bit more personal. So my wife and her family are refugees from Poland. In the early 80s, about 1980-81, they fled Poland and ended up unexpectedly and unplanned in Austria. The Austrian people took them in. They provided shelter, they provided health care, they provided food, and provided my wife with education for 6 months until they were relocated to Canada. Interestingly, my wife's younger sister married a very fine young man from Vietnam who, when he was a young man with his family, fled Vietnam and ended up here in Canada. So when I sit down with my wife's family for dinner, I'm the only non-refugee at the table. So my question to the honourable member is, when will it be Canada's turn, like Austria, to accept unexpected refugees? Under what circumstances would he ever think that Canada would accept unplanned and unexpected refugees and provide generous accommodation like my wife's family experienced in Austria?
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Well, look, my colleague gave a perfect example of what Canada has been doing for dozens of years, of welcoming in real refugees. I know many refugees who left Vietnam in the 70s. People from across the world who've come to Canada. We've brought in Syrian refugees with pleasure, and even the Conservatives were the ones who established targets to help the Syrians. We are not opposed to refugees. We're talking about real refugees, though, not people who are buying an airplane, landing in New York, and entering by a side door illegally into the country. So, Mr. Speaker, we have never said we're opposed to refugees. On the contrary. Refugees like the ones my colleague who is mentioning, who apply legally, we will welcome them without a problem. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm astonished by his remarks. And with all due respect, he is speaking irresponsibly, saying that officers of the RCMP and the CBSA are letting criminals come in, people without ID, and that people can simply wander freely across the country. Well, I don't even know where he's getting his figures when he says that 8 out of 10 don't even meet the refugee criteria and they're being allowed entry to Canada and benefiting from services. Come on, Mr. Speaker. A member in the House of Commons who is making a speech like that publicly should be ashamed. I can't believe he's saying that in the House of Commons, Mr. Speaker. He's saying that people entering through L'Accord and the people who are welcoming these immigrants from the United States, Nigerians, for example, are concerned because they're worried about the services that are going to be provided to these people. Now, I don't know if he knows, but maybe Nigeria is a wealthy country, respectively speaking, but Canada tells people not to travel to Nigeria because it's a dangerous country. So maybe when he's speaking, perhaps he could focus on what the Third Safe Country Party policy is all about, what needs to be done to deal with irregular refugees. There are agreements, legal agreements that have been put in place.
Excuse. Nous avons le temps pour.
Now we have time for other comments. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, I could show my colleague the documents I have later. I would never arrive here to give falsehoods just to make a speech. I have evidence, people in place, people who are involved. Everything I've said is backed up by facts. I could show them to my colleague. It would be my pleasure because to me, my goal is just to solve the problem. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for his speech, and yet I found it long on rhetoric, very short on solutions. And I note that he is highly concerned about some of the gaps that are emerging, backlogs, and he calls for a reinvestment in, I think the word they use is actually properly equipped. And I think that is code for actually investing in the CBSA. I'd like to ask the member if he looks at some of the issues that may be arising were caused by his government's cutting $400 million to the CBSA, not preparing for an immigration system that works. Another thing, if we look at situations like this, the difficulty of people throughout the world when they struggle to go forward to find places to come that are reasonable immigration systems in place. I think Canada is an example of that. Does the minister, does he not think that having that compassionate system that recognizes that great difficulty is important to our nation?
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, because that's the government's line currently to say that we cut $400 million to CBSA. There were measures that had to be taken at the time. There were cuts to all departments in Canada, but the border For 150 years, there hadn't been any problems. Border services did their job, ensured that they controlled the border. But now, the Prime Minister created an extraordinary situation. And now it's a whole new set of circumstances. So yes, there need to be investments now, but not because we cut in the past to balance the budget in the past. People don't know how to balance the budget today. It's the Prime Minister who created the problem. That's the difference. They can say that time and time again, but that's the truth. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House.
Speaker, I am somewhat disappointed in terms of the approach the Conservative government Conservative opposition has taken on this particular issue. I reflect back, and it wasn't that long ago when we had the apology given by the Prime Minister in regarding to the Kamagata Maru, which was a horrible historical incident that had taken place here in Canada. But since what we have seen is political parties of all stripes be more sympathetic and wanting to assist refugees and those that are unplanned refugees. And my concern is that the Conservative Party is even moving further to the right and is trying to portray an image which is just not true, as if refugees are difficult for Canada to be able to manage. Canada is what it is today in good part because of refugees that have come to our country over the years. My question to the member across the way is recognizing that, yes, we're a little high this year or last year in regards to numbers, but we have had high numbers in the past. Is it now the Conservative policy to see a reduction in the overall stream of refugees that want to come to the country and completely reject individuals that are unscheduled? Is that the direction that the Conservative Party really wants to take our country?
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. I'm not sure I understand the basis of the question correctly, but what I can say is that Canada has immigration goals for workers, for family reunification, and targets for refugees as well. Around the world, we receive claims from people who want to be refugees in Canada, but currently the people who arrive legally, there's a conflict with people who are arriving illegally, and we can't welcome people who are waiting patiently in an orderly fashion. That's the problem. We need to put the emphasis on protecting those who respect the rules, and let's block those who don't respect the rules. That's it. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-Sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When my colleague talks about corrupting illegal, does he realize that the Safe Third Country Agreement means that people who arrive from the United States cannot enter legally? They have to come in irregularly. I hope the Conservatives know that it's not an offense in the criminal code. There's no crime being committed by coming in an irregular fashion at non-official border crossings. So when it's irregular, it means there's a lack of resources because there's a major backlog. But the Conservatives cut many CBSA positions when they were in power. So yes, we need a plan. Yes, we need federal government investment. And if we suspend the Safe Third Country Agreement, contrary to what the Conservatives are asking for, we could ensure that people who arrive from the United States come in legally. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. There's the debate. It's the government's decision what they want to do. My colleague from Calgary said I spoke for a long time. I spoke for 20 minutes. The Safe Third Country Agreement, the NDP wants us to remove it. We think it should be amended to apply it for the length of the border. When somebody crosses at Saint-Bernard-de-la-Colle, for example, our CNP officers say what? They say, stop, this is illegal. What do? They handcuff the person when they come in. If it weren't illegal, they wouldn't put handcuffs on. It's because they're breaking the law. That's what the RCMP officers say. And it says on posters it's illegal. They don't say it's irregular. They're playing with semantics, and we need to stop. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Immigration Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin, I'd like to say I will be sharing my time with my colleague from Richmond Hill. Mr. Speaker, our government considers it its duty to protect all Canadians. Our government ensures the security of its borders, but our government also considers it its duty to respect its national and international obligations. Mr. Speaker, before continuing, I'd like to take a moment to thank all of our partners on the ground, including CBSA officers, the RCMP, immigration employees, resettlement service employees, all of our partners on the ground, Quebec MPs as well, who have assisted us with this situation, and all other MPs who have gone abroad to speak to different communities in the United States, for example, to ensure they are aware of our laws and regulations before they come to Canada. So, Mr. Speaker, we continue to manage irregular migration in a way that respects Canadian and international law. We manage asylum claims as an open and welcoming country. We also manage immigration cases as a world leader in this area. But let us be clear, the national security of Canada is our priority. Anyone who wishes to enter Canada must demonstrate that they satisfy our requirements. Now, to talk about how we process requests. Canadian authorities apply laws and regulations that protect the integrity of our border and the security of our country, while offering asylum to people who need our protection. Asylum claimants go through a very strict and rigorous process to determine their eligibility. Nothing guarantees that an asylum claimant will be able to stay in Canada. People who enter Canada between ports of entry are stopped by the RCMP or by local police and go before an immigration agent at a port of entry. An agent from the CBSA verifies the identity of the claimants using biographical and biometrical information. It's thanks to our government that the CBSA has resources in place to ensure that our border is well managed. The former government doesn't want to mention this, but it's the former Harper government that cut $390 million from the CBSA. Asylum seekers must go through a detailed background check, a check of their criminal record. Then their cases are examined and cross-verified with international and Canadian databases, as well as databases from our partners to detect any concern related to immigration, crime, and security. No asylum claimant can leave the port of entry before having gone through an initial security verification that's very strict. Some people are not authorized to present an asylum claim in Canada, and not all asylum claimants will be accepted. The Immigration and Refugee Board determines if an asylum claim will be accepted or rejected. The Commission is the largest administrative tribunal in Canada. It's quasi-judicial, independent, impartial, and specialized in immigration. Its decisions are based on elements of proof that are presented to it, as well as applicable law, respecting the principles of natural justice. Each case is decided based on its particular circumstances. When an asylum claim is rejected, the removal process begins. The party opposite had the nerve to present a motion requesting tools to be in place for those managing this process after having sabotaged the immigration system for nearly 10 years. The IRB had huge backlogs on its cases and had been completely neglected, and that's why we've worked with the IRB to improve their productivity by 40%, and we've reinvested to ensure that progress continues. Once there is a removal order, they have to leave Canada. Asylum claims are governed by international treaties Canada is a part of. So we have to look at asylum claims presented under these international treaties. That is why the system is different from all other immigration areas. Concerning the measures that are in place, our government is working hard on this file. Despite the challenges that were left to us by the former government, we've taken concrete steps to make real progress in this area. Budget 2018 sets out $173.2 million for managing irregular migration, to strengthen border security, and to accelerate refugee claims processing. In addition, the IRB will receive an additional $74 million over the next 2 years to deal with asylum claims. This amount of $74 million was clearly announced when the budget was tabled on February 27th. As you know, one of the elements that contributed to the arrival of irregular migrants last summer was the false information circulating abroad. Once we learned that erroneous information was going around in some communities in the United States, we communicated with them to refute these myths. We also went to those groups to ensure that they fully understand Canada's asylum system. We also made clear that crossing the border in an irregular fashion was not a surefire way to enter Canada. There are strict rules to respect in the area of immigration and customs, and we apply them strictly to protect our communities against security risks. This communications effort was fruitful. We saw a decrease in asylum claims from the communities that we targeted. This success encourages us to continue. Along with MPs, we are raising awareness among communities and telling them how the asylum claim system works. We've worked closely with our missions in the United States and are sending out information on social media. I'd like to highlight the fact, Mr. Speaker, that the government ensures orderly migration alongside the security of Canadians. Anyone who claims asylum in Canada has a right to the regular application of the law, even if they've come in between 2 points of entry. But there's no guarantee that an asylum claim can stay in Canada after the process for the asylum claim. So, Mr. Speaker, our government is following this issue very closely. We're working with all of our partners on the ground to deal with it. Summer 2017 was unique in that Canada experienced an unexpected increase in irregular migrants. Thanks to close collaboration with the provinces, especially Quebec and Ontario, we received thousands of migrants without compromising the security of Canadians. Contrary to what is being said, it's impossible for us to predict what the influx will be of asylum seekers this summer. We've put in place, with the provinces and territories, municipalities, and NGOs, a national plan for emergency measures that all federal departments can follow if there's a significant increase in the number of irregular arrivals and asylum claims. We are working with different communities, especially in the United States, to raise awareness about the laws and procedures of Canada and to prevent erroneous information from being spread concerning the Canadian asylum system. So once again, we will continue to work closely with our American colleagues on this issue because it's about the management of migration in all of North America. But especially we will continue to work with the provinces, in particular Quebec and Ontario. And Mr. Speaker, we will continue to work very hard. We've had meetings recently with a working group that put forward concrete solutions. We are listening to the requests, and I'd like to thank you for having given me the floor to talk about this important issue. It's an issue we want to manage properly, and that's what we are doing, so thank you very much. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his comments. During his speech, he talked about false information going around in the United States concerning refugee cases here. Does the member agree and recognize that all of this was caused by an intemperate tweet by the Prime Minister during a crisis? As the National Post said a number of weeks ago, shortly after the Prime Minister's tweet, the main Secretary of Canada's Embassy in Mexico asked what to do and said, we're receiving an increasing number of asylum claims following the publicity about the Prime Minister's tweet saying, welcome to Canada. Does the member recognize that the Prime Minister had a major role to play in the situation? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said in my speech, there was false information going around, and that is why we've taken the necessary means by having missions abroad with our MPs here from the government who went to explain to certain communities that crossing the border in an irregular fashion into Canada didn't guarantee that they would be able to remain in Canada. These missions were successful. We have other partners as well in the United States on the ground who are carrying out those missions for us. And we are able to provide accurate information to those communities. Mr. Speaker, once again, we want to manage migration at the border in an orderly fashion. That's what we're doing. We have a working group in place on this issue, and we have different partners who are helping us to manage irregular migration, and we will do everything we can to ensure that our laws are known to people abroad and here as well, so that the security of Canadians is the absolute priority in this issue.
Yes, comment.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-Suroît. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Since we know that the current situation was caused by all of the statements on migration by Mr. Trump in the United States and by agreements that won't be renewed for temporary permits for a number of communities in the United States, and it's those people in general who are crossing the border in an irregular way because of the Safe Third Country Agreement, does my colleague not think it would be time to suspend at least that Safe Third Country Agreement so that migrants who want to enter Canada through the United States can do it at recognized ports of entry? Amnesty International, the Council of Canadians, law professors have brought the government to court to ask for this agreement to be repealed because it doesn't respect the United Nations rules on refugees. So given all of that information, the influx of migrants to Canada, and forecasts from the CBSA, should we not finally, a year and a half later, suspend this Safe Third Country Agreement? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague has talked about experts in her question. Let me talk about experts as well. No later than last week, the Canadian representative of the UNHCR said that the Safe Third Country Agreement continues to be respected and that Canada has the situation under control. So when we talk about experts, Mr. Speaker, the UN High Commissioner for Refugees is the expert in the area of refugees. The NDP, Mr. Speaker, is contradicting this expert who's recognized in Canada. And it makes me smile because we know that the NDP doesn't believe what the UNHCR has said on the topic of refugees and the Safe Third Country Agreement. But once again, the representative of the UNHCR has said that it would be irresponsible to withdraw from that agreement. So, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to discuss this with our American counterparts. And yesterday, as you know, the Public Safety Minister was in talks with his American counterpart to discuss all of the issues before us currently at the border. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And before I start, I would like to give my sincere condolences to all those who were affected by yesterday's tragic attack at Yonge and Finch. As the Member of Parliament for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill, and as a Canadian that lives so close to this area, I am disheartened and appalled at what happened. I would like to thank the Toronto Police and first responders who worked so bravely at the scene, and I want Canadians to know that we should not live in fear. We are united in supporting the victims of this attack, and we will remain strong together. Privileged to be able to continue this important debate on the motion on irregular migration. We've heard many inaccurate portrayals of the situation today on this issue, Mr. Speaker, in part, I believe, because there is a misunderstanding on how exactly our system works. So, I would like to take a moment to review that process and to reaffirm why we offer protection to asylum seekers from around the world. Key to this discussion is understanding the objectives of our asylum system. The objectives of Canada's asylum system is to save lives, to offer protection to the displaced and persecuted, to meet our country's international legal obligations with respect to refugees, and to respond to international crises by providing assistance to those in need of protection. As the chair of Canada's NATO Parliamentary Association, I have the privilege of working with parliamentarians from 29 other NATO countries who are committed to the defense and security of their nations and, like us, to the values that we cherish and a long-standing and well-respected international reputation for generosity and humanitarianism. And in my own riding of Aurora Oak Ridge's Richmond Hill, we are a vibrant community of many different cultures and backgrounds and religions. Some are newcomers and others have been here for generations. But what we share is the love for a Canada that is welcoming regardless of our differences, and a commitment that is our diversity that builds our society, our culture, and our economy. That is why it is so important that Canada has an asylum system that is highly respected globally and defined by a model that is fair, secure, and efficient. As you are aware, Mr. Speaker, asylum claims are governed in part by the international treaties that Canada has signed. And as such, we have a legal responsibility to assess asylum claims made under these international conventions. That being said, Mr. Speaker, crossing into Canada irregularly between designated ports of entry can be dangerous. Le Canada demeure un pays ouvert.
Canada remains a country that is open and welcoming for those people who need protection. Nevertheless, our government is determined to ensure orderly immigration.
Commitment to protect Canadians while supporting a strong asylum system and meeting our obligations to provide due process to persons seeking protection. Individuals who are intercepted by law enforcement after crossing the border irregularly are brought to an immigration officer who will conduct an examination to determine the identity of the person and their admissibility to Canada. An initial security screening is also conducted to ensure that the individual does not pose a security threat to Canada, and to determine whether, in fact, they are eligible to make a refugee claim. All eligible claimants have access to a full, fact-based hearing before the Immigration and Refugee Board, which provides a fair and independent hearing. And as a member of the House Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration, we are currently reviewing the appointment, training, and complaints process of the Immigration and Refugee Board to ensure that that fair and independent hearing is provided. Decisions are made at that hearing on the merits of the specific facts presented in an individual case and in accordance with Canada's immigration laws. As we've heard from members of the RCMP and the CBSA, many of these individuals are at risk of persecution and turn to Canada to help them in their time of need. It is our duty under international laws to afford them the opportunity to have their case heard. If they have a valid claim, they can stay. If not, they will be and are removed from Canada. That being said, Mr. Speaker, we are working closely with our partners and many government agencies to ensure our asylum system remains effective. In Budget 2018, we invested an additional $173.2 million to support security operations at the Canada-US border and the processing of asylum claimants. Mr. Speaker, we are managing the system responsibly. The head of the United Nations High Commissioner on Refugees here in Canada, who is the international authority on the issue of asylum, has said, One thing which has also been noticeable is the effort of the Government of Canada to respond to this crisis. Very rapidly, the authorities, the Canadian authorities, both at the federal and provincial level, took responsible measures to make sure that the people will be processed in a fair manner and in a rapid manner. So therefore, we should not cry wolf. Canada is very well equipped to respond to any increased number of asylum seekers. The government is committed to ensuring the security of Canadians and to upholding our international obligations and commitments to provide due process to persons seeking protection. We have re-established Canada's presence on the world stage, restored refugee health care, invested in our border integrity, led on refugee resettlement, cut processing times for our family reunification, and addressed the backlogs for so many different immigration streams. Mr. Speaker, as has been our tradition throughout our country's history, Canada will continue to abide by international laws. We will continue to provide protection to vulnerable individuals and ensure that they undergo rigorous security screenings and fact-based hearings at the Immigration and Refugee Board. We will ensure that Canada's asylum system remains globally respected with a fair, secure, and efficient model. And once again, I thank you for the opportunity to speak about this important topic, Mr. Speaker, and to highlight some of the measures our government has undertaken to ensure security while also addressing effectively the recent influx of asylum seekers in our country. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for her speech. If Canada is upholding its international agreements, if we are a country based on the rule of law and we want to see those rules applied fairly, I would just simply ask the member this, Mr. Speaker. If someone presents themselves to a port of entry from the United States having already claimed asylum in that country, they would be turned away at the border based on our international agreement with the United States, the Safe Third Country Agreement. If that self-same asylum seeker who is already claimed in the United States, Mr. Speaker, was to then cross, like many illegal border migrants have in Quebec or Manitoba, they would be allowed under this government system. How is that not circumventing a fair process being applied and meeting our international agreements, Mr. Speaker? I'd like an explanation from the member on how she can say that in light of that example.
The Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I think it's very important to note that no compromise to the process has been made. We have incredible people involved in the security industry, in the refugee system, in all of our government departments, and we're ensuring that they are able to do the job that they have been set. And further to that, they've actually are professionals, so they're accustomed to dealing with an increase in volume, and it would be unfair to think that they are unable to do so. Mr. Speaker, we've invested $173 million in our security and border processes, so the punchline is no compromise has been made to Canadian security, and we are addressing our international commitments and laws in doing so.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to applaud the member for her comments and additions to the debates. And when I look at the Conservative motion and how they're essentially asking for things like us to move on having an improved border process, having claims being investigated in a reasonable fashion. And I note that our government's investments in this process. Can she comment on how the Conservative government sort of ran their immigration program, on some of the cuts that maybe led to some of these incidents arising?
The Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Well, I thank you very much for the question and, of course, for the incredible work that you've been doing on this file. I think the important thing to note is that we are always focused on making improvements. We're making the investments, but I think we have to determine whether or not there's anything that is significantly broken. Simply by virtue of there being a higher volume does not in actual fact mean that the process or the people involved in the process or the outcome of the process is in any way compromised. So yes, there's an increase in volume, and we need to make investments to address that increase and to make sure that the resources are there to deal with that increased volume, which is what we've done. But it doesn't in any way call into question the process, and at this point, we haven't heard any evidence to say that the process and therefore the outcomes of that process are in any way flawed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, again, I'll go back to my question, which the member did not answer. How is it fair that if someone who's claimed asylum in the United States goes to a Canadian port of entry, tries to get entry, and they are turned away because Canada has signed a safe third country agreement, Mr. Speaker, where that same person could go right to one of those areas like in Quebec and Manitoba that we hear so often in the news and we're discussing here today, and be allowed access. How is that fair and how is that safe, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we have to go back to first principles and we have to ask ourselves, what is our responsibility as a nation? And what are our responsibilities as Canadian citizens? And we have made a commitment not only to Canadians, but to international organizations and international laws that when asylum seekers knock on our door, it is our responsibility to provide them with due process and to give them the protection that they are seeking as we can. That is the role of our asylum system. That is the role and responsibility of us as Canadians. And that's what we must do when the world's most vulnerable knock on our door, and we have to address our commitment in that regard. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to announce that I'll be sharing my time with my colleague, the Member for Richmond-Arthabaska, who will give a speech worthy of his talent. But before that, Mr. Speaker, please allow me to take a few seconds. As a member for Mégantic-l'Érable, it's the first time I've been able to speak in this House since the terrible tragedy in Toronto. I'd like to talk about the support of my riding, because my riding went through a terrible tragedy, as people will remember. It's very difficult to get through this kind of thing. For those who have been affected closely or not so closely, whether it's victims, the families of victims, the overall public, when we deal with this kind of tragedy, something so unexpected, something so incomprehensible, something no one wants to ever see, it will always be in the memories of those who have been affected one way or another by this kind of event. Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to transmit to the people of Toronto, to the families affected, to the victims, I'd like to say just how much we want to extend our condolences and our sympathy for all those affected and for all those who have been affected by this terrible tragedy. I'd like to say that we were there with our understanding, our love, and our hearts. Mr. Speaker, we're here to talk about the immigration crisis. The opposition has tabled a motion, I think, which is very important, and people who are listening might want to hear me quote some of this bill, which was presented by my colleague, the member for Calgary-Nose Hill. That given the government's failure to address the crisis created by the influx of thousands of illegal border crossers traveling across our southern border between ports of entry, that the agencies responsible for dealing with this crisis have found gaps in security screening for newly arrived refugee claimants, as well as a backlog in both scheduled hearings and carrying out deportation orders, and that this trend is expected to increase. The House calls on the government to ensure the agencies responsible for our borders are properly equipped so that they can continue to do their jobs effectively and that those arriving at Canadian borders go through the appropriate processes. B. Admit the Prime Minister's irresponsibility of tweeting #Welcome to Canada to those seeking to enter Canada through illegal means. C. Take responsibility for the massive social services costs burdening the provincial governments. And D. Table in the House no later than May 11, 2018, a plan to 1. Stop the influx of people illegally entering Canada from the U.S. and 2. Take appropriate measures to handle those who have already claimed asylum. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a simple motion which reasserts our position that Canada, faced with this crisis, should make a change from its poor judgment and mismanagement. Since November 2015, Canada welcomed a large number of Syrian refugees, and Canadian provinces brought in the necessary facilities to welcome these refugees. But now, at our borders, it's exactly the opposite. The Prime Minister sort of messed up everything for Quebec and for other provinces with his tweet, "Welcome to Canada." Since 27, the request for asylum has gone up, has surged, in fact. In Quebec, this is a serious problem because it's costing not only money, but it's also costing people in terms of the hope they have. It's causing these people who want to come in stress and distress. Immigrants are some who are awaiting sponsorship are also victims of the now very long delays. Now, in 2017, the government limited the number of Syrian refugees who could be sponsored. And this with a view to, and I quote, reducing wait times and clearing up the backlog. We in Quebec are dealing with a real crisis. Now, and it's important that we remember that the first thing that these people who are arriving illegally do is and they do something illegal, instead of being reprimanded, what happens? We welcome them with open arms, and we let them take advantage of our social services, our healthcare system, etc. Mr. Speaker, it's rather incomprehensible and even unacceptable to think that the first action they take on Canadian soil is against the law.
So, Mr. Speaker, if you break the law upon arriving in Canada, then you're compensated. You're given housing, a job more quickly than people who follow the regular procedures, health care. So it's quite the message that we're sending out, Mr. Speaker. Illegal immigrants are eligible for services, and others face imminent danger. Those people have to follow the process from start to finish. So in August of 2017, there was a family of 8 Iraqi refugees who had been waiting over a year to be hosted by a family. They ended up in Chicoutimi last March. Now, Mr. Speaker, look at how long that took to go through the entire process. And finally, they succeeded in coming to Canada, following the proper process. They faced a great deal of stress in their country of origin, where they came from. But some asylum seekers crossed the border illegally in Saint-Bernard-de-la-Colle in recent times, are here now and today. This is what we must denounce. The two-tier system, the double standard that doesn't compensate people who follow the proper procedures, but instead compensates people who choose the fast lane and who jump the queue. Now, Mr. Speaker, there are cases, immigration cases. All colleagues have immigration issues that we deal with. Every case is different. Every case is a different human situation. Now, a young pregnant woman has just been removed and sent back to her home country because she didn't fill out the paperwork in time. She was removed, she's pregnant, and she'd been here in Canada for years, and she was sent back to her country because she hadn't filled out the paperwork in time. So, at the same time, Mr. Speaker, we're accepting illegal entrants, we're giving them money to live, health care, and they haven't even followed the process. Public safety is also in jeopardy. 1,200 people who entered Canada committed crimes in their home countries, and they're now in Canada. There's also the economic burden for Quebec that Quebec is facing. The province is no longer able to support this cost for education, housing, food banks, etc. These unexpected expenditures are $146 million. What will the costs be next year if, as we expect, if, as all experts say, the increase in the number of people illegally crossing the border continues to increase in the weeks and months to come? According to the IRB Commission, asylum seekers, the number of cases doubled in March to 48,000 over March 2017, 21,000. 2,500 children arrived in an illegal manner in Quebec and also need access to education. Teachers in the Montreal region, where the bulk of the families are settling, don't know how they will absorb the new waves of people coming in. There are 5 school boards that have sounded the alarm in that regard, Mr. Speaker. The government of Quebec is grappling with the situation and has been for a year, but it's only been for the past few days that the federal government has accepted to open up a discussion, not to resolve the situation, but to hold a discussion about the costs currently being incurred by the province of Quebec. I share the frustration of the people at home who are facing this situation, who see money simply isn't the situation in the long term, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal government must take action now to establish a new system so immigrants entering illegal are processed effectively, but in the same way as people coming through legally. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I listened very carefully to the remarks made by the member for Lac-Mégantic-L'Érable. Being from Quebec, as I am, he knows that this is an important issue. We're working with the province of Quebec, and you're undoubtedly aware, colleague, that Quebec, when it comes to immigration, has different agreements. I'd like to ensure that we're talking about migrants who have entered in an irregular fashion, not illegally. That's different. I know that a task force has been set up on the subject to deal with irregular migration, and it is made up of provincial ministers, and they are addressing the problems and working together to resolve the issue. So we're talking about these people who have received work permits. These people are currently going to be participating in the workforce. The unemployment rate is very low, as you know. So I'd like to hear my colleagues' comments on those points. The Honourable Member. The problem has existed for a year. The Prime Minister caused the crisis by irresponsibly tweeting, telling everyone, come to Canada, we'll welcome you. Come in illegally, cross our borders illegally, it'll be even easier. You'll be allowed to work. It won't take 3 weeks. It'll only take 3 months. It'll only take 3 weeks. Now, in my riding, Mr. Speaker, I haven't seen any working in our plants at home in the companies. Why is that, Mr. Speaker? I don't know. We don't know where they are, Mr. Speaker. That's the problem. I would like to, on this side of the House, or on that side of the House, said they acknowledge that they've created this situation. I'd also like them to acknowledge all the damage that is causing the other people following the normal, regular immigration process to come to the country. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I only agree with two aspects of my colleague's speech. First of all, it is true that the Liberals mismanaged the situation. They should have seen it coming with the comments made by the U.S. president, with the tweet. They should have known it was necessary to earmark the necessary resources. And secondly, this is putting great pressure on the Quebec government. However, when people in Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot ask me questions about the situation, I explain to them clearly that these refugees are entering in an irregular fashion, but we have a third safe country policy, and that's what needs to be dealt with. So my colleague has made a number of comments. I'd like to ask him a question. Many people have crossed the border in an irregular situation. There are people who have had success, and they are filling jobs in my riding. Companies, employers are happy to have them come in, and many of them have satisfied all of the conditions put forth by the IRB. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, there are hundreds of people across the world who want to settle in Canada. They want to come to this country. Our companies would like to see them come and work in Canada, but unfortunately, because of the unacceptably long delays that have been caused by the pressure on the system, our companies are waiting weeks, if not months, to welcome these workers. These problems were caused directly by the Prime Minister in an irresponsible tweet. He said, "Come to Canada." So these people are coming to the country illegally. They're entering illegally. When there's a gap in the system, honest citizens don't benefit from it. There are other people who want to come to Canada for all kinds of other reasons, who've seized the opportunity and who might well end up in the country in the weeks and months to come because of the gap in the system, and that is very worrisome. We have time for one brief question and answer.
Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my member for his speech, but I have to disagree with his remarks. Mr. Speaker, our government has been responsibly dealing with this situation. We have increased an investment in our borders by $173 million, and yet the Conservatives have criticized us for spending that money. Mr. Speaker, but this is not surprising from the Harper Conservatives, who cut $390 million from the CBSA. And yet I find it hard to figure out how the members opposite are proposing to staff a 9,000-kilometer border while not spending an incoordinate amount of money. How will they do that, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Lérable. Mr. Speaker, I won't take any lessons from the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister, who can't even find enough money for under the budget, Mr. Speaker. This is the reality. They can't even come up with enough money to balance the budget. We've got years, my children, and even my children won't even see a return to a balanced budget. So that kind of lecture from someone who can't even find money to manage their own policies, well, this crisis is a crisis. It requires millions of dollars to resolve it, and it was created by a tweet from the Prime Minister. Unfortunately, they can't respond to the crisis on that side, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate,
the Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to have an opportunity to speak today in the House, to speak to this urgent issue that must be resolved. And of course, I'm referring to the crisis of refugees who are entering the country illegally. It's important for people listening to us to understand this situation. It's a sensitive issue. Many times, things are mixed up. We have a labor market shortage in some areas, and people come into the country to fill those needs, to add to our diversity. But we have another problem, the problem of people who are not complying with the rules. And when we look back in history, we don't have to go all that far back. In January 2017, someone did something that was irresponsible, and it was our Prime Minister. In January 2017, the Prime Minister tweeted on what was happening at the border. And we know how powerful a message a tweet can be throughout the world. And he wrote, "For those fleeing persecution, terror, war, Canadians will welcome you regardless of your faith. Diversity is our strength. Welcome to Canada." So when you think about all the people we see on TV crossing the border every evening, when they think about them, when they see "Welcome to Canada" tweeted by the Prime Minister, they're not inclined to enter our country using regular procedures. According to the Border Services Agency, in 2017, some 20,000 people crossed the border, some people say in an irregular fashion to minimize the impact, but illegally. They illegally crossed our border, and nearly 90% went through Quebec, entered through Quebec. Now, what we need is an efficient system for immigration in Canada that works according to a plan and which is fair. Migrants who come illegally are bogging down the system. Analysts have indicated that processing times for asylum seekers can extend to 11 years. That's how long they can last. And this will cost $2.9 billion in order to support the system. And what's worse, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to government initiatives, the budget doesn't include any funding for the IRB. This is a serious lack of organization and planning on part of the Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance, and the Minister of Immigration. The vast majority of people entering Canada illegally are deported, but only after having taken advantage of resources destined for asylum seekers and refugees who are legitimate. Even under the previous rules of the Liberal government, 50% of Haitian refugees in the past were rejected. Now, they receive wrong information, and we have to send them back, and there are consequences. But what's worse is that the Prime Minister is doing absolutely nothing to remedy the situation. What we're seeing is total inaction on the part of the government and on the part of the Minister of Immigration. Claude Villeneuve, a journalist, called the Prime Minister's behavior, and I quote, "literally dangerous for Canada and its interests." Now let's turn to the situation in Quebec. Schools in the Montreal region are having difficulty currently facing this wave of new immigrants. 5 school boards have sounded the alarm. Schools are already overflowing. There's simply no room for the newcomers who are in addition to all of the work that Canadians are doing to help people who are entering the country using the proper procedure. Last summer, 2,500 children were added to the school board, which is the equivalent of 5 large schools in Quebec. That many children doesn't require classrooms. It's not limited to classrooms, but that kind of an increase requires teachers, healthcare, all kinds of additional costs. The Minister of Immigration doesn't have the resources to absorb more asylum seekers. Now, oftentimes, the opposition parties are said, well, you have no proposals to make. That is untrue, Mr. Speaker. We have made proposals, and the government must take action. First of all, the government must find a solution regarding the Third Safe Country Agreement with the United States. If we were to put in place a system to designate the Canadian border as a border crossing, people would not be able to play the system and cross the border illegally. That would enable us to simply resolve the problem. and we would be able to give the legal tools necessary to our border officers to do their jobs. It's not just about mismanaging the immigration system by the Liberals, but what we're seeing is a serious lack of compassion on their part for people who are receiving misinformation and for whom the vast majority of them will end up being returned to their home countries. Instead of helping people who really need assistance, the government is allowing backlogs to accumulate in these programs. The government's refusing to manage the influx of asylum seekers to the country. Now, Mr. Speaker, in 2017, the situation made the headlines over the course of the summer. And there was never a crisis, according to the Minister of Immigration. They want to resolve a problem, but the Minister of Immigration denies the problem. He's saying that there is no crisis. He is, in my view, the only one, he and his Prime Minister, are the only ones to deny the existence of a crisis. And just a short while ago, thousands of asylum seekers arrived in Quebec. The numbers exploded. It has reached 1,000 people over the past year. January 2018 now, some 40,000 asylum seekers are in the backlog waiting for an IRB hearing. But the Trudeau government is not ready to advise or to take action. In February 2018, public servants are to focus on first come, first served in the hearings because the numbers have increased. And as a result, in February, some 47 new claims had come through since the start of the year. And Ottawa decided following that not to reimburse Quebec, which is calling for $146 million, following the Prime Minister's decision to open the borders instead of requiring people to go through the proper process. In April 2018, there are 49,000 claims on the ground. So, Mr. Speaker, this is just the beginning. Now, I talked about 2017. The current system, we're at, in fact, 20,000. And in Quebec, if I can find it in my notes, I have so many notes on this, 6,373, including 5,600 from Quebec, who have crossed the border illegally, and the numbers will double. So what the Conservatives are asking the government, through our motion, is to ensure that, given the capacity of the government to failure to address the crisis created by the influx of thousands of illegal border crossers traveling across the country, our southern border points of entry, that the agencies responsible for dealing with this crisis have found gaps in security screening for newly arrived refugee claimants. The House calls on the government to ensure that our agencies responsible for our borders are properly equipped so that they can continue to do their jobs effectively, and that those arriving at Canadian borders go through the proper processes. Admit the Prime Minister's irresponsibility of tweeting "Welcome to Canada" to those seeking to enter Canada through illegal means. And I'll wrap up with this, Mr. Speaker, to take responsibility for the massive social service costs burdening the provincial governments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, an astounding speech full of misinformation. My notebook doesn't have enough paper to note all of the false information in my colleague's speech. What I want to remind people is that $400 million was cut under the former Conservative government, and that's what we're dealing with today. There are other elements that should be highlighted as well. The Canadian court, when they cut the interim health program, said that the former government was unfair and cruel. That's what Canadian courts said. And regarding the border, some Conservative MPs have said that we should send the army to the border. And now they're telling us to not invest. So they want to say that the whole border would be a port of entry. How would that be done? It's over 9,000 kilometers. How could we have all of the necessary resources? Because they don't want us to give resources. They don't want us to commit resources. And the Safe Third Country Agreement that they want us to abolish, experts like the UNHCR has told us that the agreement is being respected. So we know what they do with experts. They cut them in departments. They muzzled scientists. They don't want to listen to experts. So, Mr. Speaker, that's my question. The Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, I'm trying not to laugh right now. My colleague is saying that the data in my speech, which is all verifiable, I invite him to come speak with me later. It would be my pleasure to provide all of the references for the numbers that I gave. They're true. They come from government organizations, unless they want to say that our government officials and journalists who do research work that they're saying falsehoods. This is true information. Before 2017, there was no problem like this one. Before 2017, there was a government that behaved responsibly on this side of the House. Well, we were on the other side of the House because that's where we will be returning soon. We had a government that took its responsibilities in hand, that enforced its laws, that didn't send out false information, that didn't have people in writings like mine waiting for 2, 3, 4, 10 years to receive their status as Canadians. They're stuck in the system. When they listen to the news today, they see people crossing the border on the invitation of our Prime Minister. That's what's irresponsible, and I hope that this government will wake up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-Sudwa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm outraged by what the Conservatives are putting forward as their message on migrants, the irregular border crossers from the United States. The Conservatives continue to say that migrants are crossing illegally, that they are corrupting the system, but they're unable to say what law they would be breaking. They're unable to name a law that they're breaking because there are none. The Immigration and Refugee Protection Act of Canada and the UN Convention on Refugees says that refugee claimants shouldn't be punished for entering in an irregular way. Sections of the IRPA said that this doesn't violate the criminal code. So what laws are they referring to when they say that they're not respecting the rules? And when we say that the Liberals haven't invested in the IRB and in immigration, that's false. They've invested $74 million. It's true it's not enough. It's true that there are backlogs. 46,000 cases are backlogged. 2,100 cases every month that they're lacking money for, but Conservatives are also responsible for having cut 1,300 positions at the CBSA when they were in power. So there's work to be done on both sides, and we need to work together to find a solution rather than fear-mongering. The Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca. I'll begin at the beginning. We're not doing any fear-mongering. We're trying to have our laws enforced. What I'd like to say to my colleague is that I'm the son of immigrants. 55 years ago, my parents decided to come to Canada. They went through an immigration process, as did many people who we see in our writing offices at Service Canada, at Immigration Services, who want to come into our country to participate in developing it, and they want to contribute to it. We don't say no to refugees. We're not saying no to immigration. What we're saying is that we want it to be done adequately. We want this government and this Prime Minister to behave responsibly. And if my colleague wants to know where the information comes on the word illegal, I saw it on www.canada.ca/immigration and refugees, which says that it is illegal to enter Canada between ports of entry. It would be my pleasure to provide that document to her if she'd like to read it, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Resuming debates, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to contribute to this important discussion and to present certain measures taken by the government to deal with this issue. Our government feels that it is very important to work with different partners to manage the increase in irregular border crossings from the United States over the past year. We fully recognize that these irregular border crossings have significant local effects which require careful consideration as well as ongoing collaboration with provinces and territories affected. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we've made considerable progress over the past few months regarding preparations for future influxes.
Real action by expanding its overall outreach efforts to inform people and to provide the facts about Canada's asylum system. In doing so, we are working closely with our missions in the United States, engaging with communities in the U.S., and issuing messages on social media channels to provide accurate information. I traveled to Miami to speak with communities about the risks involved in crossing the border and the need to proceed through proper channels. I have personally delivered a message that is crystal clear. Entering between ports of entry is not a free ticket into Canada. There are, as you know, Mr. Speaker, rigorous immigration and customs rules to be followed, and we enforce them to safeguard our communities against security risks. We've also made it clear that by entering into Canada and making an asylum claim, individuals could be risking their ability to return to the United States. In fact, I've made it very clear that if their asylum claim in Canada is rejected, they may not be able to return to the United States, as U.S. officials would determine who is eligible to enter into their country. Our government is also proactively engaged with the United States government and the U.S. Embassy in Canada on these issues, as our two countries to continue to cooperate to address irregular migration across our shared border. Le ministre de la Sécurité.
The Public Safety Minister regularly meets with his American counterpart to discuss this matter with him, for example. Furthermore, the Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship Minister met with the new American ambassador to Canada to talk about this very matter.
More than 120 American decision makers, including members of Congress and governors, and have met with more than 460 diplomatic representatives, organizations, community leaders, and municipal, county, and state-level officials across the United States. We've organized roundtables, outreach and information sessions with immigration organizations, Hispanic civil society organizations, cultural and academic associations, media, and the diplomatic community, and we've conducted proactive outreach to West African, Haitian, and other communities. The Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship, members of Parliament like myself, and Canadian consular officials have participated in numerous interviews with U.S. media outlets, including Univision Regional in Miami, Houston and Dallas, and Univision National here from Ottawa. Mr. Speaker, between December 18th and March 17th, we also ran a targeted advertising campaign using search engine marketing to reach key populations in the United States located in select cities. Stakeholders and leaders in the communities with which we have engaged have told us they understand and appreciate the importance of countering misinformation, and they are willing to work with us to help disseminate the facts about Canada's asylum system. Our government is preparing for further outreach in the United States and continuing our engagement with our American counterparts. Mr. Speaker, I feel for this debate, and it is important for me to inform this House on what I heard in Miami when I spoke with the Haitian and when I spoke with the Latin American diaspora communities. There is misinformation being proliferated in Miami, suggesting that once you are in Canada, you can automatically stay. This misinformation is not only incorrect, it is an incredibly cruel manipulation of scared or confused individuals who are looking simply for a better life. It leads to dangerous risks being taken by these individuals. The solution to the spread of misinformation is truth, and the members of this government and this caucus are taking real action to get the facts and the truth out about proper process to Canada. Mr. Speaker, I met real people on my mission, people who want to come to Canada and become a part of the greatest country in the world. I spoke to them, I spoke with them, I heard their stories and their hopes, and I had the privilege of sharing with them the correct process for achieving those goals if they wish. Mr. Speaker, our government will continue to be proactive to address the recent influx of asylum claims between our ports of entry. We will continue to work with partners to ensure that correct information is shared about the dangers and risks of crossing the border for asylum in this manner. We remain committed to upholding Canada's proud tradition of offering protection to people seeking refuge, and doing so responsibly and effectively. Canadians are rightfully proud of our strong international reputation for humanitarian leadership. Now, Mr. Speaker, the assertion that fulfilling our international obligations to process refugees is slowing down other immigration processes is an utter fabrication by the Conservative Party, and once again, Mr. Speaker, the only counter to misinformation is truth. The truth is our government actually knows how to walk and chew gum at the same time. So for decades, Canada has received and processed refugees in addition to regular immigration claims. We have processes in place. Every member of this House assists in those processes in their constituency offices. I know that I have over 1,500 immigration cases on which my team has worked on since we started in this work in 2015. And our government has put additional resources in place, and we are addressing these claims. Fear-mongering helps no one, Mr. Speaker. Misinformation helps no one. It doesn't help Canadians. It doesn't help asylum seekers. It doesn't help us solve anything. And I wish the opposition would work with us to implement the steps we have taken and would stop spreading misinformation. Sadly, I won't hold out hope for the party of barbaric cultural snitch lines, the party that says opposing Islamophobia is Sharia law, the party that said too many Syrian refugees, the party that slashed funding to immigration services, which actually created the backlogs, and then turned around and suggested that refugees and asylum seekers are the problem. Once again, Mr. Speaker, the opposition would like to play politics. And once again, Mr. Speaker, our government is taking and will continue to take real action. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, it is my honor to share my time with the member for Scarborough Rouge Park at the end of my remarks. Our country is open and welcoming for people who need protection. However, our government is also determined to ensure orderly immigration. We will continue to work very closely with Quebec and other provinces and territories, as well as with different partners, to resolve irregular migration and to maintain the effectiveness of our asylum system. We also care deeply about pursuing the noble tradition Canada has of offering its protection to people seeking refuge and to do it responsibly and efficiently. I'd like to mention once more, Mr. Speaker, that I'm pleased to have had the opportunity to participate in debate on such an important topic. Before concluding my remarks, Mr. Speaker,
share an anecdote of people who are facing difficult circumstances in the United States, who, when I looked in the eyes and said that an irregular crossing puts you at risk and may have you go back to Honduras or El Salvador or Haiti or countries that you've come from. You may have been in the United States for 5, 10, 15, 20 years, but if you risk an irregular crossing as an asylum seeker and our processes do not honor that or not allow you to seek asylum, you may be sent back to not the country that you just came from, but your original country of origin. And that clear message shared between human beings that just want to see people have decent lives made an impact. The communities are mobilizing. The real truth about the asylum system is getting out, and it is our duty as members of this House, Mr. Speaker, to take that solemn responsibility seriously, to share the truth and facts. There are other matters on which we can all play politics, but the lives of people seeking the basic dignity of a place to live and call home is not one of them. I'm honoured to share this debate and to turn things over to my honourable colleague after questions. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-Sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The NDP has said over and over today that the solution would be to suspend the Safe Third Country Agreement, which means that migrants coming in from the U.S. border to Canada have to do it in an irregular fashion, going between official ports of entry. If we suspended the agreement, these people would be able to come through official border points and they would be processed in a regular fashion. And we should also reinvest in staffing the CBSA so that they can deal with the influx. So those are important elements to ensure that claims are dealt with in a regular fashion with enough diligence to ensure that cases are assessed thoroughly and efficiently. what the Liberals have been refusing to do for a year and a half, even though Amnesty International and 200 law professors have been calling for it. Refugee groups and Amnesty International brought the government to court because of the Safe Third Country Agreement that has not yet been suspended.
The Honourable
Member.
Senator.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her passion on this issue. I think it's important to note that we have procedures in place to respond to asylum seekers. We've strengthened CBSA. The Public Safety Minister is following this issue very closely. We also made a solemn promise to the country that we must invite more people to the country. So we'll have 340,000 new Canadians per year, new immigrants, by 2020. And there are all of those systems, the asylum system, the refugee system, the normal immigration system. They've all been strengthened by CBSA officers who are doing their job in the right way to ensure prosperity so that we can meet our international law commitments at the same time.
The Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his speech. What I found most interesting is he spoke on the need for truth in talking about our border system, our asylum system, yet he seems to gloss over the fact that the spike in illegal crossings really occurred after the Prime Minister's grandstanding tweet suggesting that anyone could come and that they could just cross in and welcome to Canada. So if we are, he talked about hiring an agency to send emails and do the social media to correct incomplete information on the asylum process in the United States. They've sent ministers of the Crown down to U.S. cities to try and correct lack of knowledge about how immigration works in Canada, yet they will not ask the Prime Minister to actually provide the clarity. We all know, Canadians know he did it following a decision in the United States that most of us disagreed with, but the Prime Minister decided to grandstand. Will that member commit to going into their caucus meetings tomorrow and saying, Prime Minister, given what the provinces are absorbing, will you finally clarify or retract that tweet?
Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his passion on the file and his clever use of the English language. And I will say that I stand in this House and defend the Prime Minister and his actions, his commitment to diversity, his commitment to pluralism. Diversity is a fact, Mr. Speaker. Pluralism is a choice. And this country has made a choice to be a pluralistic society that requires new Canadians, 340,000 new Canadians by 2020. Other than Indigenous peoples, this whole country was built on newcomers, his family and my family included. And when the Prime Minister of Canada says to the world that you are welcome to come here through legitimate channels, that is something that I will defend to my last day in this House. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, the spike in traffic on our Canadian government websites were in direct response to the administration to the south ending the temporary resident program for people who had been in that country for up to 20 years. If I lived in a country as a temporary resident and saw my status ending after having been there for 20 years, I'd look for a great place to live too.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to first acknowledge that we're gathered here on the traditional lands of the Algonquin people. And at the outset, Mr. Speaker, if you can permit me to pay respect to the people of Toronto who were victimized just about 24 hours ago. I stand here with a very heavy heart, Mr. Speaker, for my city is wounded today. The towering pride of Toronto, the CN Tower by Lake Ontario, often seen as a symbol of our city, was dark last night. Our hearts ache with pain when we think of the 10 people who died and the 15 who were wounded. People from across our 6 former boroughs of Toronto mourn together as one, as Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Yonge and Finch is a place where I frequented often. Some of my best friends live, work, and study there. My grade 8 geography project was on this particular block on Yonge Street, which at the time comprised of many rundown storefronts. The North York Civic Centre of today is vibrant, full of life, and bustling on a warm spring day like yesterday. All across Canada, we mourn the senseless loss of lives, and while we don't know the answers today and to the many questions we may have, we can be secure that our law enforcement and emergency responders are doing everything they can to help. I want to thank them for their dedication and selfless deeds. Our police, fire, and paramedics, as well as our hospitals, have responded with a sense of duty and professionalism that we've often seen. We are so thankful for their efforts. I worked with Mayor Tory in many times of tragedy, and I know of no other leader than Mayor to lead the city to heal the wounds and make sure we continue to live in a peaceful, united, and loving city. As a government, our Minister of Public Safety and our Prime Minister have extended the federal government's full support to the efforts undertaken by the City of Toronto and the Province of Ontario. And I know that I speak for all of us in this House that we will do whatever it takes to work through this tragedy as one nation. Turning to the discussion at hand, Mr. Speaker, the opposition motion proposed by the member for Calgary-Nose Hill essentially calls upon our government to close our border, a border that has been open and free since 1812. The Canada-U.S. border is the longest undefended border in the world, and while we have designated ports of entry where we can process those who come across, there are non-designated border points which can give rise to people seeking refuge on our borders through inland claims for asylum. We've seen recent increases in these numbers. In 2017, from February to December, we saw 18,149 people cross through irregular channels. We have early indication people will continue to cross the border through irregular entry points this year during the spring and summer months. We obviously do not want people to come to Canada through these irregular border crossings, and we encourage orderly migration. We would much rather have them processed in a third country or through the UNHCR referral process. However, the nature of migration patterns in the world today and the desperation of those who are fleeing for safety and security means Canada must do its part. Mr. Speaker, I want to give you some information about refugees in the world today. There are 65.6 million forcibly displaced people. 22.5 million are refugees, and of this number, 17.2 are UNHCR refugees. Only 189,300 refugees were resettled in 2016. Our country has relatively few refugees compared to some of the world's developing countries. According to the World Refugee Council, despite the focus on refugees in Europe and North America, UNHCR has reported that 84% of refugees worldwide are hosted by developing countries. Turkey has 2.9 million refugees, Lebanon, 1 million, Uganda, 940,000, Bangladesh, close to 1 million. These are all developing countries, but they have not collapsed because of the massive number of refugees they face. In fact, they have stepped up to do their part in helping those who are most vulnerable and who need assistance and who are fleeing war. The UN High Commissioner for Refugees in Canada has said that Canada is very well equipped to respond to this crisis. Mr. Speaker, I traveled to Cox's Bazar in January of this year, and I saw firsthand the incredible generosity of the people of Bangladesh. Bangladesh is an area which is quite, it's an impoverished country in South Asia. It's now host to over close to 1 million refugees from Rakhine State in Myanmar. As you can see, the world has responded in an incredible way to help those who are in need. But Bangladesh, particularly in the last 30 years, has hosted anywhere from 100,000 to 1 million people. These numbers are repeated around the world as many countries in the developing world are burdened by their unfair share of those who come to their borders. Unlike what our friends opposite suggest and create conservative sound bites with, this is not a crisis in Canada, and we must keep this in perspective. While we're dealing with a spike of irregular border crossers, we're not dealing with a calamity. Our government has undertaken a number of initiatives to ensure that there's orderly border crossings. First, we've invested $173 million towards further strengthening security operations at the border and faster processing of asylum claims. This includes $74 million for faster decision-making on asylum claims at the Immigration and Refugee Board. We worked with provinces and other partners to develop a national operations plan to manage possible scenarios and ensure that we're prepared for any fluctuations. We've undertaken an extensive outreach campaign to reach potential migrant diaspora communities in the U.S. to ensure that they understand the Canadian immigration laws and the consequences of crossing the border irregularly. We've established a task force on irregular migration, which includes key federal and provincial partners. We've expanded processing capacity in Montreal to make eligibility decisions faster. We've established a faster process for issuing work permits to minimize reliance on social assistance, and we've cut processing times from 3 months down to 3 weeks and have issued 13,000 work permits to asylum seekers in Quebec. Working with Quebec and Ontario to explore further options to allow asylum seekers to meet labour shortages as they await hearings for their asylum claims. And we're continuously engaging the U.S. on issues of managed migration and our shared border. I believe that the government is doing its part to address the temporary issue of increases in irregular arrivals. What we will not do, Mr. Speaker, is panic. We will not overreact, and we will not treat those who come to our borders as criminals. And let me give you an example, Mr. Speaker. In 2009, 76 Tamils came to our shores fleeing persecution in Sri Lanka aboard the MV Ocean Lady and landed in Vancouver. In 2010, 492 men, women, and children came on board the MV Sun Sea. Both boatloads of refugees fled violent armed conflict in Sri Lanka and had nowhere else to go. They took extraordinary risk and took their lives in their own hands and came in Dipraka boats to our western shores. The previous Harper government reacted to this by targeting these refugees as illegals, terrorists, and undesirables. Every single one of those who arrived on these two boats were detained, most for well over 3 months, and some upwards of a year. I was astonished to see 49 young people, all under the age of 16, who came with their parents who were detained, essentially jailed, for weeks on end. The Burnaby Youth Detention Center housed these children and many other parents of their children as well. The UN High Commissioner for Human Rights called out Canada for its treatment of refugees in 2009 and 2010, particularly the detention of children. The opposition would treat those who irregularly arrive at our borders seeking safety and refuge the same way they treat criminals. So the question I have for them is this: are we proposing to detain everyone who comes to our border? If so, do we detain the children as well? Or should we have armed personnel secure the border and shoot those who come across? This is the danger we face in addressing the issue of irregular arrivals in a reactionary way and not looking at the longer-term and broader perspectives. Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude by saying that this weekend I was at Pier 21 Museum, a museum of immigration in Halifax, and I saw an exhibit called Refuge Canada. And it's an exhibit that gives us the best and worst of Canadian immigration history. And it gives you examples of the Ismailis landing in the 1970s, the Vietnamese boat people in the 1980s, the images of Syrians who resettled in the last 2 years. We also have images of people from the Kamagata Maru and the SS St. Louis, and the Ocean Lady and the MV Sun Sea. And they all speak of our difficult past. The question for us today, Mr. Speaker, is which path are we going to go on? Are we going to go towards a path where we will continue to be vigilant but still compassionate? Or will we go through a path where we close our doors, close our borders, and be part of a one-man island where we don't allow others in? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for his speech, but also his comments at the beginning about the attack in Toronto that happened yesterday. My brother lives there, and I think it's fair to say everyone in this House, the victims, the first responders, they're in our hearts and in our prayers today. But I do want to ask the member to clarify what he said at the beginning. It seems he didn't read the motion that was put forth. He says that we want to close down the borders. Well, there's 4 parts of the motion, Mr. Speaker. It's to ensure that the agencies responsible for our borders are properly equipped. I think that's reasonable. Admit that the Prime Minister's irresponsible tweet is causing this problem. Take responsibility. Number 3 is take responsibility for the massive social services costs burdening the provincial governments, and we've heard from Quebec and they need help. And to table in the House no later than May the 11th, like a plan to address this issue. And it seems that some of the Liberal speakers, they don't understand the difference between illegal refugees and a properly functioning immigration system, and it seems that they are actually intentionally misrepresenting the two. And I was wondering if the member could stand up, and does he understand the difference between illegal refugees and a properly functioning immigration system, and how it's so unfair to people who play by the rules to see this queue jumping?
The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the comments with respect to Toronto. Thank my colleague for those comments with respect to Toronto. Mr. Speaker, illegal refugees is a term, I know that this has come up a number of times, is a term that's somewhat problematic because by nature refugees are not illegal. Perhaps the act of crossing the border could be deemed to be illegal, but refugees themselves are not illegal. And I think this is what I speak to when I speak about criminality. When we talk about refugees and when we speak about it in the context of the previous Harper government, it's often in the context of criminality. They're either terrorists, they're criminals, they're queue jumpers, they're undesirables. And when I illustrated what happened with the MV Sunsea and Ocean Lady, I was actually there in Vancouver when those boats came, and I did a lot of work around dispelling the myths of the previous government. And what's problematic is that's really the same tone that we're taking today in this motion, which is to really look at refugees and those who are coming here as those who are somewhat undesirable. And while there's some legitimate concerns there, I think it's important that we understand also the tone and tenor of what we're talking about, because we can't continue to vilify people. There are 65 million people around the world. A country like Bangladesh has 1 million people right now that they're housing. I think we just have to put this in perspective and put this in context of the broader issues with respect to refugees around the world.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I must admit, I do find it quite hypocritical when the Conservative Party talks about strengthening the borders and giving the tools and resources to CBSA that they need to do their job, yet they cut $390 million from that agency not too long ago. And the fact that this government has been investing $173 million into that agency that the Conservatives have been complaining about that we've been spending that money. I'm wondering if the member from Scarborough can give his insight into how he feels about that and if he would agree with me on that.
Member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Absolutely, Mr. Speaker. I completely concur with my colleague, and I know that's just one aspect of it. I mean, there's a lot of proactive things that our government has done, including have our members from different diaspora communities be going down to the U.S., speaking in places like California and Florida, and speaking to people who may be potential targets of those who may want to bring them across the border. So we are very vigilant in addressing that in a proactive way. It's the funding, it's the partnership with provinces, it's a collaborative approach, and it does include a great element of education towards those who may want to cross the border.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Durham.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I have the honour to share my time with the honourable member for Louis-Saint-Laurent, my friend and colleague.
Today to speak about this Opposition Day motion, I will echo the comments made by my friend from Scarborough Rouge River. As a Greater Toronto Area Member of Parliament, we were horrified by the attack yesterday, and our prayers and our thoughts go out to the families affected, the people that were tragically killed, and the 14-plus injured, Mr. Speaker. It struck home. He was stopped most effectively by the Toronto Police out in front of the building I worked at Young and Shepherd for 5 years with Procter & Gamble. And fortunately, our team there, the people I worked with, were fine. But there's families that are struck by such a horrific act. So I think we all echo those sentiments today, Mr. Speaker. But moving from shared sentiment to my speech will be directed on the disaster that this government is presiding over on our border. And you hear ridiculous language like Canada's going to be closed off in an island, we're demonizing people. That is highly divisive and unfair, Mr. Speaker. Actually, by allowing our system to be eroded, to allowing trust to be eroded when we don't even enforce border laws, Mr. Speaker, over time will actually mean less Canadians have confidence in our immigration and asylum system, Mr. Speaker. So what the Liberals are presiding over is a period where we could see fewer Canadians see this as the positive that it is, Mr. Speaker. And to suggest that following the rules is somehow unreasonable just show how devoid of leadership this government is. And I'll use my few moments to talk about, because last year there was about 23,000 illegal crossings. The minister admitted to the term that it was illegal at committee, but you see them bend over backwards not to suggest that. We have a process for asylum claims, Mr. Speaker. We have a process for refugee resettlement. All sides have worked on that, and all sides up until this government have followed the rules. So the exceptional work done by my friend, the MP from Calgary-Nose Hill, brings this issue to the House for a solid debate, and that's what Canadians expect. They don't expect buzzwords like welcome to Canada. They don't expect suggestions that we're trying to turn Canada into an isolated island. We all see the tremendous benefit to our immigration in Canada, to our fair and rules-based refugee and asylum process. What's happening now is an erosion of that, Mr. Speaker. So my colleague has brought 4 different ways. Make sure our agencies are properly equipped. They are not. I will show you how that minister has allowed that to happen. We've heard about the Prime Minister's irresponsible tweet, just trying to show the world that he's not the President of the United States. He's caused a problem that they now send ministers down into cities in the U.S. to try and rectify, rather than the Prime Minister providing any responsibility about clarifying our rules and our fair-based process. It was irresponsible grandstanding by the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker. Right. The social services costs, which I will show, is billions of dollars, Mr. Speaker. And the Quebec Premier has been putting them on notice that they need millions more because of the inaction. And then my friend from Calgary-Nose Hill wants a plan tabled by May 11th. As you'll see from my remarks and from using the government's own information, Mr. Speaker, there's been no plan other than hashtags and faulty suggestions that somehow by saying it's fair to follow the rules, we're going to close Canada off like some isolated island. That's hyperbole of the highest order. That's just hiding their failure on this file. I'll start off by first saying my friend in September of 2017, when there were already problems with people not going to proper border checkpoints in accordance with the Safe Third Country Agreement that the Liberal government of Jean Chrétien negotiated between Canada and the U.S., my colleague asked a simple question about should we not update the loophole in this agreement. That minister, Mr. Speaker, said, quote, the Safe Third Country Agreement works fantastically well for Canada, end quote, Mr. Speaker. We see that it's not working fantastically well because it's being exploited. But just not even a year ago, when we're already seeing Manitoba, Quebec, provinces having to struggle with the challenges of people not following the rules, they're suggesting, no problem, he has not even raised it as something that needs to be updated with his counterpart, the Homeland Security Secretary of the United States. His own department, Mr. Speaker, this shows the minister's incapable hands on this file. His own department, a few months before he said that in the House to my colleague, suggested in a memo from his deputy minister that, quote, despite strong collaboration amongst Canadian and U.S. agency counterparts, a major security or humanitarian threat could create an urgent need to revisit existing policies, end quote, Mr. Speaker. Those existing policies, that's the Safe Third Country Agreement. Right. So these documents from the minister's own department are leaking out, contradicting actually what he's telling Parliament. His department's saying, well, we're talking with our U.S. counterparts, things aren't working too well. If we see another surge, we're going to have to revisit urgently. Yet the minister in the House of Commons said fantastically well, Mr. Speaker. And I see his parliamentary secretary is here. I'm hoping he reports back on this, Mr. Speaker, because I don't have confidence in this minister. My colleague from Calgary-Nose Hill, later on in October, had the minister at committee, and she responsibly, because she knows the file very well, talked about a 40,000 case backlog to the Immigration and Refugee Board, Mr. Speaker. Those are people, many of them legitimate refugees, now waiting because of a backlog caused by their inaction on the border, Mr. Speaker. So my colleague asked about that at the time and said, were there enough resources? In fact, the previous speaker, the member from Scarborough-Rouge Hill, asked the minister, are there, quote, mechanism, timeline, and resources in place, unquote, to handle this surge of illegal crossers, Mr. Speaker? The minister at that time reassured everyone. He said, quote, we've done it with the resources we have. It's been a question of being a little more efficient, finding innovative ways to deal with this, Mr. Speaker. Basically suggesting to us that there's no problem here. We're handling it. At one point, he said in an interview, we have to be a little more nimble, but we can handle this surge. We don't have to change anything. In fact, in that October 5th meeting, my colleague, the capable MP from Calgary-Nose Hill, asked, have you spoken to the United States, this is last October, about closing the loophole in the Safe Third Country Agreement? The minister once again said, quote, we haven't done that, Mr. Speaker. So we have a Minister of Immigration being told repeatedly over the course of a year by his department, Minister, we have a problem. When the minister appears before parliamentarians, no problem at all. This is working fantastically fine. We just need to be a little more nimble. That's not accurate, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest to you, when he's suggesting it's not working. And I'll show you why. Here's perhaps the most damning piece of information that I'd like the minister to tell this House about, because it's a briefing memo from his deputy minister. His deputy minister, Mr. Speaker. So while he's reassuring parliamentarians and Canadians that there's no problem, move along, what is his deputy minister saying? Quote, with no new funding allocated to the IRB in Budget 2017, the Refugee Protection Division will be unable to keep up with the volume of claims, even with anticipated efficiency increases of 20%. By the end of 2021, this will lead to a 133-month delay. 11-year wait time, Mr. Speaker. 11 years. How is that fair to any Canadian, any asylum seeker, any refugee family, any family trying to use the system in the way it's meant to be? 11 years, Mr. Speaker. If that is not an admission of failure at the highest level, while he's telling the House of Commons and committee, everything's working fantastically well, Mr. Speaker. Here is the kicker that Quebec is already worried about, and Canadians should be too. The same note then suggested individuals waiting in the backlog will still continue to utilize social supports, including education, social assistance, and interim federal health. For 2016-17, these were calculated at $600 per month per claimant. Therefore, in the above scenario, social support costs for the inventory could climb to $2.9 billion for 4 years between 2017 and 2021. Mr. Speaker, if we use the 11-year wait time that the minister's own department is warning him about, you know what the cost to the Treasury is? Of many provinces? $8.2 billion, Mr. Speaker. $8.2 billion would pay for some of the national pharmacare program they're talking about, Mr. Speaker. But it's a sign that they're not running the system fairly. It's time for them to be honest with Canadians.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration and Refugees.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative member talked a great deal about confidence in his remarks, and I can tell you that Canadians have shown in whom they have confidence, and we have taken steps to ensure that we have a robust system. We are managing the situation. Mr. Speaker, I know he's talked a great deal about investments, but once again, we invested some $173 million in the budget to the department. And so one of my questions for my colleague opposite is this, because he's saying that he's basing his remarks on facts and the truth. I'd like him to explain something to me. The asylum system and the regular system that we have for people coming to Canada, for the economics category, the other refugee category. Where did he get his information, Mr. Speaker? Because he's saying that it's all in the same system. Because, Mr. Speaker, all Canadians know that those two separate systems are separate, the regular system for immigrants and the refugee system. So I'd like him to explain that to me.
Durham.
The Honourable Member for Durham.
Speaker, I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister. I'd like to thank his department for giving me the information I quoted to this House. You know, that's the trouble. I've said the backlog in refugee cases, Mr. Speaker, his deputy minister seems to have a better handle on the file than that member and the minister. $8.2 billion because of the rise in cases, Mr. Speaker. This is from a briefing note from the deputy minister of his department. Perhaps after the debate, Mr. Speaker, I'll bring him up to speed with the size of their problem. What is Premier Couillard saying, Mr. Speaker? He is asking for many millions of dollars more, Mr. Speaker, because of the inaction on the Safe Third Country Agreement. As I said, we have documents from the department warning the minister to save it. Some members saying, answer the question. You should read this report. Through you, Mr. Speaker. They are saying act, and the minister is saying fantastically well. I guess that's Sunny Way.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I must admit, as I said a few minutes ago, the hypocrisy flowing from the other side is quite rich today. I mean, the truth of the matter is not just today. Thank you for that clarification. But the truth of the matter is that the previous Conservative government cut $390 million from the CBSA. How can you possibly sit there and talk about strengthening our borders, a 9,000-kilometer-long border, when you took the resources away from them? Not you, Mr. Speaker, the opposition.
La Deputy de Durham.
The Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At committee today, the member spoke with fondness about Flora MacDonald. I like to remind him that was the last best member from the Kingston and the Islands, was Flora MacDonald. But this shows they don't even understand the file, Mr. Speaker. The backlog I'm talking about, the 11-year wait list that the Deputy Minister to that Parliamentary Secretary's department is warning about, that's the Immigration and Refugee Board. That's not CBSA, Mr. Speaker. We actually gave CBSA and the Conservative government additional powers. We armed them because of illegal weapons, Mr. Speaker. We gave them the tools needed. This is a case of non-border stops. The Safe Third Country Agreement, the loophole, is non-border stops. Maybe they should actually get to know the file, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, the minister is not heeding the advice of his own department. That's why Canadians are fortunate that the MP from Calgary-Nose Hill has brought this debate to hold them to account.
We have time for one more short question and response. The Honourable Member for Richmond Centre.
I'd like to bring your attention to what's happening in my riding. I've already heard a lot of people coming to my office complaining about a lot of delay. And then actually, when I look at the refugees who already been admitted through the legal process, what they are doing. One of the poor refugee women has to beg people to teach her English, and some of them are lining up for food bank. So these are the people we really are with us already. So what has the government done for these people? So they actually do not even look after them when they're here, and these are legally immigrants and refugees. We allow them in. So my question to my colleagues is that, what is the priority of the government? Do they just let anybody in and dump them to all the rest of us? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for highlighting the question. It shows the lack of confidence we'll now have because of the incompetence of that minister and this government. As I said, Mr. Speaker, their own department is warning of a risk of an 11-year backlog. 11 years. That's in the Deputy Minister's own briefing note. While they're saying that, the minister's before committee and before this place saying everything's fine, it's working fantastically well in his remarks, and do they have the resources? In fact, in 2017, he told Committee on Supplementary Estimates he needed less money, Mr. Speaker. But here's the kicker, and what Premier Couillard and other provincial premiers are beginning to realize. If they allow their inaction to continue, there's the potential of an $8.2 billion social cost. Wow. The minister's own department is saying that, and the federal health transfer is a tiny portion of that. In fact, education, social assistance, housing supports, those things, after the federal money runs out, it's the provinces, Mr. Speaker. So it's about time that minister and this government starts getting back to a fair, predictable, rules-based system that Canadians can have confidence in.
Hear, hear.
Before resuming debate, I must inform the honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent that there are approximately 6 to 7 minutes for his remarks prior to statements by members. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Take my thought and my prayers to the people of Toronto because of what the tragedy happened yesterday hurt me and hurt all Canadians. When something like that happened, it's not only regional, it's not only provincial, it's national. All Canadians are with Toronto people. Monsieur le Président, ce débat...
Mr. Speaker, this debate hits at the heart of Canada's identity and as what we want to do as Canadians. We all know, Mr. Speaker, that Canada is the result of extraordinary collaboration. Canada was started by the First Nations, people who live in Wendake, for example, in my riding with whom I speak. Since 1534, they have welcomed in immigrants from across the world. In 1958, at 4 in the morning, in the Quebec port, there arose a star. A boat from France, from the Havre, came ashore, and there were some 60 people who wanted to establish themselves in Canada, including my father, my mother, and my brother. So that was some 60 years ago. They were welcomed to Canada August 22nd in 1958. And 60 years later, my parents are still here. I'm here carrying on the family tradition with my family, my children. So, Mr. Speaker, Canada was built on immigration. But like many people over centuries, they came to Canada following the rules. My mother spent almost a week at the embassy in Paris trying to convince Canada that our family could be welcomed. And she was successful. So, Mr. Speaker, for Canada to prosper, we must follow the rules. And for the past year, we have been seeing an unacceptable situation. Canada is unfortunately tolerating the illegal entry of thousands of people. This is disrespectful for those people who dream about coming to Canada, to immigrating through proper channels to this country, who are waiting in embassies abroad, who are waiting in their homelands, who are waiting at home, but who are following the rules. They have to wait, whereas other people are entering illegal. And we're not talking about a handful, we're talking about thousands of people. Now, this situation is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker, and it is the Prime Minister's fault. He decided to tweet out a message. It was on January 28, 2017 at 3:22, where he said that anyone who wanted to come to Canada, they were welcome. Canada welcomes you. That's what he tweeted. He just forgot a detail. He forgot to add, but follow the rules, the proper channels. So thousands of people across the world said, bingo, we can go to Canada. And it created quite a stir in embassies across the world, as was reported. Mary Daniel Smith in the National Post, she quoted an official from our embassy in Mexico who said we need information on how we are to respond to the requests or claims for asylum following the Prime Minister's tweet. A few days later, the first secretary at the embassy in Mexico said we are receiving an increasingly large number of claims for asylum following the publicity surrounding the Prime Minister's tweet welcoming immigrants. So these aren't militant conservatives making those remarks. Those are employees of our embassy abroad who are grappling with the situation on a daily basis and who don't know what to do with people who are watching TV and seeing thousands of people come when they're telling people, come into the embassy, fill out the paperwork. That's the reality we're facing, Mr. Speaker. So it's a problem that was created by the government. And what did it do? It created a situation where some 20,000 people followed a little path at Lacolle. They crossed the border into Quebec. Now, Quebec had to pick up the tab for that, and I'll come back to that aspect later, but this is a result of the Prime Minister's tweet. Those people took some action, but a little late. They sent emissaries. They sent the member for Bourassa to meet with people in Miami, in Los Angeles, New York, or Dallas, to tell people to follow the rules, to respect the law. Now, it's all fine and well to have done that, but why did they have to do it? Because the Prime Minister messed up by tweeting to the world that there were no problems, that Canada welcomed them. So some 21,000 people entered the country illegally, and it has caused thousands of problems and other very deplorable, compassionate cases. There are some 2,500 children that had to be accommodated in the schools, 2,500 new students. It's like opening 5 new schools in the province. Premier Couillard commented on that as well. And I'm sure that in a few moments the Liberals will have an opportunity to speak to this and respond to my comments. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent will have 4 minutes when the House returns to the debate on this motion.
By members, Déclaration de député, the Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Key social determinants of health, like housing, education, infrastructure, health services, and food security, play a significant role in the well-being and quality of life of Canadians. Unfortunately, access to these factors is not the same across Canada, and anyone that has been to my riding has seen this firsthand. The WHO has stated that social determinants of health are shaped by the distribution of money, power, and resources. I have stressed several times in this House that the per capita system fails the government of Nunavut and Nunavumut. While touring my riding, many Inuit have said that they feel forgotten. They believe new Canadians get treated better than they do. Mr. Speaker, it's time to change the per capita system to more of a needs-based approach. It's time to address these inequities and work to ensure that Inuit can enjoy the same quality of life as other Canadians. Mr. Speaker, Nunavumut are hopeful that the language used thus far hasn't been just talk. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour to rise and share with the House the important work Equal Opportunities West is doing to assist persons with disabilities to secure meaningful employment. Their staff is dedicated to making sure each individual in their program is given the opportunity to succeed, and I'm proud to support their efforts in the community. Earlier this month, Equal Opportunities West received $450,000 from Western Economic Diversification to help entrepreneurs with disabilities succeed and thrive. Lastly, I want to share that I will host my 2nd annual community barbecue and e-waste drive in support of Equal Opportunities West. In 2017, we were able to collect over 3,500 kilograms of e-waste, and we're looking forward to topping that number this year. I encourage everyone in Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley to stop by on June 9th, drop off their e-waste, pick up a hot dog, and say hi to the amazing staff, volunteers, and participants at Equal Opportunities West. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Riverbend.
Mr. Speaker, this government's omnibus justice bill, Bill C-75, misses the mark completely.
This bill is an attempt by government falling behind in the polls to pass legislation in order to keep promises they've been failing to uphold. Bill C-75 is a huge overstep by this government. I think it is incredibly important to protect the rights and freedoms of Canadians, but this goes above and beyond. Under the proposed legislation, a number of serious offences, including child abduction, will be classified as hybrid offences. This means potentially lighter sentences for people accused of these serious crimes. Reducing these sentences will be a grave mistake. I'm not confident in the ability of this government to overhaul the justice system when they can't even appoint judges on time, creating a backlog that allows criminals to walk free after long court delays. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-75 is another attempt by this government to parade their social justice agenda while jeopardizing the safety of Canadians.
The honourable member for Brampton North.
Mr. Speaker, last week was a good week for Brampton. Minister Hunter and Minister Mully from the Ontario government, along with Mayor Jeffrey and Brampton City Council, announced the much-anticipated location of Brampton's future university in collaboration with Ryerson University and Sheridan College. Soon to be located in the heart of the city, just off Main Street, this new university will rejuvenate the downtown core, support local small businesses, and revamp the city's cultural scene. It will be situated steps away from the downtown Brampton GO and transit terminal. I'm excited to see that significant investments from the federal government has been making into my city. For example, the Riverwalk and major funds for public transit, which will work in conjunction with this university to breathe new life into the Brampton's downtown core. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to continue advocating for federal involvement in this project and others because this university will be a game changer.
The honourable member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, on September 15, 1915, the Minister of the Interior of the Ottoman Empire sent the following telegram to the Aleppo station. The government has decided to destroy all Armenians residing in Turkey. Their existence must be ended no matter how criminal the measures are that will be used. Neither age nor gender must be considered. Conscientious scruples have no place here. This was horrifying and crystal clear, and the horrors began in what became the first genocide of the 20th century. 1.5 million men, women, and children were massacred, executed, or moved to desert regions where they died. This House recognized this genocide in 2004, and the Government of Canada did the same 2 years later. More than a century later, we still have a duty to remember. We owe it to victims, but we also owe it to humanity to face past atrocities in order to ensure that they never happen again. Together, let us build a world of respect, tolerance, and peace.
Honourable member for Quebec-Mactaquac.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to highlight an event coming up in my riding in Saint-André-Grand Falls area.
We'll bring together various economic stakeholders in an effort to support Dr. Oker's employees during their difficult transition period due to the unfortunate closure of their Grand Falls facility.
I wish to extend a thank you to the Valley Chamber of Commerce on their efforts to put together a working group involving municipal representatives from the 4 major communities in this area, as well as business and provincial representatives, to educate constituents on resources for retraining and job opportunities available to them with employers in the region who plan to be present at the upcoming job fair.
The office looks forward to being present at the event and providing constituents with any federal resources they may need alongside representatives from Service Canada. Job creation and growth in the economy are a priority not just only in our government, but for the provincial government, and I commend the local Chamber of Commerce for spearheading this event.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Mr. Speaker, as we saw yesterday in Toronto, our world is faced with tragedy on a daily basis. My thoughts go to the victims and their families of this horrific act, and I wish a speedy recovery to those injured in this attack. April is Organ and Tissue Donation Awareness Month. In the wake of the horrible tragedy that occurred in Humboldt, Saskatchewan, I have been deeply encouraged by the outpouring of support we have seen for organ and tissue donation thanks to Logan Boulet's Selfless Act. The life saved due to Boulet's generosity stands as a testament to the good that organ donation can do. I also believe that the federal government has a role to play in providing coordination between the provinces. This is a national issue that needs a national solution with a national organ donor registry. Mr. Speaker, in honor of the Humboldt Broncos and the victims of attack yesterday in Toronto, I encourage all Canadians to register to be a donor. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Mr. Speaker, April 22nd was the 10th anniversary of the race held by the Champfleury Residents Association, a key organization in my riding. They are the flag bearers for sport and recreation in their community, and their goals serve in large part the needs of young families. Promoting a healthy environment and a healthy lifestyle is the mission of the Champfleury Residents Association. This race brings together families, neighbors, and friends from Laval, but also from the North Shore and Montreal, and it is becoming more and more popular, with 1,500 racers registered this time. I have followed their successes over time, and I am proud to encourage them in their future endeavors, even more so because of the fact that they are environmentally responsible. The Champfleury Residents Association is a young, dynamic, and effervescent group of young
Saga Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, with profound sadness, I pay tribute to Mary Elizabeth Needham, a constituent of my riding who passed away earlier this year. A graduate of the Ontario Ladies College, McGill, and the University of Toronto, Mary was accomplished, selfless, and compassionate. Mary was committed to improving the lives of vulnerable people and a strong proponent of social justice. She was an active member of the Unitarian congregation in my community and cared deeply about children's and women's issues. As a grandmother, Mary worked tirelessly through the Stephen Lewis Foundation's Grandmother to Grandmother campaign, which supports grandmothers in Africa who are single-handedly raising orphan children. Mary's steadfast devotion to improving the well-being of others was an inspiration to those whose lives she touched along her path. She truly left an indelible mark in our community and around the world, and she is sorely missed. But for all those who knew her, Mr. Speaker, Mary's legacy will live on as we strive to help the least advantaged among us and work towards a better tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, beginning on April 24, 1915, the Armenian people were subjected to suffering and death at the hands of the Ottoman Empire, a tragic event in history that our Parliament in 2004 and our Conservative government in 2006 recognized as the Armenian Genocide. On Sunday, I joined the Armenian community in Waterloo Region to reflect on the suffering endured by thousands of Armenians and the 1.5 million whose lives were lost in the first genocide of the 20th century. Today, hundreds of thousands of Armenians will gather in Yerevan to commemorate the genocide. As a member and former chair of the Canada-Armenia Parliamentary Friendship Group, I have been honored to travel to Armenia and to witness the prosperous democracy that has emerged. I've been privileged to meet Canadians of Armenian descent who contributed so much to my home community of Waterloo Region and to all of Canada. By remembering the Armenian genocide, we should all be motivated to do everything in our power to ensure that such a terrible tragedy never happens again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bonavista, Burin, Trinity.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Barbara Pinney from Glovertown in my riding. Last week, Barbara received the Sovereign's Medal for Volunteerism from the Governor-General. Barbara has been a loyal and dedicated volunteer with the Canadian Red Cross for more than 40 years. Her commitment to the Red Cross has transcended local, regional, national, and international levels. Barbara's involvement with the Red Cross began as a junior Red Cross volunteer, and in 1975 she became a teacher sponsor, a role which she continued in every school in her teaching career. She has been an active member ever since. Barbara Pinney is an inspiration to all Canadians. Her humble approach has created generations of youth who have grown to support the Red Cross at all ages. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Barbara Pinney for her service to the Canadian Red Cross and making our communities, province, country, and world a better place for all.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Mr. Speaker, the tragic event in Toronto has saddened us all. But we need to remember that there is so much goodness in our people that truly defines our nation. Recently, a taxi driver from my riding found in his car $4,000 cash in small bills. Tajamal Rana came to Canada about 16 years ago from Pakistan and has raised his family, his wife, and 3 young children on the wages of a cab driver. His first thought finding the money was, "This money does not belong to me. I must return it." And he eventually traced the person and returned the money. When I learned of this, I asked him to my office, where in a brief ceremony I handed him a certificate, which says in part, "You are to be commended for setting such a remarkable example of honesty and truthfulness in making our community a better place." Mr. Speaker, a humble Pakistani Canadian, Tajamal Rana, is a reminder to all of us of the decency of our people.
Bravo. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, today I want to pay my respects to a special friend who lost her life last week after a 4-year battle with cancer. Donna Richardson was known to many of us on Parliament Hill as not only the wife of our former parliamentary colleague John Duncan, but for her dedicated work in the Senate and House. Many of us watched as Donna showed up to work almost every day while she underwent surgery, radiation, and chemotherapy. Typically, she had a giant smile on her face, a laugh that would brighten the room, and a passion for politics. An entrepreneur, avid athlete, dedicated worker whose faith guided her throughout her life. Donna and John found each other later in life, but it was a match that was meant to be. Their time was too short, especially in their new home on the island, but we were all witness to the joy, love, and support their marriage provided through many challenges. I'd like to express our deepest condolences to John and Donna's family. Donna, you faced your illness with bravery and determination. You are now without pain. Rest in peace.
The Honourable Member for Vimy. Mr. Speaker, it is with a heavy heart that I rise again in this House to acknowledge the anniversary of the Armenian genocide that cost the lives of countless innocent people starting on the 24th of April 1915. I have had the honor of becoming close to the Armenian community in Vimy, Laval, and Montreal. They are a resolute and proud people, strong, and today we are reminded of their perseverance in the face of crushing obstacles and past atrocities. We recognize and condemn the Armenian genocide because we must not forget the injustices perpetrated on peoples if we want to continue moving forward together, hand in hand, towards a truly multicultural and fair society.
Today, remembering and commemorating the lost lives, but also celebrating the continued bonds we share with our Armenian brothers and sisters. Never again. Vach and Kamme Yavas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les
This tragic attack in Toronto is cause for all Canadians to pause and remember the 10 lives that were taken and the 15 who were injured. Nos pensées vont vers...
Our thoughts are with the victims of this tragedy as well as with their families and their close ones. Know that you are not alone and that we are with you.
For the heroic work of first responders and those aiding the injured. Their courage and determination is the embodiment of the values Canadians hold dear. Constable Ken Lamb's bravery deserves special recognition. His restraint and calm in the face of chaos is an example of professionalism and courage. I have no doubt that this intervention will be held as an example for those training for the police forces. Nous ne laisserons pas cette attaque.
We will not let this attack spread fear or division amongst us.
Strong, diverse, loving, and courageous. Nothing that happened yesterday will change that. We will come together, we will mourn, we will seek justice, and we will remain strong. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday a busy street in Toronto became the scene of a horrible crime. On a peaceful, sunny day in spring, we saw it marred by senseless brutality, taking the lives of 10 innocent people and sending many more to hospital. Today,
we are with those who lost their lives
and their close ones, and our prayers are with the ones recovering in hospital.
Moments to inspire our faith in humanity. We have all by now seen how this cowardly attacker was confronted and subdued by a single brave Toronto police officer, exemplifying the best of Toronto's first responders. And it is but one of the many acts of selflessness of which we have learned, showing the bravery and kindness of Torontonians as they confronted a devastating act of murder on their streets. I'd also like to commend Mayor John Tory and the Toronto Police Services for their calm guidance in the midst of a shocking and chaotic situation. Toronto is a strong city, Mr. Speaker, and its residents will have our support as they rally together, not just in anger or grief, but in solidarity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Eglinton Lawrence.
Speaker, the people of my hometown of Toronto are grief-stricken today in the wake of a senseless, horrifying, and criminal act that took 10 innocent lives and left many more injured, shattering a peaceful city. Aux victimes et aux survivants.
To the victims and the survivors, and to those who lost their closed ones, know that all Canadians are with you. And to the residents of Toronto, you are honourable and generous, and we offer you all the support you need while you recover from this tragedy.
Founders, we are profoundly grateful for your service and courage. In the moment of truth, you stared down danger with professionalism and bravery that, without question, saved lives, prevented further injury, and kept our city safe. The day after, some might say that Toronto has lost its innocence. However, let me assure this House that we are proud, we are resilient, and we are strong. I hope all members will join me in expressing support and solidarity for the good people of Toronto, especially the mothers and fathers and spouses and children who lost someone they love. We are with you, and together we will emerge from this more united than ever.
All too soon, we find ourselves once again offering condolences on the tragic and unexpected loss of life many of our fellow citizens have had to bear. The families and friends of those women and men killed or injured in yesterday's attack have suffered the cruelest blow. Theirs is a deeply personal loss that can only be imagined by those of us who did not know their loved ones. Cependant,
And yet, I know that like all Canadians, we are all saddened and horrified by these events. At the same time, we are comforted by the courage and compassion of those who helped the victims.
observe a moment of silence as an expression of our sorrow. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker,
Last week, the government of Quebec said that Ottawa's initial response to its request for help with the illegal border crossings demonstrated that the federal government has no idea what's going on at the border. The federal minister of immigration replied by criticizing Quebec. Very impressive. It's only when Quebec went to the media that they were finally able to obtain assistance. Why would Quebec have to go to the media to finally get a reaction from this government? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, since we came to power, we have been building bridges with the provincial premiers, with provincial governments, and with the municipalities. We believe in cooperation and collaboration that is open and transparent, and Canadians can see this in action in many files. When it comes to asylum seekers, I am very proud of the work that we are doing and that the advisory committee is doing with stakeholders from many different levels to ensure that we can really respond to this in a way that Canadians expect us to. Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The number of illegal border crossings to Canada has increased 128% over the same time period last year. This has been an issue for well over a year, but this Prime Minister has failed to take any concrete steps to address the situation. In fact, it was the Prime Minister's own words that encouraged this crisis to start in the first place. So my question is, what was he doing that prevented him from addressing this crisis for a whole year?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our system needs to be compassionate and needs to ensure that only those who should be in Canada stay.
Conservatives who cut $390 million from the CPSA and cut refugee health care. They created massive backlogs and processing delays, which we're still working to fix. They want to know concrete actions. Well, we've invested $173 million, which include $74 million to ensure faster processing of claims. While Conservatives continue to vote against funding for our security agencies, we will make sure they have the resources they need.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, we have no doubt that their plan is more expensive. Our problem is also that it's less effective. That's right. We're getting the worst of both worlds, a higher cost for a less effective border system. Now, according to an anonymous briefing from government officials reported by Global News, the plan to address the illegal migrant situation is still, quote, days or weeks away from being ready. This despite that this situation has been going on for over a year. Meanwhile, families here in Canada who are waiting to be reunited with a loved one or refugees facing real danger have to wait longer because of this government's inaction. Why?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I think people will be forgiven for rolling their eyes when the Conservatives talk about supporting refugees or accelerating process for family reunification. Their cuts left us with significant backlogs. They tried to get rid of backlogs by using the delete button. Instead, we invested significantly in ensuring that we have a robust immigration system that is able to handle asylum seekers and irregular arrivals. We will continue to make sure that Canada is a strong and open country that applies the rules of its immigration system.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Order.
Mr. Speaker, that is just so patently false. The reality is it is completely unfair and unjust to tell people who have waited years to come to Canada that their family members now have to wait longer just because some people want to jump the line. The Conservative government had a generous and welcoming immigration policy that was based on rules to ensure that legitimate refugees facing real danger and those waiting to be reunited with their families could do so. Why is this government prioritizing those who skip the line?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives cut funding for refugee and immigration processing. The Conservative government cut funding for refugee health care. And on top of that, this supposedly law and order party actually cut $400 million from the CPSA in their capacity to actually police and patrol our borders. Mr. Speaker, we will take no lessons from them. What we will do is continue to ensure the integrity of our immigration system, of our refugee system, and of our borders.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
It's no surprise that a government that has an $18 billion deficit has the only metric for success being how much money they're spending. The reality is that their system is broken. They are forcing people who want to come to Canada the right way to wait even longer as they prioritize those who are skipping the line. Why are they doing nothing after this situation has been building up for over a year?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, the families that have been waiting for years are waiting for years largely because of the cuts in processing, the cuts in immigration services that the previous Harper government brought in, that they are continuing to double down on. We have made significant investments of hundreds of millions of dollars in improving our immigration processing times, accelerating family reunification, all the while ensuring that we live up to our international commitments to treat asylum seekers with the rules-based approach that they need to have.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette, Tim Scott-Halibask.
Mr. Speaker, we now have a media report claiming that the process to approve Kinder Morgan was rigged following lobbying from the Texas Oil Company. Government officials said that after the Resources Minister met with Kinder Morgan, the government rushed the review process and instructed staff to find, quote, a legally sound basis to say yes to the Trans Mountain Pipeline. Was the Prime Minister aware that members of his government pressured officials to rush the review and produce a positive result for Kinder Morgan?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we still have a political situation in which two of the parties in this House think there's a choice to be made between either the environment or the economy. We got elected on a commitment to both grow the economy and protect the environment at the same time, because quite frankly, 10 years of the previous government not protecting the environment actually left us with the lowest economic growth rate since the depths of the Great Depression. So we're moving forward on both building pipelines and bringing in protections for the environment at the same time. It's what Canadians expect of this government, and it's what we're delivering.
For Mr. Speaker, I don't know if the Prime Minister understood the question. Senior officials of his government said publicly that the government had to find a way to accelerate the process and to find legal ways of approving it. The Prime Minister had promised a new process for environmental assessment. He said that it would be more rigorous, but it's become clear that Kinder Morgan was fast-tracked. It's as though the CEO of Kinder Morgan had a direct line to the Minister of Natural Resources. How can the Prime Minister keep saying that this is a balanced process when it's increasingly clear that the game was rigged from the start? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, what's interesting about the NDP is that the NDP and their leader can't even agree on this project. On the one hand, their leader said that he might approve the project or agree with it, but on the other hand, the Honourable Member says that his party could never accept it. We made a decision that is in the national interest, and we have a plan, a world-class plan to protect the oceans, because we know that the environment and the economy go hand in hand. While the NDP is trying to find its position, we are taking action in the interest of Canada. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, for over a year, we've been calling on the government to suspend the Safe Third Country Agreement so that asylum seekers can go to official border crossing points, which would improve the safety of both asylum seekers and of Canadians. The government needs to present a concrete plan to manage the situation, and suspending this agreement needs to be part of such a plan in order for it to be effective. Will the government finally suspend the Safe Third Country Agreement? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are committed to having a rigorous asylum-seeking system while protecting the integrity of our borders and of our immigration system. We've invested $173 million, including $64 million, to accelerate the processing of asylum seekers' applications. For work permits, delays have gone down from 3 months to 3 weeks, and we are introducing new measures to deal with labor shortages. What did the Conservatives do? Cut investments and create unnecessarily long delays.
Vancouver East.
Border communities are bracing for another spike in irregular crossings. We know what the Conservative plan is: follow Trump by shutting down the border and turn away refugees. But we haven't seen any plan from this government. People are risking life and limb to cross the border, but the Prime Minister has refused to suspend the Safe Third Country Agreement. And we've seen troubling comments from the Prime Minister suggesting that some migrants are trying to game the system. So my question to the Prime Minister is, will he stop trying to look like a global humanitarian and just act like one?
Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party has continued to play its games of division, and I'm worried that the NDP might actually be trying to stoke fears as well. The fact is, we have a rigorous immigration system that we are able to apply. We are ensuring the security of Canadians with our controls at the borders and between borders through the work the RCMP is doing. Canadians can have confidence in the capacity both of our immigration system, of our border agents and security services to ensure the safety of Canada and its communities while remaining open.
The Honourable Member. The Honourable Member for Richmond North Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, it's been weeks and months and nothing has changed. The number of people crossing the border illegally keeps going up, as does the cost of dealing with them. Meanwhile, immigrants and refugees who follow the rules all across the country have been waiting in line for months. Some of them have even been waiting for years. So it's critical that the Prime Minister show Canadians concrete solutions to fight this problem, a problem which has existed for over a year now. What does the Prime Minister plan to do to solve this problem, which he amplified by his actions in January 2017? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, our position is clear. We will always be a welcoming country, but we also have put rules in place concerning eligibility. Anyone crossing the border in an irregular fashion will be detained and subjected to criminal checks. As many experts have said recently, I would ask my colleague from the opposition to choose his words carefully, because misinformation and incendiary rhetoric will only fan the flames of fear. The Honourable Member for Richmond North Athabasca. Well, I'd like to tell the Minister that I found some of those words from the government's website, from the Department of Immigration. Now, the burden we are putting on our border crossing staff in Quebec is untenable. And their work is nowhere close to finished, because soon they will be facing nearly 400 people every day crossing into Canada. And they're doing so illegally, as it says on the Department of Immigration's website. We saw this problem last year and we see it again now, and it's going to continue. So what will the Prime Minister do to make the rules clear? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, as Mr. Langlois, the director of the International Security Centre at Laval University, said, the rhetoric of political parties is legitimizing the myth that immigrants are treated better than Canadians. And he said, I think that this is dangerous. We are normalizing that attitude, an attitude that says that immigrants are suspect, and that it's not a good idea to have a lot of immigrants arriving quickly in Quebec. End of quote. So I would encourage my colleague across the way to choose his words carefully.
Calgary Nose Hill.
This is bananas, Mr. Speaker. All that we're doing here is standing up and asking the Prime Minister to run a planned, orderly and safe immigration system.
Exactly.
Over 50,000 people are projected to illegally enter the country this year. That is not planned, that is not safe, and that is not orderly, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has spent hundreds of millions of dollars on this issue and has only made the problem worse. So frankly, this begs the question, does the Prime Minister think it's wrong to illegally enter the country? And if so, can he unequivocally state so here today?
Honourable Minister of Immigration.
If the member opposite is calling for Canada to withdraw from its international obligations with respect to refugees, she should come out and say it instead of dancing around the bush. Secondly, we are making the necessary investments. When that party was in power, they were against making investments to protect vulnerable people. They were against making investments to secure our border. They were against making investments to fast-track refugee processes. When we came and decided to make those investments, they voted against it. They voted against additional resources for border security. They voted against additional resources for refugee processing. And finally, they voted...
Order. The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, the minister can't even bring himself to utter the words, "It is wrong to illegally enter the country." So if he can't even do that, how can anybody trust him to put forward a plan that is going to maintain Canada's immigration system? That is all we are asking to do today with our opposition motion, is have a safe, orderly, planned immigration system. So I'm going to ask him a very simple question, which I think would fix this problem. Will the Liberals designate the entire Canadian-U.S. border as a technical official point of entry for the purpose of enforcing the Safe Third Country Agreement?
Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Speaker, the proposals emanating from that party are simply not credible. They have at times called for the Canadian military to be deployed at the border. Now they're calling for the entire border to be made an official port of entry, and they haven't presented a plan to ensure that there will be adequate resources for that process. We are responsibly dealing with this issue, making the necessary investments, putting in place money for more border security operations and faster processing of refugee claims. But the fact of the matter is they can run from their record, Mr. Speaker, but they cannot hide.
Order. There's far too much noise. Order. I need to hear the questions as well as the answers.
The Honourable Member for Chalabour-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister seems unable to deal with the crisis created by the thousands of illegal border crossings in Quebec. By not acting, he is endangering Canadian safety and undermining the immigration agreement between Canada and Quebec. And law-abiding immigrants are losing out to those who don't respect our laws. Will the Prime Minister finally submit a plan to restore order at the border? Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, as the director of the Centre for Preventing Radicalization, it is completely irresponsible to make Quebecers believe that they are threatened by a huge influx of immigrants. Mr. Speaker, a rigorous process is in place to ensure the protection of people fleeing persecution and to ensure that those who abuse our system are sent back. The Honourable Member for Chalabour-Haute-Saint-Charles. It's strange, Mr. Speaker. The minister is taking academics' comments, but I've heard from people on the ground, and they are telling me that the time for security verifications at the border has been significantly reduced, apparently to hide the backlog in processing these files. This government's priority should be protecting the safety of Canadians, not giving first-class service to those who break the rules. If the government doesn't know who's entering in the country, how can they ensure the safety of Canadians? Why is the Prime Minister hiding the truth from Canadians? Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, once again, I would recommend that my colleague choose his words carefully, because misinformation and incendiary rhetoric only fan the flames of fear and division. We have a system here in Canada for refugees, and we are proud of that system. It has very high eligibility criteria, which we respect. And every time someone crosses the border irregularly, we subject those people to verifications.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, Parliament received yet another audit decrying failed leadership in delivering on Canada's 2020 biodiversity targets and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. The Commissioner of Environment Audit is deeply critical of this government's fixation on holding meetings, finding that they're basically all talk and no action. She reports 43% decline in threatened mammals, including iconic caribou, and 44% decline in bird life. When will this government set aside the rhetoric and start taking action to protect threatened species and ensure sustainability?
The Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member opposite must have been very pleased to see the budget. Historic $1.3 billion to invest in protecting biodiversity, protecting species at risk. We are absolutely committed to meeting our international targets. We met our marine targets of 7% this year, last year. We're continued to working forward. We're working with the provinces and territories. I encourage the member opposite to work with us, to work with provinces and territories so that we can protect more of our land in the marine area.
Honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. When it comes to building Trans Mountain, Kinder Morgan, the Prime Minister is willing to do anything, impose his will on the provinces, and even break his promise to set up a credible environmental assessment process, because it's in the national interest. Meanwhile, the Environment Commissioner has said that the Liberal government spends more time planning meetings than taking concrete steps to protect our biodiversity. Can the Prime Minister explain why taking steps to protect our biodiversity isn't part of the national interest? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to be able to give the same answer in French. Our government has announced $1.3 billion in investments to protect biodiversity, to protect fauna. This is a historic investment. We already met our target for 2017 when it comes to protecting marine areas. And we are doing this because we know that we have a duty to protect our environment. That is what Canadians want. That's what we're going to do. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Parliamentary Budget Office tabled a report with pros and cons. The pro is that there's $8 billion more than planned under this government. And the con is that there's $10 billion less in the economy thanks to the carbon tax. Why is the government setting up a situation where the Canadian economy will lose $10 billion a year? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Mr. Speaker, in 2015, Canadians made a choice. They chose a government that knows that we need to protect our environment and fight climate change. And we can do that while growing the economy. So I'm confused. Putting a price on carbon is a project that Conservatives should support. It puts a price on something that people consider bad, which is greenhouse gas emissions. And it also gives us an opportunity to invest in green growth. Canadians want us to grow the economy. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Well, what they're attacking is taxpayers' wallets. $10 billion less in the economy. The question is an economic one. It's for the Minister of Finance. The Parliamentary Budget Officer said yesterday that because of the tax, the Canadian economy will be facing headwinds. So can the Minister of Finance stand up and defend Canada's economy? The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Monsieur le Président, alors je ne sais pas si vous avez une...
Order. Order.
Honourable Minister of the Environment. Mr. Speaker, I am happy to stand up and talk about this because the economy and the environment go hand in hand. So I have a question for the party opposite. Do they know that climate change is real? Do they recognize that there is a price to floods and forest fires? Or to the fact that the Arctic isn't there anymore? I don't know. We have a plan, though. We have a plan to grow the economy, as the Minister of Finance did. We are creating good jobs, and we are growing our economy.
The honourable member for Carleton.
My question is for the Finance Minister, and it's about the 200 pages in his budget that relate to the carbon tax and the carbon tax cover-up. His government is asking Parliament to empower him to impose this tax without telling Canadians what it will cost them. It's kind of like a big blank check from Canadian taxpayers. So my question is this. In the Finance Minister's budget, how much will the carbon tax cost the average family?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to respond to the question from the member for Carleton and to tell him and his colleagues that, in fact, we will continue to make investments that will grow our economy. What I think Canadians can see is that the program that our government has put forward has had a really important and long-term impact on Canadians, taking our situation so that we're in a much faster growth situation, many, many more jobs. And the next measures we're taking are going to make sure that for the very long term, that our environment is strong because we're going to price carbon, ensuring that we have a long-term approach to the environment that continues with great jobs for Canadians.
The honourable member for Carleton.
All right. We're making some progress. We actually got the right minister to stand up this time. Unfortunately, he said that he's making investments to grow the economy while the PBO, Parliamentary Budget Officer, says that his carbon tax will actually shrink the economy by $10 billion. $10 billion is one number we do know, but we don't yet know how much this carbon tax will cost the average Canadian family. So maybe the Finance Minister will tell us right now.
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, what I can tell this House is that the idea that we're making progress, an idea acknowledged by the member from Carleton.
Order. The honourable member for Carleton. Order. Just asked the Minister of Finance to tell the House something. I would ask members to let the Minister of Finance say what he has to say, and then this side will have a turn in future when it gets to be their turn again. But each side has their turn, and we listen. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, as a member of Carleton, acknowledged we're making progress. And I think the kind of progress that we're seeing in this country is truly astonishing. We've taken an economy that was moribund from the previous government, low, stubborn unemployment, growth rates that were very, very challenging, and we've turned it around. We find ourselves in a much better situation across the country, more jobs, better economy. We'll keep on this plan, Mr. Speaker.
I got the impression the honourable member for Edmonton West did not hear what I said a moment ago, and some others as well. I'm serious. I ask members not to interrupt when someone else is speaking. The honourable member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday a media report revealed that there are almost 3,500 federal employees who work on messaging for this Liberal government, 10 times the number of reporters on the Hill. You'd think with so many people, this government would be more transparent. But access to information requests about important matters of public interest take months, often years, to be processed, and what you get is often so blacked out as to be useless. Will the government acknowledge the mess they've created and truly modernize rather than gutting the Access to Information Act?
President of the Treasury Board.
Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for his question. After 34 years, Mr. Speaker, we are the first Canadian government to act to modernize and strengthen the Access to Information Act. It's important to recognize, Mr. Speaker, that we are the first government to actually give the Commissioner order-making power and to apply the Access to Information Act to ministers' offices, to the Prime Minister's offices, in fact to 240 government organizations. And furthermore, we're going to ensure that it never becomes out of date again with a mandatory review every 5 years, Mr. Speaker. We are an open and transparent government.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, it's been 5 months since the CBC Radio-Canada reported on how easy it is to hack a cell phone, track movement, and listen in on conversations. And now telcos and the Public Safety Minister are refusing to answer questions about protecting Canadians' privacy, choosing instead to meet behind doors, behind closed doors. What does the government have to hide? Why isn't the minister reassuring Canadians publicly? The Honourable Minister.
Security of our nation and of our citizens, and taking seriously the threat to the privacy of Canadians. The Communications Security Establishment, in coordination with its partners, have been actively working with Canada's telecom industry and critical infrastructure operators to develop best practices, advice, and guidance that can help mitigate the risks associated with the SS7. That is why we propose to commit $155 million over 5 years for the creation of a new Canadian Centre of Cybersecurity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Député d'Edmonton Centre.
Honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
The government has been a strong supporter of the province of Alberta and of Albertans since taking office. This has been true on extending EI benefits, on providing fiscal stabilizations, and especially true on federal infrastructure investments. The evidence is clear. We have invested more than 150 projects, including the long-awaited upgrade to the Yellowhead Freeway, and we are not stopping there. Can the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities update this House on the latest infrastructure investments our government is making in the great province of Alberta?
Order. Members aren't always going to like what they hear, but they're required not to interrupt. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan should know that he shouldn't be talking throughout the time when someone else is asking or answering a question or otherwise speaking in the House. The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member from Edmonton Centre for his continued advocacy on behalf of Albertans. We were both proud to announce that our government will invest more than $3.4 billion in Alberta to build better public transit system, build recreational, cultural facilities, provide clean drinking water to communities, and a dedicated funding for small communities. These investments, along with other investments, will continue to grow Alberta's economy and create middle-class jobs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, 99% of Canada's oil exports go to the U.S., but the U.S. is ramping up their domestic production and will supply 80% of growing global oil demand in the next 5 years. The Liberals are destroying Canada's competitiveness. A major midstream operator, Keyera, warns, quote, Canada is not looked upon as a good place to invest when it comes to oil and gas.
That's right.
U.S. investors are negative about Canada. The U.S. environment is quite positive. When will the Liberals stop helping the United States steal Canadian jobs, innovation, and investment?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I'm glad that the member opposite agrees with us that having 99% of our export of oil and gas go to one country, the United States, isn't a very good idea, which is why we want to expand our export markets. It's too bad that in 10 years of government, they didn't do that. They didn't build 1 kilometer of pipeline to access export markets. So, in a way, the honourable member is helping us make the argument that we need to do exactly that to get a better price for our oil, to create good jobs for Canadians, and that's what we intend to do.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
They vetoed, of course, the only new opportunity to Tidewater, and they risk the livelihoods of hundreds of thousands of Canadians. Next year, the Bank of Canada says new energy investment in Canada will drop to zero. 97% of Canada's oil is in the oil sands, but the Prime Minister keeps telling the world he wants to phase it out. Every one oil sands job creates 2.5 jobs in the rest of Canada. But since 2015, over 55,000 oil sands workers lost their jobs. More than twice the people lost their jobs in oil and gas across Canada, not including contractors. When will the Prime Minister actually champion energy investment in Canada and jobs for Canadians?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Speaker, I'm sure the member is pleased as we are that there have been 50,000 new jobs created in Alberta. I'm sure that the member opposite is also very pleased, because she's an Albertan, to know that Alberta is actually going to lead the country in growth of GDP. It is actually members on this side of the House who continue to be optimistic and bullish about the growth of the Western Canadian economy, and all they do is say doom and gloom. We believe in entrepreneurship and innovation and the spirit of the people of Alberta.
Honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Mr. Speaker, Jocelyn Brantford, founder of the Coalition of Concerned Manufacturers and Businesses of Ontario, is troubled that another failed energy project would hurt Ontario's manufacturers. 300 families in Peterborough understand that warning all too well when they lost their jobs at General Electric when this Prime Minister allowed Energy East to fail. When will the Prime Minister realize that his plan to phase out Canada's energy sector will be catastrophic for jobs right across this country?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, the member knows that the proponent backed out of Energy East because the price of oil had tanked and because there had been no pipelines approved. Well, since then, 3 pipelines were approved. So it's pretty clear that business conditions have changed, and it's also very clear that this government understands very well that we want to move our resources to market sustainably. We understand that in 2018, the economy and the environment go hand in hand.
The honourable member for Banff Airdrie.
Well, the Liberals like to say that the environment and the economy go hand in hand, but it turns out they don't know how to manage either of them. The Prime Minister wants to phase out Alberta's energy sector, and he's put in place a carbon tax that will knock $10 billion off Canada's GDP while doing absolutely nothing to reduce emissions. And they've purposely created regulatory uncertainty, killing projects like Energy East and Northern Gateway. So why are the Liberals so dead set against the oil and gas industry and all the jobs that come with it, while also doing absolutely nothing to help the environment?
The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, we understand the environment and the economy go together. Under the previous government, they couldn't get any pipelines built. We are working very hard. We have approved major projects. At the same time, we know we're in a transition to a cleaner economy. That's a $30 trillion opportunity. Do you want to turn that down, or do you want to take advantage of it? We want to take advantage of it. I was in New York, where I saw Alberta companies who were shortlisted for the Carbon X Prize. Yes, you should be impressed, because that's pretty amazing. This is where the future is going. Environment and the economy get to go together. Get with the program. Good for you.
The honourable member for St. Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals promised to review EI healthcare benefits. The promise was made in 2016. 2 years later, still waiting. Recently, a single mom with cancer had to go back to work despite her poor health after her 15 weeks of benefits were up. That's unacceptable. My question is for all those who have to go back to work instead of taking the time to get well. When is the government going to do something about these benefits, the EI healthcare benefits? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for her question and her interest in this significant matter. I know that conditions can be very hard for families, parents, and children, and we care about that. We also have made significant investments in service quality and benefits to Canadians who are going through hardship. Mr. Speaker, because it's important to us and to them too, we are going to continue working very hard to achieve the goal of greater compassion and greater support. Thank you.
18,000 low-income seniors, largely from Atlantic Canada, received their notices and filed their taxes on time last year. And then their desperately needed GIS checks were suspended. Mr. Speaker, when you have very little, this money can make the difference between paying your rent and being out on the street. A place no Canadian should ever be, especially when it is a CRA error. When will this government automatically enroll all low-income seniors for GIS so this never happens again?
Mr. Speaker, our government is improving the agency's services to enable Canadians to file returns more easily and get the benefits they're entitled to. Anyone who is not receiving benefits is of concern to our government. That is why we have taken steps to ensure that service to Canadians is improved, and I would invite anyone who's not getting their GIS to contact the agency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Arnie Lampton.
Mr. Speaker, the Justice Minister has stated that she's open to decriminalizing all drugs. If it's not bad enough that thousands of Canadians are dying from the opioid crisis, which this Liberal government is not adequately addressing, now they want to add crack and heroin to the mix. There's not enough treatment centres as it is. Parents across the country deserve to know if the Prime Minister is serious about this absurd idea.
We are in a national public health crisis when it comes to the opioid crisis, and our government is treating this as a public health issue, not as a criminal one. We understand that stigma and barriers to treatment need to be reduced, and our government has taken initiatives to address this matter. While decriminalization would not ensure quality control for drugs, we have made it easier for health professionals to provide access to opioid substitution therapies and supported the Good Samaritan Act. Through Budget 2018, investments of $231 million has been made, and we will continue to develop innovative approaches to turn this tide on this national public health crisis. Thank you, Mr.
The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, the cat got out of the bag at the Liberal convention on the weekend. Marijuana hasn't even been legalized yet, and now the Liberals want to open up to cocaine, crack, and heroin. We already know the Minister of Labour and member for Beaches East York wanted to decriminalise all drugs, but now it's the official Liberal Party position. And yet Health Canada indicates these drugs are lethal. My question is simple. What kind of bad trip are the Liberals looking for? The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We're dealing with a national crisis. It's a public health crisis. And our government is determined to deal with the opioid crisis as a health issue, not a criminal issue. Stigma and obstacles to treatment have to be reduced, and we've undertaken a number of initiatives in that regard. And decriminalization will not guarantee drug quality, but we have provided professionals with access to opioid substitution therapies, and we will continue to take action to help avoid overdoses. Thank you.
Well, it looks like Liberals are open to decriminalizing heroin, cocaine, ecstasy, and other illicit drugs. Legalizing marijuana hasn't even passed. The Liberal plan to deal with the opioid crisis isn't working, yet here they are, the Justice Minister and this Prime Minister, unveiling their next big idea, being open to decriminalizing illegal drugs. Mr. Speaker, I ask the Justice Minister once again, is this really a path we want Canada to go down? And when did she get the mandate from Canadians to make illegal drugs legal?
Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, unlike the Harper Conservatives, our government is treating this as a public health approach. Our government is committed to reducing necessary regulatory barriers to treatment. We are not looking to decriminalize or legalize any drugs aside from cannabis, and we will await further results about the impact of its legalization. With decriminalization, there would still be a risk of contamination.
Sorry, I have to ask the honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London, and others to wait their turn. Each side gets their turn, and we listen to the other whether we like what they say or not, and we get the turn when, in fact, the microphone is on and people can hear us back home. So we should each wait our turn, and we should listen to what others have to say, whether we like it or not. The Honourable Minister of Health has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, our government is proud that we're going to be launching a public education campaign to address stigma, reduce barriers for those seeking treatment, and we will continue to develop innovative approaches to turn this tide on the national public health crisis that our country is facing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Mr. Speaker,
our government has doubled the number of jobs for young Canadians through the Canada Summer Jobs Program, making it our priority to ensure young people have the skills they need to succeed. In my riding, I have heard firsthand the positive impact of this program for youth and employers like the Oakville Soccer Club, Old World Stone, and St. Luke's Anglican Church. It helps youth save money for school, gain valuable skills, and contribute to their communities. Can the minister update this House on Canada Summer Jobs 2018?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Oakville, North Burlington, for her question and her advocacy for young people across Canada. A strong middle class and a growing economy depend on young Canadians getting the skills and experience that they need to succeed, and that's why our government has doubled the Canada Summer Jobs Program, something the previous government wouldn't do. In fact, we have created meaningful paid work experience for almost 70,000 students this year, and today we launched the hiring season for Canada Summer Jobs employers, meaning that employers across the country are now ready to hire young people. So I encourage young people to apply. We're looking forward to...
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville has been heckling both the question and the answer. I'd ask her not to do that, not to interrupt. We wait our turn to speak. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Milkameen Nicola, it's his turn.
Mr. Speaker, small businesses across Canada, including Innovate from Kelowna, have joined together to launch a campaign called Let Me Compete to fight the Liberals' latest attack on small businesses. Under new printer procurement rules, these Liberals are shutting out small and medium-sized bidders in favor of the largest suppliers. Now, these businesses employ thousands of Canadians, and now those jobs are at risk. Now, less competition also means higher prices for taxpayer. Mr. Speaker, why are the Liberals always attacking Canadian small business? Why not let them compete?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, unlike the previous government, we're committed to a modern, sophisticated procurement program, one that delivers results and delivers lower costs for taxpayers. We are delivering a modern, secure, and reliable platform for the digital delivery of programs and services to Canadians. The scale, scope, and complexity of the modernization that Shared Services Canada is implementing is unprecedented, and after extensive industry engagement, we're undertaking a fair, open, transparent and competitive procurement for office equipment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
In a scathing report, the Environment Commissioner confirmed what we've been saying for years. The aquaculture industry is exposing wild salmon to disease and harmful pesticides. In fairness, Mr. Speaker, how would the Liberals know? They're not even monitoring the health of wild salmon. The minister claims to be licensing salmon farms based on, quote, scientific evidence, but clearly he's not. Further, the report confirms they place farmed over wild salmon every time. When will the minister commit to a just transition to safe, land-based, closed containment?
Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, we want to thank the Commissioner for Environment and Sustainable Development for her report. I had the chance to meet her yesterday, discuss the recommendations. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the government has accepted all of her recommendations. In fact, a number of the things that she has suggested are already underway because of our government's historic investments in science, in marine protection, in ocean protection. For example, we're completing key disease risk assessments for these fish. We're clarifying the roles and responsibilities for managing emerging diseases. We're communicating more effectively the precautionary approach. And Mr. Speaker, we'll continue to do a lot more on this important issue.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, in my riding, a number of constituents work directly or indirectly for the aerospace industry. There are also some businesses and families with close ties to the industry. There are also several institutions and organizations that do R&D for the aerospace industry. Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development. Can he explain what steps the government is taking to ensure the continued growth of our aerospace industry? The Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. He's right. The aerospace industry is very important to Canada, and that is why we have invested around $50 million.
Aerospace consortium led by Bell Helicopter
and this will help create 300 good quality middle class jobs. It'll add an additional $178 million to our GDP, and it reaffirms our commitment to the aerospace sector, Mr. Speaker. And once again, I'd like to thank the member for his advocacy and hard work on this very important issue.
The honourable member for North Okanagan Shuswap.
Mr. Speaker, the Fisheries Minister claims that he stands with the people of Grand Bank. Now that's a whale of a tale if I've ever heard one. The minister is the one killing jobs in Grand Bank, taking away their Arctic surf clam quota and giving it to his Liberal buddies. The people of Grand Bank have launched grandbankplan.ca to fight for their jobs because MPs in Newfoundland and Labrador won't. Will the minister finally put the good people of Grand Bank ahead of his Liberal insiders and support their plan to save Grand Bank jobs?
Hear, hear.
Mr. Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed, as I said yesterday, to working to help to supporting the hardworking people of Grand Bank. That's why they're so ably represented in this House of Commons by a member of Parliament who's met me on a number of times about initiatives that will increase the work potential, not only for that plant, but for other economic opportunities in Grand Bank. And Mr. Speaker, you'll forgive me for being somewhat surprised by the feigned indignation from the Conservative Party, who had a process 3 years ago to bring a new entrant into this important fishery, and at that time, they didn't worry about the people of Grand Bank. We worry about the people of Grand Bank, and we'll support them.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, in Quebec, as of April 17th, 15,000 asylum seekers are waiting for Ottawa to process their cases. We don't know if they'll be accepted or not, but we do know they'll need housing, health care, work, and school for the kids. What has the minister done since last Wednesday night to expedite the processing of this backlog? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, as you know, we have put in place a working group. We did so last summer to tackle this important issue, and I'm proud of the fact that the federal level and the provincial level, including Quebec and Ontario, have been working very harmoniously together. And we met last Wednesday and made a number of announcements dealing with the issues and challenges we're facing. This is teamwork between the provinces and the federal government, and that's a great example of how a country should work. The honourable member for Montcalm. Talk, talk, talk. That's all the Liberals do, blah, blah, blah. Meetings and talk, no concrete action. The migrant crisis is a humanitarian crisis. 200 asylum seekers a day, 400 this summer. And what do the ministers do? They just keep on talking. Why isn't the minister hiring more people to process these claims? It's simple. The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, the answer is simple too. We've invested $173 million in budget 2018. $74 million is earmarked for the Immigration and Refugee Board to expedite processing. I hope that's an adequate answer for my colleague.
I'd like to draw the member's attention to the presence in the gallery of His Excellency Alassane Bala Sekonde, Speaker of the National Assembly of Burkina Faso.
Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day. Government's order. Resuming debate on the motion of Ms. Rempel on illegal border crossings.
Alors,
Order. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent has 4 minutes left for his remarks.
c'est trop vite, excusez-moi. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry for being in such a rush, but I was caught off guard. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important subject. Now, we were talking about illegal migrants crossing the border through a small path when thousands of individuals, hundreds of thousands of individuals throughout the world are waiting and following the rules. They go to our embassies, they work with officials, and sometimes they have to wait for years before they have the privilege and the joy of coming to Canada to enrich our country. Now, for more than a year, because of the lack of action and the laxist approach on the part of the Liberal government, we have thousands of people illegally crossing our borders, and we condemn that. Mr. Speaker, even the Liberal government in Quebec spoke out over the past few days. It's very interesting and very rare to see 4 ministers hold a press conference and criticize the government. But we're talking about $146 million bill that wasn't taken on by the Liberal government. Yet we all recognize that this migrant crisis has been brought about by the Prime Minister's tweet that he put out on a Saturday afternoon and by their lack of action. Mr. Speaker, some very critical words were expressed by people who are Liberal ministers. The Minister of Immigration of Quebec, Mr. Hortel, who said that the new reality means we need a new way of doing things. The status quo is not good enough. The Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, Jean-Marc Fournier, said, today we're waiting for a decision. The delays are much too long. Philippe Couillard said, this is serious. Mr. Speaker, what was the reaction of the Liberal government? Well, an arrogant response, first of all, by the Minister of Immigration, who said, we have to avoid causing undue suffering to families who need protection, and we have to avoid delays at the border, creating a unacceptable humanitarian crisis. But this is an unacceptable humanitarian crisis, and this was created by the Prime Minister and his tweet. It was absolutely irresponsible on his part to do that. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, today, we have ended up in this kind of situation, and we have to act. It makes no sense that 21,000 people who crossed the border last year illegally, 91% of which are here in Quebec, were not dealt with. And it makes no sense that since 2018, over 6,000 people have crossed the border illegally. If nothing changes, we are going to end up with 400 daily entries here. Mr. Speaker, it's time that the government acted. It's time that the government had a plan. We are all proud to be Canadian. We are all the children of immigrants or of First Nations, and most of the people here are the children of immigrants. I myself am. My parents came here 60 years ago in 1958. If we want this country to continue to be able to move forward and progress, then people have to follow the rules set by the government. And we have to send a very clear message throughout the world that we are a welcoming country, but we are welcoming to everyone. But it's not by going through a forest path that you're going to get away into this country. That is why, Mr. Speaker, we demand the government to come up with a very clear plan to help migrants and immigrants in Canada.
Questions and comments?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I've been listening all day to Conservative members talk about this motion, and one would think that there have never been irregular crossings from Americans during the Harper era. Every year there have been individuals that have crossed Canada-U.S. border irregularly. That's been going on for many years, Mr. Speaker. My concern is that what we continue to do is see the Conservative Party kind of go further and further to the right. And where we are seeing today them really promoting something that I don't like in politics. It's, we should be very welcoming in terms of the value of refugees that do contribute to our country. That the use of illegal, for example, as opposed to irregular, is something that's intentionally being done by the Conservative Party. I think it causes a great deal of concern. And my question to my friend across the way, would he at the very least recognize and acknowledge that even when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister, we had thousands of people cross the border irregularly, and maybe he could tell us what specifically difference did that government do, that Conservative government of Stephen Harper do, that's different than what we're doing.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent.
Colleague from Winnipeg, that we're not talking during when we were in office about tens of thousands of illegal people. We were talking about 200. And Mr. Speaker, this is quite normal that we have a border of 9,000 kilometers. It's quite normal to see people trying to escape and to dodge a responsibility, to dodge the laws, not to respect the law. That's part of the life. But Mr. Speaker, it was not the meaning of this government. The meaning of our government was clear. If you want to come to Canada, follow the rules. We will welcome you as good as possible. The meaning of this government is welcome to Canada wherever you want and wherever you come from. That's exactly what was sent as a signal from the Prime Minister by his tweet. And I'm not the only one to say that, Mr. Speaker, because thanks to the National Post, we have learned 3 weeks ago that le premier secrétaire de l'ambassade.
The first secretary to the Embassy of Mexico wrote a few days after the Prime Minister's tweet, "We are receiving a growing number of asylum applications because of the publicity around the Prime Minister's tweet welcoming immigrants." Now, these are public servants of the Mexican embassy who are complaining about what the Prime Minister did.
Question et commentaire, member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments. Earlier today, the Conservatives' critic for immigration said on the record that there is no category within the Levels plan to accommodate and to process asylum claimants. And that, of course, is not true, because under the Levels plan, there is the protected persons category, albeit the number is not as high as it should be to address this issue. With that being said, my question to the member is this, and in fact to all of the Conservative members, will they stop spreading misinformation? If we want to have a rational discussion about this, to get at the issue, how to address the issue, will they stop spreading misinformation?
Honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent.
Speaker, we will continue to say the truth. The truth is, nearly 229,000 people crossed the line, not at the official border, but elsewhere, and 91% of those people came in Quebec. So I know what I'm talking about. I have to deal with that all the summer, listening to the people in my constituency, in my riding, talking to me about that. And speaking of myself, Mr. Speaker, my parents arrived here 60 years ago by boat, especially in August 28 and August 22, 1958. They were aboard Quebec City. They were very pleased, very proud. It took them 5 years to get their citizenship. They follow the rules. What we're asking to this government, please follow the rules.
There's time for a very short question or comment. We'll member for Kingston and Islands, about 20
Thank
seconds.
you very much, Mr. Speaker. I've been listening to the comments that have been coming from across the way all day, and they keep talking about providing more funding, but the truth of the matter is that this government did provide more funding, increase of $400 million in the through the Canada-Quebec Accord. Yet, you know who voted against that, Mr. Speaker? The Conservatives. Why would they vote against that if they've been asking for it the whole time?
20 seconds, l'honorable député Louis.
20 seconds, the honourable member. Mr. Speaker, I don't remember having asked for money, but I remember having asked for justice and for the respect of the rules. And what happened here is that 22,000 people, nearly 18,000 of them in Quebec, came illegally into the country. So the result is that it's as though you had opened 5 new schools with 2,500 new children in them. And, of course, Ottawa's going to have to pay the bill for that. They created the problem. They're going to have to pay for it. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I'll preface my speech by saying I'll be sharing my time with the Honourable Member and friend from St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, in the spring of 1847, Montrealers got word of a mass immigration on an unprecedented scale from Britain. Mostly famine-stricken Ireland, devastated by potato crop failures in the previous 2 years. Of the 100,000 who sailed to British North America, an estimated 70,000 landed in Montreal, instantly more than doubling its population.
Oh.
A local paper, the Montreal Witness, warned that our shores are likely to be thronged with immigrants, chiefly of a class who will have little or nothing left when they arrive, and urged the population to prepare. However, nothing could prepare Montrealers for what arrived. Overcrowded coffin ships that brought the migrants to the New World were the perfect breeding ground for typhus. While fear gripped parts of the population, many more stood up to help. Protestant clergy, nuns, priests, from regular citizens to the mayor of Montreal, John Mills, who would later succumb to the disease. All disregarded their own safety for the newcomers. The Mohawk of Kahnawake, much like their ancestors did several hundred years earlier for the new immigrants, brought food for the starving. The events of the mid-19th century shaped our nation. Indeed, 40% of Quebec now claims some Irish heritage. And with the exception of Indigenous people, we are a country built by immigrants and their descendants. This fact has shaped our history. It makes us an open and welcoming country that is the envy of the world, and it has shaped our policies and laws. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, our country is open and welcoming for the people who need protection, the most vulnerable people whom we have a legal and moral obligation to protect. This is the case recently for Syrian refugees. Welcoming them was a point of pride for Canadians all across the country. These people will, in turn, help shape our country. But in any modern country, immigration must be done in an orderly fashion, along with the consent of all levels of government. That's in the interest of protecting our citizens. There have been recent experiences with irregular border crossings, and so the government believes that it's very important to work closely with various partners, particularly having seen the recent increase in crossings from the U.S. this last year. These irregular crossings have significant effects on a local level, and they require careful consideration and ongoing work with the provinces and territories that are affected. These irregular crossings happen in different parts of the country, but we do appreciate that Quebec is receiving a disproportionate number of asylum seekers, notably at the border at Lacolle. That's why we are working very closely with Quebec to ensure that their concerns are addressed. Notably, we have provided support for the Special Intergovernmental Working Group on Irregular Migration, which is a focal point for federal ministers as well as provincial representatives in Quebec and Ontario to come together and coordinate. To date, the working group has met 9 times, and it continues to meet regularly to discuss recent progress and ongoing coordination efforts. During the most recent meeting on April 18th in Ottawa, members of the working group agreed to take concrete steps to ensure the more effective and coordinated management of irregular migration. To this end, the members of the working group announced that they would work together to evaluate the Quebec's request for additional funding, particularly for housing. Now, housing is a provincial jurisdiction, and Quebec is asking for the help of our government to figure out the best way of helping out. We are looking at a number of options, not only in Montreal, but also regionally. We will also be working with Quebec to find ways of classifying asylum seekers and facilitating the movement of people who would like to leave Quebec. in terms of preparing for future crossings, I think it's important to look back on what has already been accomplished in recent months. Our recent commitments are part of a series of measures that our government committed to, and this is in addition to the $3.2 billion that Quebec will be receiving as part of the Canada Social Transfer in 2018-2019, and an increase of $112 million to help support resettlement services and integration services in Quebec, all as part of the Canada-Quebec Agreement. Furthermore, Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada will be accelerating the processing of work permits and asylum applications in Canada. And we've committed to meeting service standards of 30 days. And let's remember that these people will also be contributing to the Canadian economy. Furthermore, once an application is deemed receivable, it'll be sent to the Immigration Commission, and then the federal government will cover the costs, the health costs that are eligible under the Interim Federal Health Program. This provides temporary and limited coverage for health care for refugees and certain other groups, including victims of human trafficking and people who were detained under the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act. Given the exceptional circumstances and the delays in processing asylum applications due to recent increases in volume, we are currently delivering certificates, interim federal health program certificates to asylum seekers in l'École once they're deemed admissible.
That in addition to working collaboratively with provincial counterparts, the Government of Canada is also engaging with the United States government and the U.S. Embassy in Ottawa on this issue as our country continues to cooperate in the management of irregular migration at the border. The Minister of Public Safety meets regularly with his American counterpart and discusses these issues in depth. In addition, the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship met with the new American ambassador to Ottawa recently to discuss specifically this issue. As we work with our diverse immigration partners, we remain strongly committed to orderly migration and the safety of all Canadians. That's why, in the context of the 2018 budget, following the Harper government's major cuts in the last few years, $173.2 million was invested in the management of irregular migration. These funds will be used to provide short-term support for border security processing and to support decision-making capacity at the Immigration and Refugee Board. Mr. Speaker, Canada is a beautiful country, shaped by immigrants. We hear talk often of stigmatization by calling a whole group illegal. While the unlawful crossing of the border is not advised and at times dangerous, stigmatizing a whole group has a pernicious effect and sends signals to certain parties' base, which we find highly despicable. In fact, if someone crosses the border in an irregular fashion and is deemed to be an asylum seeker and a refugee protected under the conventions, that crossing as such is not illegal at all. As descendants, Mr. Speaker, of the wretched masses yearning to breathe free, children of the wretched refuse teeming from the teeming shores, we must not only ensure the health and safety of our people, but remain open, free, and welcoming to those who seek our protection in accordance with the rule of law. Thank you.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Just a second. Oh, my glasses. I got them right here. The honourable member for Halton, Wellington, Halton Hills.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, I know there's been arguments about the wording of all of this, but setting that aside, it's clear that there is a lot of irregular crossings, and it's clear that the problem's growing. And, you know, why won't the government address this problem? I fear, Madame la Présidente, qu'on a eu...
Madam Speaker, I fear that we have a problem now all across the country, and it's important for the government to talk to the U.S. administration to deal with this challenge.
The government isn't talking to the United States government about this, because let me put this to the government. What if the shoe is on the other foot? What if Canada plunges into a deep recession, a result of a housing crash or some other deep recession? Unemployment skyrockets, economic growth is negative, and we have the opposite happening. We have literally tens of thousands of people irregularly crossing the border from Canada to the United States. Then we won't have much leverage then to renegotiate the Safe Third Country Agreement. Then we will be under inordinate pressure as a government, as a country, to give the Americans whatever they want in order to ensure that the free trade of goods and services continues to flow across that border. So why isn't the government taking the opportunity today to bring this challenge to the American administration, to seek a remedy here that will stem the flow of irregular border crossers, so that we can regulate this problem before it becomes a real crisis in the other direction?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to commend the member opposite for his choice of words. He is indeed an example to this House and to his party in particular. The member opposite should know that we are in constant conversation with our American counterparts on these issues and a number more. This is one of the most highly crossed border in a regular fashion in the world, and indeed one of the best managed. If the member opposite has been paying attention, and indeed I know that he has, the many ministers have been south of the border, including Minister for Public Safety, Minister of Immigration, to discuss specifically these issues and to have a concerted response on the irregular migration and as well the management of the border. So I do hope the member is rest assured, and I do again thank him for the choice use of the word irregular migration. Thank you.
And comment, General Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments as well. You know, the center of this debate, of course, is to how to manage the situation with the irregular border crossers. And one of the ways to which we can do that is, in fact, to suspend the Safe Third Country Agreement. By suspending the agreement, it would mean that people would not be forced to go through the irregular crossings, and that would put order to things. And within the agreement itself, Article 10 allows for Canada to give notice, to suspend it for a short-term period, just to see how this could work, and then to work with the international community and others for a long-term plan. Like, why can't we go forward with a sensible plan that would actually address the issue and the pressures that's experienced by Quebec and other provinces in the border communities, and then also to ensure that those who are seeking refuge, which is what Canada is also about, to ensure that those who are seeking refuge can do it safely, and then for us to do all of this in a rational way.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank the member opposite for her question. Again, the working assumption in her question is that this can be done or should be done unilaterally. Certainly, that would be highly unadvisable given our partner across the border. Again, these are discussions that need to be taken privately and soberly in a whole-of-government approach to how that border is managed. Again, hundreds of thousands of people cross that border regularly. We are lucky, compared to our European partners, to have only one partner across the way. People can't simply march into Canada and march through Canada. We have 3 quasi-impermeable borders, and our partner in the major crossing across from us, 9,000 kilometers, is indeed a safe country, Madam Speaker, but issues do arise, and we are addressing them in a sober and orderly fashion. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise au débat. The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I also want to thank my colleague and friend from Ville-Marie, Île-des-Sœurs.
Thank you. I'm glad to rise today to continue the debate on our actions that our government is taking to meet the clear objectives of our fair, compassionate immigration and asylum system. These objectives are to save lives, to offer protection to the displaced, the most vulnerable, and the persecuted, to meet our country's international legal obligations with respect to refugees, and to respond to international crises by providing assistance to those in need of protection. Comme vous le savez,
as you know, over the past number of months, we have seen a notable increase in irregular migrations at key points along the border that we share with the United States. Individuals seeking asylum have crossed into Canada between official points of entry. People who seek asylum in Canada need to be treated with compassion and need to be subject to the applicable laws. We are taking action in a way that aligns with Canada's long humanitarian tradition, which is recognized all around the world.
Madam Speaker, this is a long-standing tradition, and Canadians are rightfully proud of our strong international reputation for humanitarian leadership, which was damaged by the Harper Conservatives during their 10 years in government. Since the election, through the work of our Ministers of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship and the Department, our government remains focused on efficient and streamlined processing, as well as developing more flexible and nimble responses to adapt to the influx of asylum seekers at the Quebec border and elsewhere. One important response to this situation, Madam Speaker, and mentioned many times by the Minister, is that our government has accelerated the processing of all applications for work permits for asylum seekers across Canada from 3 months to 3 days, so that they are able to support themselves while they are in this country. This was something that both the governments of Canada and Quebec worked on together collaboratively. Jusqu'à maintenant, 80...
So far, 97% of work permit applications submitted by irregular migrants have been approved, and only around 3% have been rejected, mostly because of incomplete medical examinations. As a result, since April 2017, more than 12,500 work permits have been approved for asylum claimants in Quebec. Our government has been happy to work closely together with the Quebec government to manage the influx of asylum seekers crossing the border into that province.
And given the influx of asylum seekers, Budget 2018, as noted by the Minister, has invested $173.2 million towards managing irregular migration to ensure security at the border and faster processing of asylum claims by the IRB. The Conservatives flip-flop on this because the member for Calgary-Nose Hill called for this increase, and the Conservatives who are now arguing against the additional funding, which is somewhat typical. Madam Speaker, Quebec will also receive $3.2 billion as part of the Canada Social Transfer in 2018-2019, but more importantly, we've provided an increase, as my colleague said, of $112 million to support settlement and integration services in Quebec under the Canada-Quebec Accord, which the Conservatives voted against, even though they are calling on the government through this debate today to provide more funding to Quebec. Typical when the shoe on the other foot is a flip-flop. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, our government, Madam Speaker, continues to lead the collaborative work in the ad hoc intergovernmental task force on irregular migration, which is ensuring a coordinated approach across all different levels of government. Rather than the politics of fear and division, which lost the Conservatives the election, we are focused on working with Canadians together to manage the situation at the Canada-US border. Our government is managing the volumes we are seeing now and are preparing for any fluctuations, as any responsible government would do. Before closing, Madam Speaker, let me make some final points. Asylum seekers face a rigorous process to determine whether or not they have a legitimate claim, according to Canadian international law. There are no shortcuts and no guarantees that an asylum seeker will be able to stay in Canada. And the member for Calgary-Nose Hill should know this, having been the critic on this file for over 2 years. The NDP, of course, listening to their testimony today, should also remember that not everyone is eligible to make an asylum claim, and not all asylum claims should or will be accepted. All eligible claims are assessed by the Independent Immigration and Refugee Board of Canada and are decided on a case-by-case basis. If the IRB determines that individuals are not in need of Canada's protection, they are removed from Canada again, something the member from Calgary-Nose Hill knows and understands, but the NDP would open our borders to 11 million irregular migrants who are illegally in the United States with their proposal of completely undermining and tearing up the Safe Third Country Agreement. Madam Speaker, let's talk about which side has been absent on our immigration and asylum system. The Conservatives had families, spouses, and children wait up to 26 months to be reunited. Our government eliminated that backlog, and we now process applications within 12 months. The Conservatives made applicants under the federal live-in caregiver system wait over 6.5 years to be processed. We eliminated that backlog, and by the end of 2018, we will have a processing standard of 1 year, 12 months. The Conservatives created the legacy asylum claim backlog, those who had to wait almost a decade to have their claim heard after the Conservatives left them behind. Our government will be eliminating this backlog by the end of this year, Madam Speaker. We're also working hard to eliminate the privately sponsored refugee backlog left by the Conservatives. Madam Speaker, our government is processing study permits, citizenship, and economic immigration applications faster than ever before. And as the member of St. John's East, I am confident that the initiatives I've outlined will help us maintain our strong and compassionate immigration system. I trust that these points will help my honourable colleagues support our government's position and our efforts. We are fixing the mess left behind by the Conservatives and the movers of this motion, and the motion itself seeks to make things even worse. So I will not be supporting it. Madam Speaker, I have roughly 3 minutes. Okay, wonderful. I have an opportunity now to talk a little bit about my time and the testimony that I've had the opportunity to hear at the Citizenship and Immigration Committee, on which I'm one of the new members. This is obviously a topic of which we're greatly seized. While I trust that the government response is going to be safe and effective and is going to support the people who are irregularly crossing at the border and have been since last summer, we will be briefed on this further as to the particulars of those efforts. But the motion itself is, it's somewhat bizarre. Taking responsibility for the massive social costs burdening the provincial governments. Well, the government of Canada and the government of Quebec have worked together to design a system now where the irregular migrants in 3 days have a work permit so that they are able to work, earn money, pay taxes, and contribute to the economic development in the province of Quebec, just like all immigrants have the possibility to do. That lowers their burden on the social services system. So in fact, point 3 is completely wrong. We are in fact addressing this problem head-on in collaboration with our partners. I admit the Prime Minister's irresponsibility of something that was in a tweet. But Canada is a welcoming country. We are welcoming immigrants to Canada. We are helping and supporting refugees. We are accepting legitimate asylum seekers who come to the border, and that is what is determined. Those people who cross irregularly at the border with a valid asylum claim are not irregular migrants. I mean, they're not illegal migrants. They are just merely irregular migrants, and this is how they're choosing to seek asylum. And we support them. We welcome them. We will meet our international obligations to them. The other point, to ensure that the agencies responsible for our borders are properly equipped so they continue to do their jobs effectively. This is, in fact, what we have done. This is what Budget 2018 does, that the Conservatives voted against in ad nauseum, point by point, line by line, every item. And yet, here we are on this item, where now they're turning around and saying, do more. We are doing what we need. Finally, the request that the government table in the House no later than May 11th a plan to stop the influx of people. Well, Madam Speaker, again, if asylum seekers come to the border, we have an international obligation to them. It's a fundamental human right that all citizens of the world whose countries are members of the United Nations enjoy, that they have the right to leave their country or the country in which they are located. And if they are legitimate asylum seekers, the country in which they enter should accept them and process their asylum claim in accordance with the rule of law. That's what we're doing. Every point of this motion makes no sense, but it's dog whistle politics, Madam Speaker, and I don't want anything further to do with it. I urge all members of this House to defeat this motion today. Thank you.
And comments? The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Look, Madam Speaker, I'll be the first to announce racism or dog whistle politics when I see it, but some of the rhetoric coming from Liberal members doesn't match reality. The fact is both Liberal and Conservative governments have strongly supported Canada's immigration and refugee system. I just, in preparation for this debate, I downloaded some statistics from Stats Canada about the number of immigrants who've come to Canada every year. And it tells a story. The facts don't lie. The facts are that during the Harper government of some 10 years, a record number of immigrants were admitted in the post-war period. Some 260,000 immigrants a year were admitted during that post-war, that 10-year period. 26,000 UN refugees a year during that period, some 260,000 refugees over that 10-year period, much higher than what was under the Chrétien Martin years, higher than what was under the Mulroney years. So I think we have to tone down some of the rhetoric on this and focus on the issue at hand, which is the border crossings that are taking place in Laval, Quebec, and Emerson, Manitoba.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the measured tones and the respectful dialogue coming from the member in his question. It is true that Canada is an open country and has been for many years, and that if we look percentage-wise at the size of the population of the country and the amount of immigration that's permitted from time to time, I'm not sure if that would bear out in some of the statistics that were proposed, perhaps in the raw numbers, but if you look at the percentage of the population, I'd like to see whether or not that, in fact, bears out. But when you look at the text of the motion before me, and if you look at what the Citizenship and Immigration Committee is currently studying and being briefed on, of which the sponsor of the motion is a member, you can't but think for a moment that what's being proposed here in the motion and the antics and the rhetoric that's being said to the media, including this morning in her press briefing, is not entirely solely about the issue of whether or not people are crossing irregularly at the border and what needs to be done. Obviously, the government is doing a lot. It's devoted a lot of resources to this. I trust that all the efforts that they're doing through public safety, immigration, will handle this as well or better than the situation with the similar situation that happened with Mexican migrants. But when you look at the text taken as a whole, it goes beyond that. It's attempting to drive a wedge between Canada. It's referring to people who cross irregularly as illegals, or it's to refer to them as illegal immigrants or illegal aliens or some such notion of this, deprecating language that insults and intimidates newcomers to this country. And again, I don't want to stand for it. I do appreciate the member himself has not used that term in his discourse, and I do appreciate that he's not taken this tack, but the rest of his party has. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments. I want to note a couple of things. First off, his colleague before him raised the issue around suspending the Safe Third Country Agreement as a unilateral move. Just for all of the members' information, in fact, in the Act itself, that both countries, Canada or U.S., can give notice and actually suspend temporarily the Safe Third Country Agreement. So it is not in violation of the Act or anything like that. It is absolutely within our right to do exactly that. And to the member's comment, somehow he seems to think that the NDP is suggesting that we should simply open up the border and allow anybody to come through without the proper assessments. Now, that is simply not true. What we're saying is for people to come through in an orderly fashion, and you can do that by suspending the Safe Third Country Agreement so people are not forced to cross over irregularly. And when you do that, when you cross over with the suspension of the Safe Third Country Agreement, you will still be processed accordingly. In fact, in my speech, my 20-minute speech today, I went through the entire process. So I would like to ask the member to retract his comments.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And of course, I was not convinced by the arguments put forward by the honourable member. When I look in the totality of the logistics and what's possible and what's realistic to expect from people, that if we open the borders to all asylum claims to be processed regularly, we will make a bad situation worse. It's totally inconsistent with the government's position today or the previous. It's inconsistent with our relationship with the Americans in managing our shared border, the regular crossings, and it's unrealistic when you expect that Canada, a country of 35 million people, could expose itself potentially to regular crossings at the border in Windsor or at the airport in Toronto of up to, even if it's only 1% of the number of illegals in the United States, 110,000.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to speak to this motion in front of us. Just up front, I'm going to address this whole issue of illegal versus irregular. I think both are acceptable, but even the CBC uses the term illegal in their news articles. And the CBC, I trust, is a newsworthy news source. And so other people have used it. So at the end of the day, in order to focus on the issue at hand, I'm going to avoid focusing on the argument about the term itself and rather focus on the issue at hand. Madam Speaker, let me start by saying I think everyone in this House supports the need for immigration. It understands the need for immigration to Canada. We have a below replacement birth rate as a country, so we need immigration in order to maintain a constant population. We have labor market shortages, so we need immigration to fill jobs. And we are a country of immigrants. Since the early 17th century, immigrants have come to this country and have built this country. In fact, je suis fier, je suis un...
I'm proud. I'm the child of immigrants. My father was Chinese and my mother was Irish. They moved here to Canada in the 60s, the 50s and 60s, to create a new life. And I'm very proud of my heritage and my family history.
In all parties in this House have similar stories about immigration to this country. And because Canadians are fair and generous, we also, I think, all believe and support our policies on refugees and asylum seekers, people who have been dispossessed. And that's why subsequent and successive Conservative and Liberal governments have taken in refugees from Hungary, from Vietnam, and today from Syria and other peoples that are dispossessed like Yazidis. And so this debate in front of us today is not about whether we support immigration, because we all do. And as I pointed out earlier, some of the highest levels of immigration intake during the post-war period, the post-World War II period, came during the Harper years. We admitted some 260,000 immigrants a year for that almost 10 years of the Harper government, some 2.6 million immigrants. And in addition to that, we admitted roughly 26,000 UN refugees each and every year, so some 260,000 UN refugees over that 10-year period. So I think we all can say that successive Liberal and Conservative governments have supported immigration and supported the need to take in those dispossessed and those who are refugees. Now, that doesn't mean we agree on every aspect of our immigration and refugee system. For example, during the last election, the Conservatives said we'd take in approximately 25,000 Syrian refugees, and the Liberals promised to take in approximately double that number, 50,000. Well, the Canadian people spoke, and they elected a Liberal majority, and I respect that, and the Liberals had a mandate to take in some 50,000 Syrian refugees. In 2006, we disagreed with the previous Liberal government's position on charging prospective immigrants a $975 fee to process their application. And we promised to cut that fee in half, which we did. So we may disagree on the details of our system, but we agree on the fundamentals. And so let's focus on the details of what is going on here and why this motion is in front of the House. Now, Madam Speaker, I'm supporting this motion as I've indicated. I'm also splitting my time here with the member from Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner. So the motion in front of us today is not about whether or not we support immigrants or refugees. It's about one particular issue that's gone unresolved, and that is the irregular border crossings that are taking place, especially in places like Laval, Quebec, and in Emerson, Manitoba. And the Liberal government has mismanaged this issue. A country ultimately has sovereignty over two things: people and a geography. And by mismanaging our borders, the government is weakening the sovereignty of the Canadian state. And by failing to address this problem over the last 2 years, they have created a host of other problems. First, we have seen a significant increase in spending to process people crossing the border regularly. And they have had to significantly increase spending to provide for social services for people in Quebec. $173 million more dollars for processing, $180 million more dollars for social services, and this is just the start. The cost could spiral into the billions of dollars, all the while the government is not delivering on the spending it committed to Canadians on repairing our nation's ailing roads, bridges, and transit infrastructure, and all the while running much higher deficits than they promised. And they've also created another problem. Because they've had to divert money and resources away from regular immigration and refugee processing in order to process these people crossing the border in Quebec and Manitoba, there is now a backlog of some 45,000 applications for privately sponsored refugees. And I'm told the wait times for processing are now 7 years. There's now an 11-year wait time for the processing of asylum claims. And the problem is only going to get worse unless the government supports the motion and takes action to address this problem. Last year, we admitted some 20,000 people who crossed the border in Emerson and in Laval. This year, it could well be north of 60,000. To date, about 6,000 people have crossed at those two locations. And this summer, they're projecting some 400 people a day will be crossing. We could be looking at 60,000 people this year who are crossing through non-normal channels, a fifth of our overall immigration intake. Madame la Présidente,
Madam Speaker,
Canada has had an orderly, planned, controlled, and safe immigration system. Our immigration system has for decades been controlled through the vetting and screening of immigrants. And as a result, we enjoy very high levels of public support for immigration and for refugees. As a result, Canada has one of the highest intakes of immigrants and refugees in the world. The two are linked. Orderly, planned, and controlled immigration and refugee resettlement, and high levels of public support for those systems. This is not true of Europe and the United States. For example, in the United States, for decades, they have had no control or planning of their immigration system. U.S. administrations and U.S. Congresses dating back to the 1980s have failed to deal with their challenges of irregular border crossings and people entering the country illegally. And as a result today, the United States finds itself with some 10 million people who have entered irregularly and who are without documentation and without papers. And it is causing huge problems. And the problem is, in some ways, unsolvable. And so we do not want to go down that path here in Canada. And the same is true of Europe as it is in the United States. And that's why I'm supporting this motion. We need to maintain high levels of public support for our system, and that begins by maintaining an orderly, controlled, and safe immigration and refugee system so that Canada can continue to benefit from the world's brightest and the best, so that we can continue to receive and welcome the downtrodden and dispossessed in this world. And there's a final reason, Madam Speaker, why I'm supporting this motion. What if the shoe's on the other foot? Let's not forget the 2002 Third Country Safe Party Agreement. The 2002 agreement between then Prime Minister Jean Chrétien and the government of then Prime Minister Jean Chrétien and the administration of Bill Clinton came about because of the horrific events of September 11th, 2001. And we were under an inordinate amount of pressure from the Americans who wanted that agreement in place and who had the cards to play in those negotiations. And we managed to keep the borders open to trade so that we could continue to grow our economy. But what if we go into a severe recession? What if the housing bubble pops and we see a reverse flow of migrants, irregular crossings from Canada to the United States? We will have no leverage to deal with an American administration that wants the problem fixed. And that's why the government needs to sit down with the U.S. administration, talk about this problem, and find a solution to these issues in Emerson and in Laval, Quebec.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have two problems with the motion in that it doesn't come across as being genuine. To ask that agencies responsible get the resources we need, coming from a government that cut those resources so badly during its time in office, doesn't connect very well. The other one, this, asking the Prime Minister to admit or ask the irresponsibility in this matter, smacks to me more of partisan politics than it does of any genuine attempt to fix something.
Yeah, it's true.
And I would ask if the honourable gentleman who I enjoy working with on our committee would go back to his party and say, look, if we really want to give the government the path of least resistance to doing something that we think is a good idea, let's cut the partisanship and let's get on with really good ideas for the Parliament.
The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank you. On the issue of the previous government's deficit reduction action program, I don't think that the reduction in budgets for the then Department of Citizenship and Immigration actually created any backlogs in the system. I thought the system was quite orderly, quite planned. In fact, backlogs went down for many streams of immigration. With respect to calling on the Prime Minister to withdraw his tweet, I think social media is relevant to the story. The fact is, even today, social media is having a huge impact on these irregular border crossings. It's the social media networks that are suddenly triggering a surge in people from Nigeria coming through Laval, Quebec, as a result of the power and pervasiveness and ubiquity of social media. It was the Prime Minister's tweet that first got people thinking about doing this. And so the Prime Minister, with millions of Twitter followers, should tweet out and clarify what the situation is at the Canadian border and tell people not to cross the border at Laval, Quebec or at Emerson, Manitoba, and to do so through regular means. And that will strengthen our immigration system and public confidence in that system.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments. And indeed, I actually appreciate the civilized tone in which his comments have been made. I do want to identify this one piece, though, and it's not about just semantics, because the words used are absolutely critical. There is a major difference between the word on irregular versus illegal. It's like saying to somebody, what you're doing is illegal, versus you saying to someone, what you're doing is irregular. There is a difference. And so from that point of view, this is why I take issue with this motion. And I have highlighted a number of areas where I take issue with the motion. If the Conservative members really want to get on with a real debate on how best to manage the situation that's before us in the best interests of border communities and Canada, then why didn't the Conservative members supported my amendments when I put it on the floor today?
Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Well, thank the member for Vancouver East for her comment. I support the motion. I'm comfortable with the wording of the motion. At the end of the day, the issue is that the government has mishandled this file, and it needs to seek a remedy with the American administration. And it needs to seek it, in my view, because there's a broader issue at play. The tide of people flowing from the United States to Canada could very well be reversed. And in that situation, we won't have any leverage. The American people, the American administration, the American economy, which is 10 times bigger and more powerful than we are going to drive those negotiations and get what they want, because we are much more reliant on exports to the United States than the Americans are on exports to Canada. So we need to seek a remedy to this situation before we find ourselves in a much more difficult situation where we won't have any leverage to negotiate a suitable outcome.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to begin my speech today by taking a moment to remember the lives lost yesterday in Toronto. Today, I think all Canadians are thinking of and praying for those who have lost loved ones, a friend, a co-worker, or a neighbor. And just as Canadians have rallied around to support those affected by the tragedy and humbled, I know that Canadians will rally to support the people in Toronto today and into the future. Madam Speaker, I'd like to address the Conservative motion, and I will use the term illegal border crossers because that's what they are. The motion is straightforward, and most Canadians will readily understand what the Conservatives are seeking is not drastic or partisan. It's simple. We want the Liberal government to acknowledge the problem that we are seized with, take ownership of it, and act in the best interest of all Canadians to address the flow of illegal border crossers. We know, as has been said, that tens of thousands of illegal border crossers came to Canada last year, and this year experts are predicting even more, potentially up to 60,000 in 2018 alone. Already in 2015, there are over 6,000 individuals who have crossed over into Canada, and the majority of those have come in since March 1st. That's an increase of 128% over 2017. So what is the Liberal plan? What is the government doing to deal with this issue? It is not unreasonable for Canadians to expect better than just everything is fine, because in reality, everything is not fine. In my riding, I hear from people continuously about this issue. What concerns them, in addition to the increased risk to public safety, is that the illegal queue jumping significantly impacts immigration for legal immigrants. Delays in security checks, delays in immigration, immigrants getting their applications processed, and delays in families being reunited. Legal, law-abiding immigrants and refugees are stuck waiting years to have their hearings and applications processed. And all they are ever told is that their file is pending. Why are those who want to come to Canada legally being punished while illegal crossers are being rewarded? That's their question. In addition to the impact on legal immigration, there are issues with costs, resources, public safety, and potentially national security. The sudden and unexpected influx of people has stretched the capacity of our border agents, our police forces, our immigration processes, our support systems, and our not-for-profits like food banks. The costs of providing for these people who are allowed into Canada to claim asylum are extensive. It includes the cost of keeping them in Canada for years until their processing is completed, providing housing, health care, food, social assistance, and the cost of preparing them to enter the workforce. When we take border agents and police out of their communities to deal with this crisis, it of course leads to problems elsewhere in this country. Reduced resources, longer shifts, limited vacations mean that border agents and law enforcement can't operate at their best. Communities don't receive the policing services they deserve or expect, and borders are backlogged by skeleton resources. It is Canadians who pay the price and taxpayers who are footing the bill. So far, the Liberals have no plan for dealing with all of these issues. Last year we heard from Liberal ministers that everything was fine. There are no issues here. There were no cost issues, no safety issues, everything was fine. In fact, the Minister of Immigration testified that there were no concerns, no costs, no problems with these illegal border crossers. It becomes much harder to trust those empty words when you hear the real stories from frontline officers. We know that the number of people awaiting deportation rose from 291 in 2012 to nearly 1,200 in 2016, and I can only imagine the thousands that are in the queue today. Canadians saw recent media reports that hardened repeated offenders that are ordered deported remain in our country to continue to victimize Canadians. We heard about known associates of terrorists still in the country for decades after being ordered deported. Clearly we have a problem, and clearly there is a need and much more work to be done. We know that officials were told to rush screening to reduce wait times. That comes from those officials who are doing that screening. The number of initial questions asked of illegal border crossers were reduced from 8 to 2. That is not what I or most Canadians call no changes will be made to our system. In fact, it's exactly what the minister said wasn't going to happen, the downgrading of our security screening. What Canadians are being shown is that when it comes to national security and public safety, this government cannot be trusted to make tough decisions and put what is good for Canadians ahead of their own political interests. I have little doubt that they will attempt to demonize anyone who points out their incompetence or especially on tackling these tough issues. But as Canadians, we must point out the many ways this government has completely failed to protect Canadians, enforce our laws, and provide the tools and policies for border agents and law enforcement to do their job. So how did we get here? It all started with a tweet. In my opinion, another example of a flippant, immature Prime Minister who is stupidly naive to the consequences of his actions. He tweeted out that anyone can come to Canada. We welcome anyone. And he forgot to add, please respect our laws and follow our processes. And so tens of thousands of people streamed across the border in 2017 from the U.S., a safe third country, a place where democracy and rule of law hold strong. This was not a crisis, the Minister of Immigration told a committee. There are no resource problems. Everything will be managed internally. There are no safety risks. And now, in an effort to address their so-called non-issue, the Liberals have sought $174 million more to deal with the massive influx. And we know it will not stop there. And here we are yet again with no plan, a crisis with no plan. For the few bits of information provided by the government about Immigration and Refugee Board proceedings, we know there is a massive backlog of thousands of cases with the usual timelines being pushed from months to years. People may be here 3 to 5 years as an asylum seeker before even being called for a hearing. That means not only that those who come here illegally, but those who are genuine asylum claimants fleeing oppression. In nearly 2 years, the Liberals have gone from pretending this is not an issue to admitting that there is a problem, but it's fine, they've got it managed, to now it's still fine, but we just need more money to fix it. The Quebec government has said, sorry Liberals, you're wrong. Border agents have said and are saying the Liberals are wrong. National security experts have said the Liberals are wrong. And the opposition has been saying and will say, we're sorry, you are wrong. So here we are with this Conservative motion, calling for what seems to be a common sense motion, something that is far from common with this government. And all we're asking for is for government to provide Canadians with a plan, Madam Speaker. A plan means doing something to stop people from illegally entering Canada without following an honest, independent, and fair system of immigration. My colleague suggested that we make the entire border with the U.S. a port of entry. Now, this is a temporary measure that the government could use until they get a grip on the illegal border crossing crisis. They must close the current safe third country loophole. A plan means deporting, immediately deporting, criminals and all those who do not have a case for asylum and will eventually be deported anyway, which from the media reports is around 90%. This will save taxpayers millions upon millions of dollars. And a plan means, Madam Speaker, eliminating the appalling backlog and endless delays of legal refugee claims, ensuring that support goes to those who legitimately need it. For our border agents, the RCMP and the Immigration and Refugee Board provide the resources to get the job done and stop saying everything's fine. Take responsibility for the costs of your mistakes that have been pushed onto provinces, which is expected to increase even more. Madam Speaker, it seems unlikely that Liberal backbenchers will get up and vote in favour of a common-sense Conservative motion, but rather continue to blindly follow the myopic meandering of their leadership. Canadians need a secure border, Madam Speaker. We need our rule of law enforced. We need our men and women in uniform to know that when they do their jobs, they will have the support of government. We need to know that people who come to Canada are seeking to follow our laws and join our communities, not exploit our rules and abuse our generosity. And we need leadership that will act in the best interests of Canada. And perhaps the plan will need to wait until 2019, Madam Speaker, when there's a new Conservative government to put a plan into action. Thank you very much.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
I appreciate the passion which the member spoke, and yet I recognize the great difficulty in speaking to this motion due to its schizophrenic nature. And might I just sort of point out where a couple of these issues sort of glare out to me is that the motion is complaining about gaps in the security screening process, is worried about a backlog in both scheduled hearings and carried out deportation orders and the like. And my sense of the matter is we have an agreement in place with the United States that allows our international agreements to be met, and I don't sense anyone would on this side of the House, anyone would find it wise to rip this out. And the member in particular was talking about border security guards and the amount of time that we were asking questions of people and all of those things that government services provide. And our solution is, yes, we recognize there's an emerging situation that we want to do this in an orderly, professional fashion. We're investing in the CBSA and other institutions that will allow this process to go smoothly to the tune of $179 million. And it's sense that that's what that member is looking for. Most of his solutions, to me, appear to be needing government investments, which is that what we're doing? Or am I wrong in suggesting that the member in all his rhetoric was saying that that's not a solution? Do you have another means besides investing in those institutions to make the situation better?
I also want to remind the member that he's to address the questions to the chair and not to the individual members. The honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech. And I think it's fair to say that yes, this issue requires resources, and resources that, but it also requires a common sense approach. It requires an approach where, as we have allowed this to start, where's it going to end? We've already gone from a few thousand entries in 17 to potentially 60,000 in 2018, and there's no systems readily available in our country to deal with this particular influx of illegal border crossers. So we can pour all the money into it. Pouring money into this issue by itself is not going to solve the problem. We got to stop. We got to stop the illegal crossers in the first place and deal with the legal, orderly fashion of immigration.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. It's always a pleasure for me to work with him on the Public Safety Committee. I think it's interesting when I hear the Conservatives talking about a plan, because when they had the opportunity to meet with the union representing border officers, what they said clearly is that they are still paying for the cuts that had been made by the Conservatives. What I'd like my colleague to explain is, if we're supposed to be reassured by the Conservatives' plan, then why is it that the same party that was formerly in government actually cut resources? And now the member made a number of good points about overtime, about post-traumatic stress in certain cases. So all of these issues that the agents are facing are actually made worse by the cuts that they suffered under the Conservatives. So how can he explain that?
Member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question and for his great work that he does on a lot of different fronts. I think I'd like to clarify the Conservative government, before we left government, had CBSA was funded to the tune of $6.5 billion by the Conservatives. In 2017, under the Liberals, CBSA was funded $6.4 billion. I don't consider that to be a cut. I think it was on that government, not ours. And also, under this government, under the Liberal government, or the Conservative government, CBSA border officials and officers were increased by 26% in the last number of years. 26%. I don't see those as cuts, and I see those as positive steps to improve, a system that surely is overtaxed at this current time.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, straight off, I'll say that I'll be sharing my time with my colleague for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Now, I'm sure she wouldn't say this about herself, but I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate her for her work in her riding, which was affected by this issue. She's also, or as the critic for the NDP, I've certainly seen that this is a big issue, and she really sat down with people who were there on the front lines, whether it's the border officers or people facing this issue in the municipality. So I want to congratulate her for that work. I think this is really an example of how, when you have a measured approach, you can make good progress even in very difficult situations. Now, Madam Speaker, before I speak about this issue in more detail, this issue of immigration, first of all, I would like to thank the CBSA officers, as well as RCMP officers, the SQ in Quebec, the community organizations in regions and municipalities who are working on this file. These are all organizations that are related to the federal government, but these men and women worked very hard despite the government's plan. So I think we should take the time to congratulate them and thank them for their work, because this is a very difficult situation. And Madam Speaker, let's take a look at the history of this situation. January 2017, not 2018, but 2017, Mr. Trump was inaugurated in the U.S., and the member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie and the member for Vancouver East and myself were here in the foyer at the House of Commons, and we were calling upon the government to realize that when spring came, within a few months, that we would see the consequences of having Mr. Trump in power, because he's racist and he doesn't mind using racial issues to get political gain. We called upon the government to take that into consideration. Here in the House, we asked for an emergency debate on the situation so that we could talk more about what we had been hearing from municipalities, from border services unions, and from Canadians. And yet, we heard absolutely nothing from the government. And that's not surprising, Madam Speaker. I asked a lot of questions in the Joint Committee last year and didn't get very good answers. For example, I asked if they could explain how, with Mr. Trump talking about Somalians, talking about the Somalian community in Minnesota, well, suddenly there were Somalis crossing the border into Manitoba. Mr. Trump wanted to lift the moratorium on the deportation of Haitians who were in North America because they had lived through the terrible earthquake, for example. Well, when he said that, straight away you had Haitians crossing into Canada with their families. It's not surprising. There's a direct link between what Mr. Trump says and this issue. And we have to acknowledge that. We can't just go along with what he wants. So the government hasn't been able to stand up to him. And when I was doing this with my colleagues, I ended up watching CBC in English, and Mr. Jean Chrétien said, when I refused to go to war in Iraq, there were Canadian business people who came to see me saying, this is catastrophic, we are going to pay the price for this because the Americans won't want to do business with us anymore because we're not supporting them in the war. But Mr. Chrétien said, I stand by my decision, and if you have to deal with any consequences, let me know. And he said, somewhat cheekily, well, 15 years later, I'm still waiting for them to come tell me that, because there really wasn't much of an impact, because as a country, we are capable of expressing our opinions, to call out the behavior of other heads of state without burning our bridges, without ruining our relationships with our most important partners. And that's what the government has not been able to do. Not only did the government not realize that this was a problem in January 2017, but in fact, the situation became very drawn out. So last summer, I met with a journalist not far from Chambly, who had been coming back from Stansted at the border, where he had been reporting on this issue, and he said that things were completely out of control. And so we asked for the same thing again. In a public forum, I called on the government to provide us with a plan and to provide assistance to Quebec, to municipalities, to community organizations. There were border services officers coming to see us saying, look, we've had it up to here. We can't deal with this anymore. Now, as spring approaches, I've said this many times, but in the NDP, I am proud to say that we were there talking about this issue from the very beginning. We knew it was a problem and we wanted to address it. Now, unlike the Conservatives, who come forward with this motion, which is really intended to create fear rather than to solve the problem, instead of really proposing that we give money to Quebec, that we help these people who are fleeing the U.S., that we support the CBSA, for example. I mean, all the Conservatives did when they were actually in power was cut, and we're still dealing with those issues. So we don't want a war of words here. We don't want to pit one community against another. We want to support Quebec. We want to give the necessary resources to the CBSA so they can do their work properly. And we are asking for the suspension of the Safe Third Country Agreement, because currently the U.S. is no longer a safe country for these people. They are fleeing violence and all kinds of terrible situations. And why should we do that, Madam Speaker? Because it would allow them to cross the border in a regular fashion. That would be better for workers and better for them, because their lives are in danger too when they try to cross the border irregularly. We're not doing this just for them, to make them happy. I mean, they're facing very difficult situations. Now, the Conservatives were in power for 10 years, and they didn't do anything to help anyone when it comes to immigration or public safety, despite all of the incendiary rhetoric that we hear from them. And yet now they're coming forward with this motion. Okay, we agree with some aspects of it, but it really won't solve the problem. And that's what the NDP has been saying from the very beginning. We've been trying to address all of the aspects of the problem. We've been trying to help the communities. As my colleague from Salaberry-sur-Loire has done, we've tried to meet with people and to really understand the situation on the ground. The Quebec government also asked for assistance and tried to help their community organizations to provide services beyond what they're currently able to provide, because it's the right thing to do. Now, we're not here to make a value judgment. Everyone needs help, and the government simply isn't listening. And yet all the Conservatives are doing is creating more fear rather than talking about the solutions. The NDP has been working to find solutions for more than a year, though. Now, if you look at the situation south of the border with President Trump, you can see that things are not getting better. The government is stubbornly using empty rhetoric to blame the previous government, to say, oh, it's all Stephen Harper's fault. Now, fortunately, they're no longer in power, but now it's up to the current government to realize that they are in power, that they have to deal with this. Trump has been there. He was elected in November 2016. He was inaugurated in January 2017. None of this should have been a surprise, except apparently it was a surprise for the government. So we are opposing the motion today because we don't support the Conservatives' approach. It's failed year after year. But I would like to take this opportunity, along with my colleagues, today, and as my colleagues from Quebec have been doing for weeks, and as my colleague for Vancouver East has done as well, to talk about protecting refugees and to call on the government to have a real plan. We don't need incendiary rhetoric. What we need is to stand up to a president who has a dangerous way of speaking. We need to protect men and women who are dealing with difficult situations and they're coming to Canada for a better life.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I've been listening to the debate all day, and when I listen to Conservatives speak, I often get the sense that they want to prevent or don't see the value in terms of having the process that we currently have in place, which has done truly an amazing job for years, not only through this government, but even through the Harper government, where you would have irregular border crossings. The difference is, of course, is that to further complement our security personnel or our border control, we have invested literally tens of millions of dollars to ensure that additional support would be there if, in fact, it's fully warranted. Compared to the NDP, on the other hand, seem to want to take a different approach. And I would ultimately argue it is irresponsible to try to give an impression that there is absolutely nothing wrong with actually coming anywhere across the Canada-U.S. border, because in essence we could treat it all in the same by just waiving one aspect of the legislation. I think that there is, and I believe the process that we currently have today is in fact doing the job.
I've been trying to advise show the member that there wasn't a lot of time left, and I would maybe suggest that members don't use so much of a preamble and get right to the question so we can allow for more questions and comments. The
honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly.
It's the only Liberal member that speaks. I'm sure he'll have an opportunity to elaborate on his thoughts at some point over the course of debate. But the fact of the matter, Madam Speaker, is that I don't know what they're trying to accuse us of. The Prime Minister in question period accuses us of fear-mongering. God only knows why he's saying things like that. And now this member is accusing us of calling for a free-for-all. What we are doing is we are the only ones since the beginning of this situation in January 2017 who have called on the government repeatedly to do something about this. I was out there with my colleagues from Laurier, Sainte-Marie, and Vancouver East in January 2017 telling this government to wake up, that President Trump had not made it a secret how he feels about different communities who have gone to make their lives better in the United States, and that this was going to be a situation. And what we're calling for is for them to actually offer help to the Canadian Border Services Agency, not in May 2018. We called for it in January 2017, Madam Speaker, and to suspend the Safe Third Country Agreement so that it can happen in a more appropriate way at the border. That's what we're calling for, not this nonsense this member just dreamt up right now.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
You know, we've heard all day long from the NDP about invoking Article 10 of the Safe Third Party Agreement, but yet what the NDP is continually doing in this is discrediting the UNHCR's position on this. And they said, and I quote, "One thing which has been noticeable is the effort of Canada to respond to this crisis and to make sure that the system is in place to uphold the human rights of those asylum seekers. We're in place to process them, not only in such a smooth manner, but also with dignity." That's coming from the United Nations. Is it true that the NDP disagrees with them? And if so, why? Why would you disagree with the United Nations, which is saying that Canada is handling this properly, effectively, with dignity, and in the best interests of the asylum seekers?
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Madam Speaker, I stand on the side of the municipalities and community organizations and Amnesty International, the Canadian Association of Lawyers who work in immigration law, and the civil liberties organizations and all the other organizations who have said that the NDP's approach is the right one. They've been saying that since January 2017. So it's nice to pick a quotation randomly, but what we've seen on the ground is that in April 2018, there is still no plan to deal with the situation, and it's been over a year. So my colleague can say, oh, everything is nice and rosy, but the reality on the ground for everyone involved is that it's not. It's time for the government to wake up and take action. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member for Belleuil-Chambly, who has just given a really fact-based, interesting speech. It's very eloquent, and I think it summarized everything that's been going on. That's a real contrast with the Conservatives' populist, anti-immigrant, anti-refugee rhetoric. The Conservatives are using terms that are intended to make people afraid, to make people wonder if our system is really adequate, if we're letting in criminals and that sort of thing. They're using terms about like corruption. They're talking about people coming into the country who are dangerous. And they're doing this just so they can say that the Liberals don't have a plan to deal with these migrants arriving from the U.S. border because of Trump's decrees, because of the decision not to renew certain agreements for temporary working permits for certain communities in the U.S. So the result of all this is that there are 3 times as many immigrants arriving at the border than there were a year and a half ago. Now, it's true that the Liberals don't have a plan. It's true that this is a problem. It's true that the government of Quebec, or rather the National Assembly, unanimously requested $46 million to ensure that host communities and community organizations working in resettlement, health, education, childcare, and so on would be able to continue providing those services, because currently they're almost maxed out. There are community organizations that are at 71% capacity, or even up to 85%, so it's really starting to become problematic. There are a lot of people working on this file, and the goal is not to create fear. On the contrary, the goal is to help immigrants. The Conservatives said over and over today, really ad nauseum, that the people coming into Canada are doing so illegally, that they are illegals. They're almost implying that they are criminals. But in fact, they were not able to name any law that was actually broken by these migrants, because there isn't such a law. There was no actual offense.
And if you look at the Refugee Convention, the UN Convention, which Canada signed, if you look at the Immigration Act as well, it clearly provides that those crossing the border at places other than at border crossings, that's an irregular entry for someone who's seeking asylum or making a refugee claim. And that is precisely what's happening at our borders. Since early 2018, there have been over 6,000 people who've crossed the border irregularly. And what makes it irregular? Well, it's the fact that we have a Safe Third Country agreement, and my colleague from Vancouver East repeated this I don't know how many times. I don't know how many times she's said it. We've been calling for that agreement to be suspended because the United States can no longer be considered a safe third country. A number of organizations have said so. Amnesty International, for example, the Lawyers Association, Immigration Lawyers Association, the Canadian Council for Refugees. 200 law professors in Canada have also called for the same thing, for the Safe Third Country agreement to be suspended, because under that agreement, people who've made a refugee claim in the U.S. and who are now targeted by this presidential order, they're now in danger. They feel like they're in danger in the U.S. And if after a year their file could just be rejected, so they can no longer stay in the U.S. And because we have this Safe Third Country agreement between Canada and the U.S., they can't go to the border crossing because they'll be sent back. They'll be deported to their country of origin, where they might face human rights violations, torture, and things like that. So do we really want to have a hand in that when dealing with a refugee claimant? No. And the Conservatives, some of them have said, I'm the child of a refugee, I'm the child of immigrants. Yeah, me too. That's not the issue here today. We're talking about processes that need to be safe. Everybody wants our processes, our immigration processes, to be safe. But you have to provide adequate resources, and the Conservatives were the very first to cut back on those resources. They cut over 1,000 border officer positions. So how can we today ask border officers to do more with less when there's more people crossing the border? They're calling for an invisible wall 9,000 kilometers long all across the border. How are they supposed to do that when funding's been cut, when there are fewer officers? How are they supposed to monitor a 9,000 kilometer border when they're so short-staffed? Be realistic. They know this is unrealistic, and this is a farce, what the Conservatives are saying. It's incredible that members of Parliament can say such ridiculous things here in the House of Commons. Furthermore, in the days to come, it's expected that up to 400 people will be crossing on a daily basis. So it'll be over 20,000 irregular entries, over 80% of which have occurred in Quebec, and that's why the National Assembly has called for federal assistance, because the border actually comes under federal jurisdiction. So how is it that the federal government is so slow to react? How is it that it's been almost a year and a half and they're basically dragging their feet in dealing with this issue? And the heavy lifting is left to the province and the municipalities. A number of requests for emergency assistance have been made, repeated requests for committees to study the matter, calls for the Safe Third Country Agreement to be suspended. And all the Liberals can say, no, everything's fine. We're following our processes. Everything's under control. But the IRB is currently saying that there are over 46,000 files in the backlog, and the processing times, it's supposed to be 60 days for a refugee claim to be processed. And what is the current time frame? 18 months. It makes no sense. And the Liberals are saying, well, in our last budget, we'll be investing 74 million, and that'll do the trick. Well, 74 million isn't enough to even deal with half of the backlog, about 20,000 cases, but there are 46,000, and we're expecting 200 more a day in the months to come, and up to 400 in the summertime. So how can you expect the IRB to be efficient if it's not adequately funded, and if there's no infrastructure to accommodate all these arrivals? In my riding in Hemmingford and other places, there are people who have mobilized. I'm talking about Bridges No Borders, the Community Economic Development Corporation, the Valleyfield Diocese, people like Remy Pelletier, Grace Bubeck, Michel Pilon, and others. They're mobilizing. They're getting organized. They're bringing people together. There have been lots of public meetings this year in my riding, not to alarm people like the Conservatives are doing. It's to provide information, accurate information about what the Safe Third Country Agreement is, how it is that people can cross the border irregularly, what they need, what people can do. They've asked the RCMP, what can we do to help these people? Are we allowed to take them into our homes? Will we get in trouble if we provide them with soup to warm up, or a coat and mittens in the winter when they're cold? Are we allowed to help them? Is there anything wrong with this picture, when seeing these people cross the border with no food and no warm clothing, and they've been walking all through the night? Are we just supposed to turn our backs? That's the type of question people are asking in my riding. They're not saying arrest them, they're illegals. They're saying we need to do something for these people. There's nothing being done for them. Now, some people say the border's just like I'm sorry, your time is up. I'm sure you'll have an opportunity to add to your comments during the question period. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think my NDP colleague has really taken umbrage at what we're talking about here today, but I don't want to talk about that. What I do want to ask my colleague is, suppose I were to agree with her and say, yes, let's do what the NDP, let's use their plan. How many people is she willing to allow across the border irregularly? And how many people is she going to allow to make refugee claims in this manner? How many people and how much is she willing to back that up with funding? The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, the same number as is currently crossing the border. They're crossing anyway, whether we like it or not. And there's a process for dealing with those people. The RCMP follow that process. CBSA follows that process. And the services that provinces and communities provide are being provided. So people are crossing irregularly, and we recognize that. We called for an emergency debate on that. We wanted the Safe Third Country Agreement to be suspended, just like Amnesty International and 200 law profs and the Immigration Law Bar all called for. So we did all of that. So this is based on studies, on facts, on experts who have suggested this approach. These people need support. They need resources. We shouldn't be discriminating against them before their cases are even processed by the experts. The Conservatives cut over 1,000 positions at CBSA, and the Union of Border Officials condemned that move and has been calling for greater funding, more resources, and the Liberals still have not ponied up.
The honourable member for Yukon.
I'd like to thank the member for very balanced and professional speech. I really liked your points. And the points about how ridiculous, how many more illegal people would you not let across the border? Well, they've come here illegal. We don't know they're coming here. What are you going to do? Of course, it's going to be the same. You had the perfect answer. And the fact that if you wanted to have more control of the border, you don't cut hundreds of millions of dollars from CBSA. So I just wanted to thank her for making those points so clearly.
And I just want to questions or comments to the chair and not to the individual member. The
honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm happy to hear that type of comment. Of course, we want the Safe Third Country Agreement suspended, and we want the government to invest more to allow for more expeditious processing of cases so that there's not a 36,000 case backlog, and so that we want Canadian Border Services to be better funded so that they can handle this influx. And community organizations need more support too, because they're at virtually full capacity. And in and around Montreal, they're saying because of it's at full capacity, they're going to have to shift the problem elsewhere. They're going to have to move people to more remote locations to spread the load, but there's no funding for this. The federal government has to step up and provide some funding and some assistance to those who are actually out there in the field working on welcoming and accommodating these people who are refugee claimants.
Order. It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the question to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment is as follows.
The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Êtres-Humains-Lévis on public services and procurement.
Debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And at the outset, I want to say I'll be sharing my time with the member from Barrie Innisfil. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to this motion that's been brought forward today by the member from Calgary, Nose Hill. Before I go on, I want to thank her for her excellent work on the matter of illegal border crossings. She's been a strong voice holding this Prime Minister and his Liberal government to account for their shortcomings on this file. In fact, she's been one of the strongest defenders of Canadians living along the Canada-US border, not only calling for the integrity of our borders to be maintained, but also calling out the Prime Minister for his irresponsible and reckless actions, which have and continue to mislead thousands of would-be migrants to Canada to enter illegally. She has shown a commitment to addressing this issue constructively and yet compassionately, all the while this Liberal government has failed to show any leadership on this file at all. Indeed, this is an issue that has been on the Liberal file, or on the Liberal government's radar, for over a year. I repeat, Madam Speaker, over 1 year. It was February of 2017 when I first raised the issue of illegal border crossings here in this place. I shared about the situation that was developing in and around the community of Emerson, Manitoba, a part of Provencher that I represent, and a number of communities along the Canada-US border. So I know firsthand how illegal border crossings have been impacting the folks who call these communities home. They are on the front lines. I've raised the issue many times since then, including alongside the official opposition Shadow Minister for Immigration, the member from Calgary, Nose Hill, to invite the Prime Minister to visit Emerson to see the situation for himself. The Liberals have taken no action to step in, and our invitation has gone without response. While the Liberal government may not be stepping up, the people of Emerson sure have, and they've gone above and beyond to assist with the influx of illegal migrants, and their efforts should be commended. Right from Reeve Greg Jansen to the first responders to the people who have been inconvenienced by having individuals that have crossed the border illegally show up on their doorstep in the middle of the night. It's been also great to see organizations like the Manitoba Interfaith Immigration Council and the United Way offering their support to these communities as well. The trouble is that this support, while welcome and essential, does nothing to resolve the issue of illegal crossings. For that solution, we must look to the government. And yet, while so much time has passed since I first brought these concerns to this House, the Liberal government's attention, they've failed to take any measurable action to address the crisis at our borders, and it is a crisis. Canada has a world-class immigration and refugee system, but our system is being undermined by a government that prefers virtue signaling over sound policy decisions. And I'll flesh it out in a little bit more detail, but for now I just want to share about the new reality that residents of Emerson have described to me. Some have been woken up, as I said previously, middle of the night, strangers banging on their doors. Others have walked out into their garages in the morning to find that folks have slept there overnight. Parents refrain from letting their children play outside with supervision. This is not an indictment on many of illegal migrants, some of whom do not pose a threat to local residents. But the reality is that there are unknowns when no proper entry process has been followed, and residents must adjust their behavior accordingly. Without the knowledge that those entering our country have proceeded through proper channels, people are rightfully concerned about the possibility of someone having a criminal history appearing on their doorstep. An orderly system managed responsibly by the government does not have these problems. But even the best system without proper leadership from the government will not produce the desired results. Sadly, this Liberal government has not been a good steward of our immigration system. For one thing, the Liberals have failed to maintain order at our border. One of the most important responsibilities of any government is to keep Canadians safe. In order to maintain any semblance of security, Canada's borders have to mean something. Under this Liberal government, our borders have become meaningless. Canadians expect our immigration system to operate in an orderly fashion. They expect a system which is fair and safe for those proceeding through it. These expectations are reasonable, but when they see individuals crossing the border at unofficial ports of entry, and we are talking about thousands of people every year, they do not see a system that is functioning as it should. And let me be clear, this is no fault of the brave men and women serving Canada in our CBSA through the Canada Border Service Agency or our Royal Canadian Mounted Police. This is about a Prime Minister whose virtue signaling has created serious problems where previously very few existed. It was January of 2017 when the Prime Minister tweeted out the following message: "To those fleeing persecution, terror, war, Canadians will welcome you, regardless of your faith. Diversity is our strength. Hashtag welcome to Canada." Now, there is nothing wrong with welcoming those facing persecution and war to our country. Canada is without a doubt a beacon of peace and freedom and hope in a world ravaged by war and conflict. But as the Prime Minister of Canada, you have to consider how your words will be received around the world. Context does matter. And the fact is, this tweet created a great deal of confusion in Canada and across the globe, and it led to a flood of refugee claims. Many in the media have pointed out just how misleading these claims are. For example, in April of 2017, a piece for the CBC by Graham Gordon wrote, "Anyone with the smallest bit of knowledge about the immigration process understands that Canada's borders are anything but wide open." But the Prime Minister isn't just blatantly spreading falsehoods by sending that message. He's actually enticing people to uproot their lives, throwing another wrench into an already chaotic immigration system, all based on disingenuous messaging. And he's exactly right. When the Prime Minister places virtue signaling above good public policy, there are real-world consequences. For example, last year we received the tragic news of a woman who in Minnesota authorities said died while attempting to cross the border illegally. This is something I expressed concern about in the months leading up to this tragic loss, but individuals would choose to enter Canada illegally and dangerously because of the Prime Minister's misleading rhetoric. While this was the first known instance of loss of life relating to illegal border crossings, we know that others have endured physical consequences as well. To ensure the safety of all individuals looking to come to Canada, we must do all that we can to promote safe legal entry. Many Canadians, including myself, want a Canada that helps those fleeing war, violence, and persecution. But in light of the dramatic increase in illegal border crossings, the Prime Minister had to know that these messages, which he shared, covered the world, and that they would lead to many would-be immigrants believing that Canada's border is just a suggestion. As the National Post recorded on April the 3rd, border, immigration, and embassy officials faced an influx of inquiries about coming to Canada following the Prime Minister's tweet. And for example, emails from Canada's embassy in Mexico obtained through an access to information request read, "We are receiving an increasing number of inquiries from the public about requesting refugee status in Canada, and a number clearly have links with our Prime Minister's tweet this weekend." Madam Speaker, I'm going to wrap up my speech for now. There's much more I could say, but I would just like to say that the Prime Minister's actions on this file have been irresponsible and reckless, and we would ask that he encourage his Liberal caucus to support the motion that's before us today. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And, all day we've been hearing, being lectured by the Conservatives with respect to how we should be securing our borders. And in fact, I've asked on a number of occasions, only to be tried to discredit what I'm saying, that, why the Conservatives stripped away nearly $400 million towards the CBSA. And in fact, I'll ask this member the same question. The first a clause in this motion requests that to ensure that agencies responsible for our borders are properly equipped. Yet the Conservatives stripped away nearly $400 million from the CBSA. How can they stand and exert this type of hypocrisy when they actually made it even a worse situation than it was prior to them doing that? How can the member actually stand and lecture this government on border security when they were unable to properly secure the borders and strip money away from it?
Member for Provencher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the question from the member from Kingston and the Islands there. Madam Speaker, that's the problem with this Liberal government. They think that throwing money at any issue fixes the problem, and it absolutely doesn't. In fact, we've seen time and again where the Liberals have thrown money at different programs right across the country, and it has done nothing to accomplish any achievable results. Our borders were safe prior to the influx in early 2017 of all these illegal migrants, and the additional workload that this has placed on our CBSA officers, our RCMP, and indeed the Immigration Refugee Board is going to cost Canadians a whole whack of money. And, that just was something that the CBSA folks were not complaining about lack of funding, and in fact we had increased the number of CBSA officers right across Canada.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I just want to echo my appreciation that my colleague from Manitoba expressed to Manitobans in Emerson and across the province who have given of themselves in order to welcome refugees into Manitoba and to help them adjust to life in a new place. But I also want to offer a word of caution, which is just to say that I think the appropriate way to counter some of the virtue signaling of the government on this issue is not vice signaling. And I think that's what we see in the Tory motion with language that's needlessly alarmist. We, too, believe that we need a secure border, but the way to do that, Madam Speaker, is to suspend the Safe Third Country Agreement, which is causing these refugees to cross at irregular crossings. If the agreement were suspended, instead of causing the CBSA to have to monitor the 9,000 kilometre border between Canada and the United States, those migrants could come through the appropriate channels, be vetted properly. We know that somewhere in the neighbourhood of 60% of the refugees who are coming over the border are being denied. So it's not a case of open borders and everybody's staying. There's an appropriate process. There's screening. It's working. Why wouldn't we want those migrants to come through the appropriate border crossings?
The honourable member for Provencher.
I want to thank the member from Elmwood-Transcona for that question. And I also want to thank him for recognizing how Manitobans have really stepped up to the plate to assist these refugees and to make their plight as painless and seamless as possible. But he does raise an interesting point. He says, why not get rid of the border and from the Safe Third Country Agreement? And that is certainly something that we would like to do, is to encourage any would-be refugee claimants to come to ports of entry, as they should, to make a claim there. Don't come to Canada and don't take a chance that 60% of you that are coming here are going to get rejected and sent not back to the United States to a safe country, but you're going to be sent back to your point of origin. So this is something that I think is very important to note, that 60% of the people that have come here are being denied their refugee claim.
Good answer.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm really pleased to what will be effectively wrapping up this debate. And I also want to thank the member from Provencher for sharing his time with me today. I know this has been a situation that he's had to deal with directly, and I commend him on his efforts, and I commend the efforts of my colleagues in that area, including the government, the opposition House Leader, for her work in making sure that our borders are secure. And so why are we dealing with this motion, Madam Speaker? Because we are effectively in uncharted territories. We are in an unprecedented situation where we've got tens of thousands of people that are literally crossing our border illegally, Madam Speaker. Now, I've sat through most of this debate, and I've heard some of the comments this morning about needlessly alarmist, fear-mongering. The fact is that we have a very critical situation at our borders, Madam Speaker. And let me remind you, and let me remind this House again and Canadians what we're dealing with here today. Let's take a look at what the motion says. First, we need to make sure that the CBSA and the RCMP and other agencies that protect our borders have the resources to do just that. Second, it needs to be confirmed that an immigration policy should never, ever be expressed in 140 characters, Madam Speaker. Immigration and the policies that are all part of it coming to Canada are complicated enough without the efforts of our Prime Minister trying to simply dumb it down or to put it in a single tweet. And I'll go one step further, Madam Speaker. What this Prime Minister was trying to do with that single tweet, sending that message around the world, was he was trying to one-up Donald Trump, Madam Speaker, because it was on that day that Donald Trump announced restrictions to policies for people coming into the United States. So he thought he was going to be smart, Madam Speaker, our Prime Minister did, and what he didn't realize was the ancillary impact that that single tweet would have and how it resonated around the world, from here to Nigeria to other parts of the country. And this is why we're in this situation, Madam Speaker, because of one single irresponsible tweet, because our Prime Minister thought he was going to show up the President of the United States. The third action we need is the government to undertake and accept that there's a huge financial responsibility with this, Madam Speaker. We've had over 20,000 illegal people come into this country that's cost close to $1 billion. $1 billion that was unplanned for, unaccounted for, and the Canadian taxpayers are on the hook. So when we hear about fear-mongering, when we hear about needlessly alarmist, these are real concerns, Madam Speaker, for real Canadians, and this is what this motion is trying to represent today. And lastly, let's have a plan in place, Madam Speaker, no later than May 11th. The weather is getting better. And the better conditions means that more people will illegally cross the border, Madam Speaker. There's no reason for them to come in that way. Many of them are in the United States. They've claimed refugee status in the United States. They're there for other reasons. There are legitimate ways, Madam Speaker, that these people, illegal border crossers, can come into this country. Now, the plan. Again, we hear from the government that it's irregular. They are not irregular border crossers. They are illegal border crossers. Let's get this straight. Let's stop this charade on the part of the government to try to dummy this down or water it down in a way that suits them and is more appeasing to Canadians. Madam Speaker, these are illegal border crossers. 20,593 last year, 6,373 this year, 400 a day, and it's projected this year, Madam Speaker, that we're going to get 50 to 70,000 people crossing the border. So what's the impact? What's the impact on communities like Quebec? What's the impact on communities like Emerson? The fact is that it pushes back the legitimate refugee system. These people are jumping the queue. They're coming to the front of the line. This isn't an American Express thing, Madam Speaker. This speaks to the legitimacy and the rightful immigration and refugee system that we have, and these people are using that system, but they're paying a price for those who are going through it legally. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that cases in my constituency office have spiked since this process has occurred. And it's, in fact, it's pushed back the refugee system by 11 years. But more importantly, and I said this earlier, Madam Speaker, it's cost $1 billion. $1 billion to deal with a system that was caused by one person, the Prime Minister of Canada. It shouldn't fall on the backs of every single Canadian taxpayer, Madam Speaker, but that's the Liberal solution to this whole process. They talk about investments. These aren't investments. This is money that they have to put towards this process because of the impact that it's not just having on the refugee system, but the impact that it's having particularly on the province of Quebec. Now, I'll say this, Madam Speaker, and the weather's getting better. There's 11 million illegal immigrants in the United States. 11 million illegal immigrants in the United States. This Prime Minister sent out a tweet that has resonated around the world. If just 5% of those illegal immigrants, those 11 million in the United States, decide that they're going to cross into Canada because of this singular tweet, we could potentially face 500,000 more people, Madam Speaker. We are not prepared for a situation like that, and that $1 billion will seem small by comparison if this happens. What we are asking the government to do is to come up with a plan to secure the border. The member from Calgary Nose Hill has said simply there is a solution. It's a solution that we've been calling for the last nine months, Madam Speaker, and that is to make these legitimate border crossings so that the Safe Third Country Agreement comes into effect. If a refugee who's claimed refugee status in the United States decides that they want to come into Canada, well, I'm sorry, that's not going to happen. The same situation would happen in Niagara Falls, it would happen at Pearson Airport, it would happen in any other legal and legitimate border crossing in this country. They would be sent back, and the cost and the burden wouldn't fall on Canadian taxpayers, not just the cost of this border security, and God bless the RCMP, and God bless the CPSA for the work that they've been doing. They've been put in an untenable position. We've got tents on the border, Madam Speaker. Tents on our border. Never has this happened before in Canada, and there's one singular cause to this. It's the Prime Minister of Canada. He needs to take responsibility for this, come up with a plan, and make sure that he singularly stops this process from gaining any more momentum than it already is. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It being 5:15, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. The question is as follows. Madame Rempel.
Ms. Rempel, seconded by Mr. Paul-Hus, moves that, given the government's failure to address the crisis created by the influx of thousands of illegal border crossers crossers traveling across our southern border between ports of entry that the agencies responsible for dealing with this crisis have found gaps in security screening for newly arrived refugee claimants, as well as a backlog in both scheduled hearings and carrying out deportation orders, and that this trend is expected to increase over the summer months. The House call on the government to A,
responsible for our borders are properly equipped so that they can continue to do their jobs effectively, and that those arriving at Canadian borders go through the appropriate processes. B, admit the Prime Minister's irresponsibility of tweeting #Welcome to Canada to those seeking to enter Canada through illegal means. And C, take responsibility for the massive social services costs. Dispense? No. C, take responsibility for the massive social services costs burdening the provincial governments. D, de déposer à la...
D, to table in the House no later than May 11, 2018, a plan to stop the influx of people illegally entering Canada from the United States, to take appropriate measures to handle those who have already claimed asylum.
To adopt this motion. All those in favour of the motion will please say yay. Yay! Tous ceux qui s'y opposent, je le bien.
All those opposed will please say nay.
À mon avis, les non l'emportent.
My opinion, the nays have it.
question is the following one. Ms. Rempel, seconded by Mr. Paulus, moves that given the government's failure to address the crisis created by the influx of thousands of illegal border crossers traveling across our southern border between ports of entry, that the agencies responsible for dealing with this crisis have found gaps in security screening for newly arrived refugee claimants, as well as a backlog in both scheduled hearings and carrying out deportation orders, and that this trend is expected to increase over the summer months. The House call on the government to A, ensure the agencies responsible for our borders are properly equipped so that they can continue to do their jobs effectively, and that those arriving at Canadian borders go through the appropriate processes. B, admit the Prime Minister's responsibility of tweeting #Welcome to Canada to those seeking to enter Canada through illegal means. C, take responsibility for the massive social services costs burdening the provincial governments. And D, table in the House no later than May 11, 2018, a plan to 1, stop the influx of people illegally entering Canada from the United States, 2, take appropriate measures to handle those who have already claimed asylum. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer. Mr. Scheer. Mr. Nicholson. Mr. Nicholson. Ms. Finley. Ms. Finley. Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Chemin-Lévis. Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Chemin-Lévis. Mr. Allison. Mr. Allison. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Bazan. Ms. Rempel. Ms. Rempel. Mr. Kent. Mr. Kent. Mr. O'Toole. Mr. O'Toole. Mr. Reyes. Mr. Reyes. Ms. Bergen. Ms. Bergen. Mr. Poilievre. Mr. Poilievre. Mr. Fast. Mr. Fast. Mr. Bernier. Mr. Bernier. Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. Mrs. Block. Mrs. Block. Mr. Clement. Mr. Clement. Mr. Van Loan. Mr. Van Loan. Mr. Nuttall. Mr. Nuttall. Mr. Albus. Mr. Albus. Mr. Paulus. Mr. Paulus. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Bertag. Mr. Bertag. Mr. Deltel. Mr. Deltel. Mr. Chong. Mr. Chong. Mr. Richards. Mr. Richards. Mr. Workington. Mr. Workington. Mr. Strahl. Mr. Strahl. Mrs. Stubbs. Mrs. Stubbs. Ms. Harder. Ms. Harder. Mrs. Vecchio. Mrs. Vecchio. Mrs. Wong. Mrs. Wong. Mr. Abutayev. Mr. Abutayev. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly. Ms. Gladue. Mr. Gladue. Mr. McColman. Mr. McColman. Mr. Warwa. Mr. Warwa. Mr. Sopak. Mr. Sopak. Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound. Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown. Mr. Reid. Mr. Reid. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey. Mr. Lukiski. Mr. Lukiski. Mr. Nader. Mr. Nader. Mr. Broussard. Mr. Broussard. Mr. Generou. Mr. Generou. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson. Mrs. Wagenthal. Mrs. Wagenthal. Mr. Soroya. Mr. Soroya. Madame Boucher. Madame Boucher. Mr. O'Brien. Mr. O'Brien. Mr. Trost. Mr. Trost. Mrs. Gallant. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Falk-Provencher. Mr. Falk-Provencher. Mr. Genereux. Mr. Genereux. Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West. Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West. Mr. Lake. Mr. Lake. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Jennis. Mr. Jennis. Mr. Albrecht. Mr. Albrecht. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. Hoback. Mr. Hoback. Mr. McGuire. Mr. McGuire. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Arnold. Mr. Arnold. Mr. Clark. Mr. Clark. Mr. Godin. Mr. Godin. Mr. Stanton. Mr. Stanton. Mr. Lauzon-Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry. Mr. Lauzon-Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry. Mr. McKenzie. Mr. McKenzie. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Van Kesteren. Mr. Van Kesteren. Mr. Iglinski. Mr. Iglinski. Mr. Yurdega. Mr. Yurdega. Mr. Diot. Mr. Diot. Ms. Leach. Ms. Leach. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Leipert. Mr. Leipert. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Shields. Mr. Shields. Mr. Vierson. Mr. Vierson. Mr. Waugh. Mr. Waugh. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber. Mr. Motz. Mr. Motz. Mr. Benzin. Mr. Benzin. Mrs. Kuzi. Mrs. Kuzi. Mr. Lloyd. Mr. Lloyd. Mrs. Falk Battleford Floyd Minster. Mrs. Falk Battleford Floyd Minster. Monsieur Plamondon. Monsieur Plamondon. Monsieur Boudria. Mr. Boudria. Madame Posé. Madame Posé. Monsieur Fortin. Monsieur Fortin. Monsieur Beaulieu. Monsieur Beaulieu. Monsieur Thériault. Mr. Thériault. Et Monsieur Beaulieu. Monsieur Barcelou-Duval. Monsieur Barcelou-Duval. Madame Gill. Madame Gill.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutelier.
Madame Le Boutelier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Lausanne-Charité, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lausanne, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mrs. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Cesar Chavans.
Mr. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est, Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Mr. Pesky-Salido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Sangri.
Mr. Hernandez Sangri.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chan.
Ms. de Brusen.
Ms. de Brusen.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Dirio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Monsieur Khoury.
Mr. Khoury.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Aelson.
Mr. Ellison.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nessif.
Madame Nessif.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Cedar Mission Mascui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar Mission Mascui Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mrs. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Seacand.
Mr. Seacand.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengaman.
Mr. Spengaman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandaz.
Mr. Vandaz.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vanderbilt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Hébert.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Madame Brosso.
Madame Brosso.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Ashton.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Suite.
Madame Boutin Street.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Monsieur Boulderis.
Mr. Bullies.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Monsieur Saganash.
Mr. Saganash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. May Standish Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Yeas pour, 97, 97. Nays contre, 199, 199.
Motion defeated. It being 5:56, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Orders of the day, private members' business, commencement of debate at the second reading stage of Bill C-394 regarding supporting New Parents Act, standing in the name of Mr. Scheer.
Order. I would encourage colleagues to take their conversations into the lobbies or perhaps elsewhere in the precinct. And I ask my colleagues to assist me by saying, thank colleagues very much for their cooperation. Mr. Scheer, seconded by Ms. Vecchio, moves that Bill C-394, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, Parenting Tax Credit, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Debate, this being private. This being private members' business, I call upon the honourable member for Regina Capel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to begin the debate today on my bill on the parenting tax credit.
Or the first, or second, or the fifth is one of the biggest milestones in life. And as a father of 5, I can tell you that it is also one of the greatest joys that a couple can experience. With every new child, the feeling doesn't get any less joyful and exciting. But it is also a great responsibility. Tous les parents savent combien.
All parents know how difficult those early years can be. There are cost pressures. Sometimes they can seem to be so high.
In Canada, Mr. Speaker, new parents have to make sacrifices to be able to afford the basic necessities for the new baby. You know, they're often surprised how quickly the costs can add up. Diapers, toys, bottles, new clothes, every 3 months. It's not easy. C'est particulièrement vrai pour les familles.
And this is especially true for families where one parent has to take leave to care for the newborn. Canadian families were hoping for tax release and an increase in benefits in 2015, but the fact is that many families are fighting against this government. There's a tax increase, and so there is less money in the pockets of Canadians, and this is a failure compared to what had been promised.
Family in Canada is already paying over $800 more in taxes every year under this Liberal government, and the costs are going up. Life gets ever more expensive. Groceries, hydro, or power as we call it in Saskatchewan, gas, and with kids in the house, all the extra trips you're making to care for a newborn, families don't see the cost of these necessities going down anytime soon. Canada's Conservatives understand the importance of supporting young families with children during those important early years. Nous pensons aussi que
we believe that the best way to support Canadian families is to sustain a light tax burden, and therefore to create a solid environment for job creation so that parents can make their own decisions.
Introducing the Supporting New Parents Act. The Supporting New Parents Act will create a federal non-refundable income tax credit for any federal income tax paid under EI parental leave programs.
And Quebec residents receiving benefits under the Quebec employment system will be eligible to a tax credit for equivalent amount. Now, allow me to explain to honourable members how this will work.
Have EI maternity benefits and EI parental programs which benefit so many Canadians. But every Canadian who receives these benefits has to deal with certain costs associated with them. In congé de maternité ou de paternité,
maternity or paternity leave is equivalent to a decrease in income. Benefits only cover 55% of one's salary, and the recipient also pays tax on that income.
On EI parental or maternity leave, they sacrifice up to 45% of their salary. And after making that sacrifice, they have to pay tax on those benefits that they receive. With tax being withheld from every check, it means that families with a parent on leave see their take-home benefits cut down, and many get hit with an extra tax bill afterwards when they file their income taxes. My proposed bill will offer a major tax relief to young families It will give Canadians on parental leave a break by offering a tax credit for any income earned under the EI maternity and EI parental programs. We want to leave new parents with more money in their pockets because we know it's the parents that know what's best for their child.
The only way the government in Ottawa can help parents of newborn is to let them keep more money so that they can spend it as they see fit. Once passed, my bill will provide tangible benefits to so many young Canadian families. For example, a Canadian who, before receiving benefits, was earning $50,000 a year would be eligible for a tax credit of approximately $4,000.
This bill is passed that CRA will support Canadian parents by applying the credit automatically so that Service Canada no longer needs to withhold taxes on parental and maternity benefits. This is a limitation I have as a private member's bill. When we are government, we can, of course, ensure that the Canada Revenue Agency at the very least, new parents would not be hit with a surprise tax bill when they file their taxes. I think we can all agree that that's not right. At a time in their lives when they need every penny that they can to raise their newborn, parents are still getting squeezed by the tax collector.
I've already spoken with families throughout Canada about the Supporting New Parents Act. We want them to know what's in this bill. And they tell me that they want this bill to be passed. They know how they will benefit from it. It will put money in the pockets of families working very hard.
I spoke with one mom in Ontario who told me that Service Canada withheld 10% of her maternity and parental benefits, and she still got hit with an $1,800 tax bill when she filed, had to pay on top of all that money that was being withheld. That's a lot of money after a stressful year with a lot of new costs to have to write a check to the Government of Canada for benefits that you've received after taking a pay cut of up to 45%. What else could they have spent this money on? This money could have gone towards buying a car seat or a new pair of boots for the baby, or you never know what types of extra costs add up. But instead, the government handed out these benefits with one hand and then took a cut of it with the other. That is what they do, isn't it? That is what these Liberals do. C'était injuste.
That was so unfair for her and for millions of Canadian families who are trying to make ends meet. Canada's Conservatives feel that government should put people before its own interests. So people should come before the government. And I think that's what Canadian men and women have always expected of us. We also believe that the government should not impose, or should not tax twice. And it should not be taxing the time that you spend to take care of your newborn.
This important tax relief could make a huge difference in the cost of raising a newborn. When we think about what important tax cuts and benefits have been cancelled by this Liberal government, we can come up with a pretty big list very quickly. The family tax cut is gone. Credits for kids' sports and arts programs were taken away. The tax-free savings accounts have been cut back. There's a carbon tax coming, and higher EI and CPP premiums have cut more and more out of families' weekly paychecks. Toutes ces mesures.
All these measures are harmful to the well-being and safety of Canadian parents. Why did this government eliminate the family tax cut? It was helping parents by giving them tax relief, very important tax relief. Up to $2,000 was being given to over 1.5 million families throughout the country. What a bad step to take.
Canadian parents an incentive to sign up their kids to arts programs and sports classes. We make sure that our children grow up healthy and engaged. Engaging in those extracurricular activities helps our children meet new peers, make friends, and learn about the importance of team play. Instead, this government decided to cancel this benefit for purely political and partisan reasons. Playing politics with Canadian families should never be a motivation for a government policy. According to a recent Fraser Institute report, Canadian families, as I mentioned, are paying over $800 more in taxes today compared to previous years. This is a big burden for any Canadian family, but especially families with newborns. And by 2022, 90% of Canadian families will be paying higher taxes.
When parents decide to have a child, they want to know that their government will support them and that they will have enough money to bring up their children. We know that the government should be working for young parents, not the opposite.
Since I introduced this bill, I have already received the support of hundreds of families all across the country. What I'm offering today in this bill is very simple, yet an extremely effective way of showing our solidarity and making lives of Canadian families a bit easier. Young parents should not be punished financially for their decision to have a child. They should have our help instead. Conservatives understand that Canadians work hard for their money. That's why instead of making families pay more taxes, the government should focus on giving more money back to those hard-working families.
We believe in tax relief because we believe that Canadian men and women are in the best position to know how to spend their money. We believe that when people can make their own decisions, for example, to purchase or invest, then that creates better quality of life compared to when the government takes that money and spends it as it wishes.
Some fundamental things that the government must do, like invest in critical infrastructure, keep our borders safe, and make sure that our armed forces have the tools they need to protect Canada in times of crisis. Beyond that, the government needs to have a very good reason to forcibly take money out of your pocket and then spend it on your behalf. Our conservative position is always to start off with the default position of leaving money in the pockets of hardworking Canadians in the first place. We're always fighting for lower taxes, not just because it's good for individuals, but it's good for society as a whole. Now, Mr. Speaker, is the time for this House to take action and show our support for hardworking Canadian families. There is no good reason not to prioritize Canadian families and put their interests first. This government has a choice: to say no to Canadian families for partisan reasons, or they can support my initiative and say yes to helping young Canadian families.
I hope that all members of this House will come together and support this important bill. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's interesting the Leader of the Official Opposition has a proposition in which I'm sure Stephen Harper himself would be happy to vote in favour of. No doubt about that. It demonstrates once again that the Conservatives are not open to recognizing what Canadians really and truly want. Let me give an example of that and pose it in the form of a question to my friend across the way. You know, we have seen the Conservatives now vote not once, not twice, but on several occasions against the Canada Child Benefit and the increase. Yes, they have voted against it. And maybe what we can ask them this afternoon is, are the Conservatives prepared now to say what we are doing to support the very type of individuals that he's referred to in his speech? Will he now say, unqualified, that he supports what this government is doing on the Canada Child Benefit Program?
The Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I am very confident that many, many Canadians will like this bill that I proposed. There is probably one person who I know won't like a solution that actually helps Canadian families, and that is Kathleen Wynne in Ontario, who has hurt Ontario families every time she tables a new budget. Now, I just want to congratulate the member across the way. He asked me a very specific question about the method in which we support Canadian parents. And I remember being in this House arguing with Liberals for years and years and years because they wanted to give support to bureaucrats and build big babysitting bureaucracies. And it took the hard work of the Conservative Party to convince the Liberals that the best way to support parents was by providing support directly to them. Now, I'm not sure they actually believe it. I think it was a decision they made, a tactical decision in the election campaign. But let me be absolutely clear. Canadians know when it comes to trusting a party to deliver support directly to parents, it's always been the Conservative Party that have been fighting for that and will always be the Conservative Party that fights for that.
Questions and comments? Order. Order. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Churchill, Kiwatanuk-Aski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And while we applaud the interests of the Leader of the Opposition in standing up for Canadian families, one wonders why his government didn't do more when they were in power for 10 years for Canadian families. And while the spirit of this bill may be an honourable one, the priorities are misplaced, and I'll speak to it later, but my question to the Leader is why doesn't it talk about increasing the income replacement rate so that more parents can get more of their income when they go on parental leave? Or why aren't we looking at making EI more eligible for so many parents, and the fact that 64% of Canadian mothers are able to access parental leave only? And finally, why does this Leader of the Official Opposition and his party not stand with us in support of a basic need that so many Canadians have, that of affordable child care? These are critical points that when we talk about standing up for Canadian families, we in the NDP will do that. Will the Conservative Party do that as well?
The Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
Well, I want to thank the Honourable Member for the question. I want to take this opportunity to congratulate her on the addition to her family. It's always too. That's right. Double congratulations. I know it's a challenging time to have a new child as a parliamentarian as well, and to balance both of those things. So I want to congratulate her on doing that. I will point out that I've always found it curious in the House of Commons when it comes to debating private members' business when the sponsor of the bill gets asked all the questions about why there aren't other things in it. This principle addresses a very real gap for thousands and thousands of Canadian families, and that is after sacrificing 45% of their income, they are then hit with a tax bill on the benefits that they receive. That is the problem that I am trying to address. Other things that she has mentioned are worthy of examination, often require a royal recommendation, and does require government action to do. When you talk about the Conservative history, though, I have to say, she must have not been watching the same budgets that I watched year after year after year get tabled. The support for families, the support for parents, the tax cuts for kids, the expansion of EI benefits for self-employed Canadians, the direct universal child care benefit that went to every single family and benefited every single child. Those were the steps that this government constantly looked. The difference between the Liberals and the Conservatives is that Conservatives wake up every morning looking for taxes to cut. The Liberals wake up every morning looking for taxes to raise.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families.
Before I begin, this is my first opportunity to speak to the House since the tragic events in Toronto yesterday. They have touched all of our families in different ways and all of our communities in different ways. And I want to assure the people of the city that I represent, and I have the privilege to speak on behalf of in this House, that all of Parliament and all of the government is here to help, is here to support, and will make sure that the beauty of Toronto, its diversity, and its capacity to help the citizens in Toronto is not surrendered to this horrible act that we witnessed on our city streets just yesterday. And my love and heart go out to those families that have been impacted. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in this chamber to speak to the proposed Bill C-394. And while any time we talk about the plight of this country's children and families, it's a good day in the House, I also think it's very important to talk about why costly tax changes really should be implemented as part of a comprehensive budget process and not as a gimmick or as a sort of a stunt or a slogan that we've just seen presented to this House, because the tax proposal that's being presented here doesn't do half of what it's promised it's going to do. It certainly has very little impact on the most vulnerable families in this country, and it doesn't provide a firm or a comprehensive trade-off that allows our government to support it. The main reason for doing so is it allows the government, when doing a full budget, to consider all of the trade-offs, balance all of the priorities, and undertake new fiscal commitments that do it in a responsible manner that help those that have the needs the greatest with the most amount of support, and doesn't, as this proposal do, target support for people that are doing it slightly better than others. And I'll get into how that works in my comments because it's critical to understand that as this government works to propose real change and deliver real change for Canadians, it does so in a way that reflects and respects their real needs. The government does not believe that Canadian families are well served by a maze of boutique tax credits like the proposed tax credit we're debating today, which benefits some while doing nothing for those who need it most. So let's consider who would actually be helped by what the honourable member is proposing. Under his proposed scheme, the tax credit would only be available to individuals who are receiving maternity or parental leave benefits from an employment insurance program. All the other parents.
I just want to remind the honourable members that someone is speaking, and I think it'd be polite if we listened to hear what he had to say. The honourable member for Spadina.
Under this proposed scheme, the tax credit would only be available to individuals who are receiving maternity or parental leave benefits from an employment insurance program. All the other parents, all other Canadians, such as same-sex partners or parents who are adopting a child, would not benefit with 1 cent of tax relief from the proposed bill that's in front of us. But those aren't the only people who will be left out as a result of this kind of Tory conjuring. Under the honourable member's proposal, we would also be denying benefits to almost all self-employed people, those who don't pay any federal personal income tax because their income is too low, and those who don't qualify for EI maternity parental benefits because of the hours they work perhaps in seasonal employment. They wouldn't qualify for the non-refundable tax credit. In short, the proposed tax credit would do very little for those families that need it most, and in particular for the poorest children in this country. It would also not help families who are already working hard to make ends meet. So let's contrast that with our approach, which is the Canada Child Benefit. Compared to the old system of child benefits, the CCB now gives low and middle income parents more money each month. It's also tax-free. In fact, you just heard the Leader of the Opposition say the government shouldn't give money and then take it back, and yet that's exactly what their proposal will seek to do. More money each month, tax-free, to help with the high cost of raising kids. The CCB is simpler, it's more generous, it's better targeted to give more people and kids the help who need it most, and about 3.3 million families with children are now receiving $23 billion. $23 billion in annual CCB payments. About 65% of the families receiving the maximum CBC amounts are single parents, and about 90% of those are single mothers. A single mom with 2 children aged 5 and 8 and a net income of $35,000 in 2016 will have received $11,125 in tax-free Canada Child benefits in the 2017-18 benefit year. This amounts to $3,535 more than should have received under the old system. So this talk about an $800 tax that floats around doesn't take into one very important consideration. The most important benefit a family receives for having children is not part of the Fraser Institute report. The Fraser Institute report likes to do math. They just don't like to do the complete equation, and that's their problem. So there ends up with a situation where low-income families want to get their kids into sports, get the money up front to invest into their kids' opportunities, as opposed to having all the taxes come off of it under the previous regime. And only if you had enough money after all of that could you participate. And then only after all of that did you get your tax return with a benefit coming back to you. And then only after that, if you were in a particular income class, did you qualify to put your kids into sport. So sports for the rich, nothing for the poor. That, my friends, is not progressive taxation policy. It's not good athletic policy. It's not good tax policy. It is Tory policy. And now through the 28 budget, we have done even more to help people with the CCB by increasing the benefits each year and to keep it pace with the rising cost of living. This starts in July.
2 years earlier than scheduled because the economy is doing so well and the books are good and we're moving forward with the growth agenda. And the CCB was one of the big contributors to the economic growth and vitality of the economy last year, which shows that good, strong social investments that help people move forward help the economy move forward simultaneously. That's why our approach, I think, is the better approach. It'll also continue to ensure that hardworking mums and dads have more money each month to buy the things that their families need, with the help that most families are going to, with help going to those families who need it the most. Our government is taking action to help ensure that everyone who qualifies for support receives it. To close this gap, the government will expand outreach efforts, in particular to on-reserve and remote and northern Indigenous communities, many of whom don't pay income tax and therefore are left out of the scheme proposed by the party opposite. We're going to be piloting outreach projects also for urban Indigenous communities so that Indigenous people are better able to access not just this program, but the full suite of services offered, including the CCB. As well, the EI parental sharing benefit. In Budget 2017, we gave families greater choice and flexibility, allowing parents to receive up to 61 weeks of EI parental benefits over an extended period of 18 months instead of the usual 12, which is critical as you try to fit together the different choices you have to make in your life. We have created more flexibility. Making EI parental benefits more flexible helps working parents navigate the challenges that come with a growing family. It gives them the option of staying at home with their baby longer if that's the right choice for their family. In Budget 2018, we went a step further, introducing the EI parental sharing benefit. This benefit will provide additional weeks of a use it or lose it EI parental benefits program when both parents agree to share parental leave. With this new benefit, two-parent families who agree to share parental leave could receive an additional 5 weeks of leave or an additional 8 weeks for parents who choose the extended program. Providing these additional weeks of benefits under the new parental sharing benefit will encourage both parents and two-parent families to share equally in the work of raising their children. It will also provide greater flexibility, particularly for mothers to return to work sooner if they so choose, knowing that their family has the support to do just this. In addition, the government proposes to amend the Canada Labour Code to ensure that workers in federally regulated industries have the job protection they need while they're receiving EI parental benefits. Our government is also committed to doing more for Canadian families when it comes to early learning and childcare. And to listen to the Leader of the Opposition talk about regulated childcare as some sort of bureaucratic monster that needs to be slayed at every opportunity, when you have heard from constituent after constituent about the need for high-regulated, proper daycare and have a system funded nationally, to have that government say they're going to walk away from regulated childcare is just appalling. If that's their approach to supporting women in the workforce, supporting families with new kids, and supporting the child care needs and the early learning opportunities, care needs for children in this country, I can only say they should get out more and talk to people that don't vote Conservative, because the rest of the country is demanding action on this file, and this government has taken action on that file with a $7.5 billion investment that in the province of Ontario alone, and the member referenced Kathleen Wynne, her investment, coupled with our investment, has provided 100,000 new regulated daycare spaces, half of which are in the GTA in a riding that I represent, and close to ridings I represent. That's real help for real people that's being delivered, not with boutique tax cuts that only help wealthy families, but with good, strong investments that help all families. And that is one of the most critical things that we're doing to support families, children, and social development in this country. I'd end with this note. The other component to our support for families, and in particular families with children, is about to be launched within the year as the provincial governments have now signed multilateral agreements in agreement, and that's the Canada Housing Benefit. Yet another investment to support families that have vulnerabilities, largely driven through economic circumstance, many of whom are single family, mother-led families with children in housing that's not affordable. As we provide these services and rebuild a social safety net that was not only neglected but in fact cut over the previous 10 years, as we invest in making sure those that have the greatest needs get the greatest help, and don't target our tax cuts at a voting bloc that's affluent that we think we can hold on to and win in the next election. As we do good social work, as we do good investments in social progress, as we do good investments in daycare, housing, child benefit, and reforming the EI program, as we rebuild the social safety net, we're going to start to talk about it as being a trampoline, something that doesn't hold you when you fall, but bounces you back up and gets you in a...
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Churchill-Chiwatanook-Askew.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise in this House to discuss private member's bill put forward by the Leader of the Official Opposition, Bill C-394. Whereas we applaud the suggestion of investing resources into parents, this bill misses the point, does not address the inadequate parental leave system that exists in this country, leaves out the fundamental issue of childcare, and contributes to growing inequality in Canada. We believe that this proposal will not fix the many issues with Canada's parental leave, and particularly the systemic barriers that Canadian women face. Let's talk about inequality, Mr. Speaker. Growing inequality is the result of decades of conservative and liberal policies of privatization and deregulation, policies that have ravaged our public services and that have dismantled our welfare state, policies that have attacked the foundations of what previous generations have fought for to offer better living conditions to the working class and to people across this country. Policies that are in the interest of a few and leave the many behind. We know that inequality in Canada does not affect everyone equally. It's gendered, racialized, it's Indigenous, it's disabled, and more, it's generational. The millennial generation, my generation, faces the prospect of being worse off than their parents. And this is the generation we're talking about when talking about new parents. So let's talk about what millennials are facing. Millennials are facing increasingly precarious work conditions. They have to survive from going from one gig to the next. They're being told to just get used to the job churn. And we're seeing a government telling us to embrace this reality as a new normal. We're seeing an official opposition that does not seem to get that the fundamental challenges that we face cannot be fixed with a regressive tax proposal like the one in front of us. And in fact, when they were in government, the Conservative Party did nothing to improve the working conditions that millennials face in our country and did nothing when it came to childcare. The economy we have today is not working for Canada's young people, for Canadian millennials. A 2015 Abacus survey showed us that 59% of millennials are delaying major milestones, like starting a family, because of the financial pressures that they face. Beyond this number are the stories of young people who are struggling to get by. And I'm reminded of a young woman that I met in Windsor who talked about how, given all the challenges she's faced, to be able to find secure employment, the multiple degrees, the student debt, etc., the one thing she said she knew well was that she was not going to be able to have kids because she wouldn't be able to afford to give them what her parents gave her. In the fall of 2016, a CIBC report was published that demonstrated that not only is there historically high rate of part-time jobs in the economy, a rate that still sits at over 19%, but that the share of below-average paid jobs is steadily increasing. We know that in Canada, more and more jobs that are being created are insecure ones, many of those being done by young people. Reversing growing inequality must be front and center for us as parliamentarians. This is where this proposal put forward by the Leader of the Official Opposition falls short. The measure proposed, an investment of $850 million annually, according to some estimates, will be looked at by the Parliamentary Budget Officer. But as it stands, an investment of this size needs to address some of the most pressing issues related to deficient parental leave systems that exist in our country. On sait qu'on pourrait faire mieux.
We know that we can do better. An example is that in Quebec we've set up measures that should be supported by the federal government. They have a very generous, accessible parental plan, and there are many women and families who can benefit from it. Women earning minimum wage in Quebec only need to work 178 hours to have access to parental benefits. And that's much higher for other Canadians. Once they have children, Quebec women can count on an affordable daycare system all across the province, whereas in other provinces, they're often unaffordable. Families, and often women, have to make a very terrible choice, choosing to have a family and not go back to work, or not have enough money. This is unacceptable. We need to do better. If Quebec can do it, the rest of Canada can too. It's a question of priorities.
What can we do? First, we have to talk about the fact that too many Canadian parents are not eligible for parental leave. Excluding Quebec, only 64% of Canadian women can take their leave benefits after having a child. This means that more than 1/3 of new mothers do not qualify to take that leave. David McDonald from the CCPA indicated that Bill C-394's tax credit proposal will not help alleviate inequalities in Canada, in some ways will even contribute to them. The tax credit proposal is more likely to benefit higher income and middle income earners and is less likely to benefit new parents earning lower incomes. Barriers to access EI, notably in the number of insurable hours that are required, are too high for many young women in precarious work. And I can tell you right now, Mr. Speaker, that reality is very much the case where I come from. Many people up north, in our north, do not have access to parental leave because of the high rates of unemployment and underemployment. Also, what I hear from many neighbours and friends, and I know from my own reality as a new parent, is the lack of access to affordable childcare and the way in which that proves to be a major financial burden for many, many families where I come from. Second, instead of providing a tax credit, we need to increase the income replacement rate. We agree that we need to put more money in the pockets of new parents because they need it. But with this proposal, since the proposed tax credit is not refundable, new parents that earn lower incomes would not benefit nearly as much as middle or high-income earners, since many low-income families earn only 55% of their salary when on leave. The income replacement rate of 55% is simply too low, especially when families are dealing with many new expenses. A higher income replacement rate will benefit all levels of income earners and would therefore not participate in increasing the already alarming growing inequality that exists in Canada. And finally, we must address the issue of childcare. For Canadian women and for new parents to have more income available to them, we must as a country find a way to offer childcare services that are affordable across Canada. In all our major cities outside of Quebec, costs of childcare are making life unaffordable and are proving to be very challenging when families are deciding their priorities. And I'll just list off some of the numbers. The median cost of childcare by city in our country: Toronto, $1,212 per month per child; Ottawa, $1,009 per month per child; Vancouver, $950 per month per child. Mr. Speaker, Canadian parents know this reality, and these are the kinds of priorities they want to see addressed. We want to be clear that the NDP supports the idea that we need to invest in Canadian families and in new parents, but we disagree with the proposal that has been put forward by the Conservative leader. A proposal that will increase inequality, as it will do nothing to help lower-income families. A proposal that will not help new parents finally access the benefits they need and deserve by making parental leave more accessible. And a proposal that for all of the public resources it aims to invest will not create a single affordable daycare space, something that is urgently needed across our communities. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to say that along with our colleagues, we believe that Canadian parents deserve much better. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
And thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am so proud to stand in the House and support the private member's bill put forward by Canada's Conservative leader and the leader of the official opposition that supports new parents, Bill C-394, the Supporting of New Parents Act. It's a policy that works in the best interest of families, in the best interest of children, and in the best interest of Canadians. Canadians have seen many changes in the employment insurance program, specifically to maturity and parental benefits. This specific change provides support to families by providing tax relief on their employment insurance benefits. Currently, unemployment is taxable under each and every program. This new refundable tax credit would benefit Canadian families at a time when it is truly needed by the families. Let's have some fun with this. And I'll let everybody take part in this because truly, as a parent, I have done this and I understand how much it costs to purchase diapers. So currently at Walmart, I went on to my little app, and currently a case of diapers costs at Walmart for the Huggies Little Snugglers diapers for newborns, it costs $29.97 and provides you with 88 diapers. According to the new Kids Center, It's a site where you can find out how to parent. A newborn uses an average of 10 to 12 diapers per day per month. Now, sometimes I fell asleep, so I'm sure I'm using less, but still. Now, at 35 cents per unit, the cost is $4.20 a day. The total cost per month on diapers alone for a newborn is $130. And although the numbers of diapers used per month may go down as the child goes up, the cost per unit goes up. So regardless, you're looking at an average cost of about $130 a month just on diapers. So these are just some basic parenting 101. Now, this new the Supporting New Parents Act is a plan proposed by a parent in this House that knows a lot about diapers and children. And I think when we have a leader of the opposition or a conservative leader who brings forward a piece of legislation like this, he is doing it because he understands families. He understands what it's like to raise children, the costs of raising children. For both he and Jill, they've had many children, as he will discuss, so he understands what it's like. Now, if you add his family to my family, we actually can field an entire baseball team with one substitute, which I don't think there's a lot of people in this House could do that. So this is coming from two parents who have spent a lot of money on diapers. So I'm just saying, when I look at this, I do have a personal feel to it. So back to the bill. Currently, parents of newborns receive anywhere between 33% and 55%, whether they are taking the extended benefit that now goes to the 18-month period. As chair of the Status of Women Committee, we talk a lot about women and equality. As brought forward in committee, one of the greatest reasons that parents who are staying home with their child, one of the biggest things is that they look at the loss of income. Who's going to choose to go and stay home with a child? You know, you're looking at that opportunity to stay for beyond the 6-month parental leave, or it's going to be taken by the mother or father. A lot of times that decision comes down to who is making the most money. And therefore, that person who is making the most money will continue to earn their benefit, and the other person will stay home. This bill helps make the decision easier, though, because at the end of the day, it does put more money back in the pockets of parents. The benefit is an average Canadian whose salary is $50,000 would be $4,000. We've heard from witnesses across Canada that choices on EI are based on the impact of families' income. So an important bill like this provides that ability for parents to actually choose. There's going to be a choice. When you know that you can make X number of dollars and hold that in your pocket, it's going to make a choice. We recognize that many times we discuss why are fathers not taking parental leave? One of the very reasons is because sometimes there really remains the breadwinner being the father. This gives an option. In some families, of course, the breadwinner may be the mother. This also will provide them additional income. It's that simple. The Conservative Party of Canada believes in the family unit, and that's what this is all about. We believe in supporting families and developing reasonable, responsible programs and legislation. We believe that helping families is by lowering taxes in good policy. Strong families raise strong individuals, which in turn has strong communities and a stronger country. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-394, the Supporting of New Parents Act, is a policy that works for families. It works to help offset some of these costs of parenting. With 5 children of my own, I know the cost of raising children, it's truly, it never goes away. You know, I have a 22-year-old son that we're still learning how to budget. So like Garrett, I give him a budget. This is what we're working on. Working with your parents and trying to make sure that they are working with your children and trying to make sure that they have the best opportunities doesn't start at any particular, stop at any particular age. But we deserve a chance. Canadian families have so much to think about, including what schools their child's going to. Do they take sports or piano lessons, or perhaps both? Well, we don't know the tax credit on that one, but that's an option. Friends and curfews. But at the beginning of a child's life, it's a very special experience. So providing any opportunity for a parent to stay home with their child and help raise that child, those are keys to building a stronger childhood bond, a child-mother, child-father bond. And I think that's really important to look at this. This bill puts families first. It puts families first by providing a tax credit to income earned under the Employment Insurance Maturity and EI parental benefits. According to reports, the average family right now under this government is paying $800 a month in more taxes each and every year, not month. Give it some time. But we know that's going to continue to grow. Yesterday in the House, we were discussing Budget 2018, and with all of the government's historical investments, we talk about that. These historical investments, of course, are the ones that we're going to see on the backs of these children that we're currently going to try to diaper. So let's give them a break now. Let me provide a little insight. As I talked about diapers, I was talking about what the average cost would be. But also, let's look at some other things that parents have to pay for. They have baby wipes, $7.99. A box of Q-tips, $3.99. 2 jars of baby food, $3. Baby formula, anywhere from $9.98 to $52. Baby cream and soaps, an average from $5 to $10. Add on the car seats, add on the crib, add on the blankets, the strollers, the bottles, the swings, add all of those things. Parenting does cost money. Being a parent, it's not cheap, and we know that at one time, 1 or 2 parents reduce their income to become parents to raise their children. Bill C-394, the Supporting of New Parents Act, is a policy that works in the best interest of families, in the best interest of children, and in the best interest of Canadians. The bill assists new families by removing the federal tax on EI, maternity, and parental benefits for parents who choose to take time off to raise their family, their newborn, or their adopted child. As a party, we believe that the family is essential of the well-being of individuals and society as a whole. Raising children in Canada can be challenging. Canada's Conservatives recognize the sacrifice of Canadian parents who have to make these choices when having children, including taking leave from work and losing almost half of a regular income. This compassionate policy helps families when they need it the most. It will give them more freedom and more flexibility to raise their families. For any young family, this important tax relief could make a huge difference in the cost of raising newborn children. Canadian parents should be able to focus on providing for a new child. They deserve our support. This is especially important when the cost of living continues to rise for parents under this government. This is the first major economic policy put forward by our leader. We look forward to proposing many other initiatives as we carry forward. As a Conservative team, we are working together to develop social and economic policies that make sense for all Canadians. I hope I'm not scared off any of the new parents who are currently trying to say, let's have a child, and I'm telling them how expensive it is. Having a child is one of the greatest joys. It sometimes causes the greatest amount of tears, a lot of late nights, disagreements, perhaps some timeouts. But any time we can give a break to a parent so that they can raise their family, that is what this government should be doing. All our children are worth it, and supporting today's families is worth it. I urge this government and members of the opposition parties to my left to support this bill. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle.
Thank you. And I beg your indulgence to just give me some indication of the time. I'm not accustomed to speaking ad hoc, but I feel compelled to rise today to speak against the private member's bill being presented to us, being proposed by the Leader of the Opposition, the member from Regina-Qu'Appelle, C-394. And I do so knowing that this, the honourable member is a member of a party of the late Jim Flaherty, and so I'm very disappointed that a basic principle of taxation has been thoroughly ignored in presenting this private member's bill, and that is that there is a difference between a benefit that is offered through the federal government and a program that a citizen pays into. So one, a program such as the Canada Pension Plan or the employment insurance program is one that the person, not necessarily a taxpayer, we don't know yet, but the individual who qualifies for that program pays into it and is then entitled to derive certain monies from that program, depending if they meet the criteria. So that is very different from a social benefit, which is awarded based on other criteria. It could be universal and could be needs-based. So again, I must reiterate how disappointed I am that this bill has been put forward to the House, especially in light of the terrific work that our government did in the very first few months of our mandate in bringing in not only a bona fide and increased universal Canada Child benefit, but one that was tax-free, that was, yes, needs-based for those who needed the money more, but that was automatically deposited to people's accounts. They didn't have to apply for it. They didn't have to worry about whether it would be taxed back when they came to do their personal income taxes 12 or 14 months later. It was worry-free, and it has lifted, as we know, more than 300 children out of poverty, and that's where the money needs to go. It's to lift out those families that have the most needs out of poverty. So again, that is my disappointment on the tax side. As a woman, as a feminist, as a mother, as a daughter, someone who saw my own mother when I think it was the 8th child that was born in our family, that the family allowance originally came in the 60s, that seeing my mother in the kitchen opening up that envelope, and that was money in her hands. She had worked prior to having my oldest brother briefly as a teacher. She had decided to stay home, of course, to look after, as many women did, to look after us who came one after the other, and when the twins came, she said, well, that's just next year's baby come this year, but next year's baby came anyway. So again, they just kept coming. And for her to have that money, because we ended up being 9 in the family, to have that check in her hands to use for the very important things that she wanted to spend the money on. Not that my father was not doing his part. He definitely was. He was working and bringing home money, but it was so important for her to have that income and to feel that she could make decisions for the family. Well, fast forward 25 years, myself as a single mom by this time. It's the early 80s. Still wasn't quite the thing to do, but I had a very supportive family around me, and I was able to benefit from a number of programs at that time that allowed me to not only have my child and to feel secure in looking after her on my own, but also to go back to school. And in doing so, earn my master's in business administration and learn about financial matters, which by this time you can imagine were very important to me. And it was at that time that I realized I had so many opportunities. Again, because I lived in Montreal, Quebec, I was able to get an excellent education for a very low price, but that doesn't come. That's not free. There's a cost to society. There were taxpayers before me who had paid into the general pool so that education could be available to people like myself. And when I got a terrific job at a bank 3 years later, and I was finally making the big bucks, Mr. Speaker, you know, I was paying my fair share of taxes, and I was happy to do so, because then I could feel that I was helping another young mother like myself to get her chance in life. So I think that is what our tax system is about. It's that when we are in need, that money is available, that public support is available to us, but when we have more, that we're able to help other families that are in need. And I just wanted to come to that very basic principle, because I think it's one I had enormous respect for the late Jim Flaherty, because he brought in, as Minister of Finance, he brought in so many terrific initiatives to help people to do better in life. And again, I would ask the honourable member opposite to think a little bit more about this proposition that he's bringing forward. But I want to get back now to families. And yeah, it's expensive. Yeah, it's complicated. But it is what makes life so rewarding. And so when people talk about cost, it always kind of bothers me, because it really depends on, you know, how do you value your children? So I had my daughter, and it was completely, it changed my life. Having my daughter just made me into the person I'd like to say that you see here today, and I hope that I'm doing her proud. She's an artist today. She lives and works in New York City with her husband, and they too are paying their taxes, because if there's one thing I taught my daughter, even as an artist, she did her bookkeeping, she did her accounting, and when she sold her work, she paid her taxes on it. And I would certainly encourage all young people to think about how important it is to be that contributing member of society, so that yes, when you need the money, it's there for you, but when it's time for you to give back, that you're able to do so. But we don't have to make it complicated. You know, why when I'm happy to report I did get married when my daughter was 6 years old. I met a wonderful man, and we had twins. Twin boys, and it wasn't long before they were into the sports and the hockey and this and that, and chasing after receipts, you know, that sports credit was around. Chasing after receipts from volunteer organizations was just a pain in the neck. The arts credit was too late for my daughter, so, you know, she took art anyway. We didn't wait for an arts credit, tax credit, to put my daughter into art school. So, yeah, it just was complicated, and life is already complicated enough. And then we had that that bus transit pass thing. Well, try looking for receipts, the monthly bus pass, at the bottom of your kids' knapsacks at the end of every month, because you've got to have that receipt, because at the end of the year when you want to claim it, well, CRA is going to come looking for it. So please, simplify the lives of our families today, and that is what our government has done. We are putting money into the accounts of families on a daily basis.
In my riding, that money goes into the local economy, and when I go door to door, my constituents are very happy to see that money coming in. They don't even have to apply for it, and they're not afraid that it's going to be clawed back. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It was really a pleasure and an honor to speak today.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore. I'd like to remind the honourable member that she has about 3 minutes, so she'll have
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I rise today, of course, to discuss Bill 394, the Supporting New Parents Act, brought forward by our leader. You know, Mr. Speaker, I'll start by saying that I know one thing to be true, since I am a mother myself. I'm very proud to be a mother. But this one thing is that, and we've heard this repeated several times over today, but I will reiterate it, and that is that babies are expensive. But this government is more expensive.
That's right.
So, you know, I would say, you know, this is the reason why, you know, we need to consider the different costs that, of course, are associated with babies. So, you know, when you go to have a child, you prepare, you do purchase all the things which are required. You get the stroller, you get the car seat, you get the crib. You know, of course, you need the high chair. My previous colleague talked about diaper costs and formula costs. All of these things, of course, myself as a responsible conservative, I also consider the financial aspirations, Mr. Speaker. So I considered things like additional life insurance for my family. My husband and I took the time to have a will made now that we had an entity to pass something on to. And of course, the RESP, Mr. Speaker, which I will get back to in some time. You know, Mr. Speaker, I will say that certainly one of the great joys of having a child, of course, is the time with which you get to spend the child. That is actually the thing of the greatest value of all. And I was very fortunate at the time that I had my son. I was the Deputy Consul General in Dallas, Texas. And I was there with my husband, and he, in fact, took 2 years from his career to care for our son. And in fact, he credits this experience to the position that he has today, and that the skills that he had as a parent were recognized by his present employer. So, but certainly that's what this bill does, is it allows parents to spend more time with their children. In addition, Mr. Speaker, I will say that, you know, we were very fortunate to have not only a happy child, but a healthy child. And this is not something that every family, every parent, all parents get to experience. You know, I have someone who's very close to me who had a child with hemolytic uremic syndrome, and this resulted in many hours in the hospital, and certainly their experience with this sick child was a testament to their will and to their strength, but I can't possibly imagine doing. So, I guess I'll close, Mr. Speaker, by saying, what I'm most concerned about for my son is the generational debt. $18 billion deficit this year, $669 billion debt. Right now, my son will be 32 years old when the debt is scheduled to be paid off. So, in closing, Mr. Speaker, I say babies are expensive, but this government is more expensive. Thank you very much.
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Alors, à ce moment-ci,
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins, Lévis. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Negotiations will begin tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. between the Coast Guard and Lévis Shipyard because we need more icebreakers. And the Prime Minister said so on January 19th when he was on tour, and he added that Davies Shipyard had exclusive right to build 4 icebreakers. And we know the Coast Guard has major needs. The fleet is 40 years old. And so even though Davies Shipyard got the contract to replace the icebreakers, they're still waiting. There have been delays and cost overruns. Unfortunately, the Prime Minister had promised 4 icebreakers, but according to the shipyard, it's only 3. So the Liberal promise has been broken, and now there are delays. Workers at the shipyard so far have delivered 1 icebreaker, the Asterisk, and the way those workers have been rewarded is to be laid off and told to collect EI until they're called back. They waited for days and months. Spring is here, still no news. People are getting antsy. They want to know what's going on. The Coast Guard still doesn't have the icebreakers that it needs. So can the representative of the minister tell us here in the House today, this fooling around has to come to a stop. The contracts have been awarded, and that's a start, but the Coast Guard still has its needs, and the Navy too. We're not talking about just 3 icebreakers. There's also some supply ships. The Obelix was the first ship that was converted by Davies Shipyard, and now we want to move on to the next. Can the Parliamentary Secretary tell us, look, it's not complicated. The work is going to get done. On with it. And the Liberal government has been very crony-like with other shipyards like Seaspan and Irving. But what about taxpayers? Contracts should be awarded to high-performance shipyards, and the calendar, the deadlines should be, the time frames should be respected. And so, Mr. Speaker, workers are anxious for results. It's not complicated. They just want the government to get these negotiations over and done with so that they can put bread on the table, and that shipyard is a high-capacity shipyard. And the Parliamentary Secretary doesn't have to answer this tonight, but people are wondering, when is the strategy, the shipbuilding strategy, going to be updated? Because taxpayers are paying for the fact that it hasn't been kept up to date. So the question is simple. When is the Liberal government going to keep its word and give the icebreaker contracts to Davies Shipyard? Thank you.
The Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I begin, on behalf of all my constituents of Brampton West, I would like to offer my sincere condolences to the victims and their families that were killed in the tragic incident that took place in Toronto yesterday. And to all the injured, we wish for your speedy recovery, Mr. Speaker. This hits really close to home, and my heart aches alongside many Canadians for all affected by this incident. And Mr. Speaker, to Toronto Police Services and to all the first responders, thank you for your courage, your bravery, and your professionalism. And thank you for all that you do every day to keep us and our communities safe. And just know that in face of this tragedy, we as neighbours and as a community, we pull together and we stand united with Toronto as Canadians. And to respond to my colleague's question, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to respond to his remarks. Mr. Speaker, the National Shipbuilding Strategy is charting a new course for shipbuilders across Canada. It is based on the fundamental premise that the future fleets of the Canadian Coast Guards and the Royal Canadian Navy will be built in Canada and by Canadians. As a minister in the previous government, my honourable colleague understands, probably better than any of us, that the procurement process for selecting shipyards that are now building the large and compact and non-compact ships needed by the Canadian Coast Guard and the Royal Canadian Navy. The government of the day announced the successful bids in October 2012. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that the Chantier Davy competed in this process. Ultimately, CSANS were contracted to build the non-combat vessels. An umbrella agreement was subsequently signed with its Vancouver shipyards. A separate agreement for combat ships was signed with Irving Shipyard in Halifax. Mr. Speaker, I also appreciate this opportunity to remind my colleague that there is more, indeed much more, to national shipbuilding strategy than building just large ships. In fact, the shipyards in Vancouver and Halifax are not allowed to compete for any projects for building small ships such as search and rescue lifeboats, channel survey and sounding vessels, or hydrographic survey vessels. The National Shipbuilding Strategy sets aside $2 billion for building these ships, which provide significant opportunities and benefits for Chantier Davy and other Canadian shipyards. Of course, they also compete for conversion work as well as repair, refit, and maintenance contract. My honourable colleague also knows that the Chantier Davy has received a considerable amount of work as a result of National Shipbuilding Strategy. Since the launch of the National Shipbuilding Strategy, Quebec shipyards have been awarded more than $760 million in contract. And since 2014, Chantier Davy alone has been awarded 6 contracts for ship repair, refit, and maintenance. This includes the $587 million contract awarded to Federal Fleet Services, Inc. in November 2015. Mr. Speaker, as we know, the Canadian Coast Guard needs an interim icebreaking pending the delivery of new ships under the National Shipbuilding Strategy. This is why we reached out to the marine industry and invited them to provide potential options. Mr. Speaker, our government is now in active discussions with Chantier Davy to fulfill the Coast Guard's requirements for an interim icebreaking capability, and we look forward to providing additional information once these discussions are completed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. I absolutely agree with my colleague, Mr. Speaker, to honour and share the pain of the people of Toronto and acknowledge the work of the first responders. Now, there's nothing new in her answer. I would have liked to hear something more tangible. You know, she doesn't have to give me a history class. I've been there. I know what's happening. And if the shipyard got contracts, well, it's because it is the most qualified, but it only represents 1% of the contracts granted by the government. They're not asking for handouts. They're asking that the Prime Minister keep his word. We learned also, Mr. Speaker, that the Coast Guard has a $7 billion reserve. The money's there. The shipyard is ready to work. What's the government waiting for to put the workers in the shipyard to work?
Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt that the employees of Chantier Davy have the expertise and skills in shipbuilding, refit, and repair. The process is ongoing with Chantier Davy. We continue to pursue these negotiations in good faith with Chantier Davy. That said, Mr. Speaker, we will not negotiate on the floor of the House of Commons. Our government is committed to national shipbuilding strategy and equipping the Royal Canadian Navy and the Canadian Coast Guard with the ships they need to do their job while creating jobs for middle-class Canadians across our country. We're working extremely closely with Canada's marine industry to maximize the benefits of this strategy, and rest assured our government has and will continue to engage with Shantia Davy and other businesses in the shipbuilding sector on future needs and opportunities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted.
Stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.